Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Waynesburg University and IU1 Spring Classic 3v3 Rocket League tournament. We do apologize for the slight delay, but we are ready to bring the action to you. In the booth with me today, the legend, your boy Q. How we doing, brother?
Yo, what it do, man? We're getting in and we're already seeing that over on the side of St. Mark's, they're lighting up. I'm doing good, though. We've got some Rocket League. It's a Thursday. We're getting rolling here. Can't ask for much more. How you been, brother?
Doing good. Hot off that land. You know, was a little disappointed, but now we get to be blessed with some more Rocket League here today. Already into the action as well. Frazier taking on St. Mark's. St. Mark's with a nice lead at the moment, so we'll have to see how these play styles pan out and what Frazier could potentially do to maybe change the outcome here.
I mean, curious to see what Frazier needs to do to switch things up, because as for now, St. Mark's looks like they're just cashing it in here. I mean, they've been able to keep the pressure pretty well the entire time since we've come into this one here, Hot Sauce. And I mean, maybe at this point, yeah, you're down by 5, you're letting that snowball build up a little bit, but this is now going to be, it looks like, game number 2 of this series going in favor of St. Mark's, which does mean that they're going to be on that series point. So Frazier's got to figure something out, and they got to figure it out quick.
Yeah, you know, I always like to think if you're having some trouble, look for those bumps, those demos, try to help alleviate some of that pressure and see if you can get into the head of your opponents. But right now, St. Mark's, cool, calm, and collected, seem to be playing their play style here at midfield, popping up the aerial control being displayed here as well. Over one defender, but can't quite sneak that one in.
Not able to sneak that one in here, but they are still keeping the pressure down here on this side of the field. This is going to be Seth, man, able to jump the lane, now going the opposite way with it here. Rocking the Carmine Corp Fennec. You love to see it as well, but it's going to be Scout doing a good job pushing forward, flipping the script here for St. Mark's, and it looks like they are still trying to keep the pedal down to the last whistle. They try and put in a shot from D5, but it's the post.
It's the post, doesn't quite go their way, but again, the pressure continues here. Now through the air, across the midfield pass. Unfortunately, nobody there to help put that one in, but a second chance opportunity coming off the sidewall. Looking for the pass outward, won't get it. And unfortunately, can't find the connection here on the clear. Just Higgs tries to find a way out, but the 50 not in their favor as well. Coagulated together into the corner. Doesn't spell trouble just yet, but St. Mark's still just this relentless attack unfolding here.
Yeah, relentless is a really good word to use. I mean, we're talking about they've been down on this half, and the rotations have been on point, which really allow them to play downhill. Seth Man, though, trying to change the script a little bit. Unfortunately, no boost, though, which means now the pressure going to be right back in control for St. Mark's. Ham going to be able to do enough to send it over towards the side where Higgs is on that side wall trying to gather that control from there. And Frazier has an opportunity to at least get some semblance of offense heading into game number 3. That's a shot opportunity, but D5 with the save.
I really thought they were going to sneak that goal in, maybe kind of be that spark to ignite that flame. Unfortunately, 10 seconds left. Not able to find one just yet through the air. Seth, man, a shot slightly off target. Has a little help, but under the ball just a bit too much. Pops it up a little too high and dry here. Another opportunity. That one may have gone in. Unfortunately, ran out of time.
Not enough time there, and it's now looking like it's 2-0 as far as a series score for St. Mark's. We talked about at the top, this is a best-of-5 series. And, man, just look at the stats there. You're seeing a lot in favor of St. Mark's, and understandably so, a 5-0 score line. It's hard to really look at this and say what the fix would need to be for Frazier. I feel like maybe jumping the passing lanes might be a good place to start.
Yeah, they just got to, I mean, 3 shots there, I think, what was it, to 14 shots. So certainly need more opportunities down the field. And again, I think that's why I'm a fan of those bumps and those demos, because again, you can help alleviate some of that pressure when you're feeling it on defense, but it can also open up that backfield on offense as well. I always say, like, look for that play after the play. When you find that pass to midfield, try to circle in, maybe bump out that goalie or find a demo as you're finding that rotation back toward midfield.
One thing I can't help but notice here, Hot Sauce, we were talking about in the green room before we went live, the fact that we had St. Mark's making the trip out from Delaware, saying how that might be a trip, and we can see why they were wanting to make that trip. They've been showing up to play thus far, but Frazier jump-starts things here in the first 6 seconds of game number 3. Nice little play from Seth Man. The second effort from D-Ham, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, you know, it's great to see schools traveling from all over, even from out of state there at Delaware. But Talking about Frazier, something they needed to do was to get out and score early. Able to do that here in game number 3. Can they keep it up, though? Because St. Mark's is just showing great aerial prowess here as they continue to tack the net down to the corner, looking for a second chance opportunity.
Okay.
Scout will carry it in the angle as he splashes that one on in.
This is tough here as far as in the defense from Frazier. Once Scout's in the air, it's hard to read. Seth, man, I think was expecting this to go more bar and straight down instead of getting a second touch from Scout and able to punch it in on the top side of the net. And it's all tied up as quickly as we saw Frazier able to take the lead in game number 3 here. St. Mark's able to equalize. They win the kickoff here as well, looking to try and strike early, but does get saved at least for now.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Frazier here, you cannot allow St. Mark's to get up and have retail in the air. If you give them any space, they'll take a mile. They have great mechanical abilities as we've seen here displayed in these last couple games. But now, again, on the counterattack, finding the demo in transition. This one just a little over Scout's head. But again, that third man there to keep that ball possession down here. I'm not quite able to find this one. But again, second and third chance opportunities come in. St. Mark's up by 1.
And part of the struggle is everyone has to commit to the shot on D5, right? You can see everyone moving their way up, which makes this long rebound very easily fieldable. You have a wide open net. St. Mark's is going to make you pay for that every single time. And now St. Mark's going to have the lead. Still plenty of time left, though. 4 minutes left on the clock. But Frazier now has to find a way to regain, and by allowing a third one in, it feels like the momentum really continuing to compile down.
Yeah, I mean, St. Mark's just seems to be in their stride at full potential. The whole team just clicking, a great cohesive unit at the moment. We see all these second chance opportunities through the air, and really St. Mark's almost seemingly to know where their opponent's going to be already without even having to say it. So playing like a well-oiled machine at the moment. But as you said, 350 is a ton of time in Rocket League. Frazier can do this, but it's going to start with that next goal.
Got to start with the next goal for sure. And of course, that also means it's got to start with them making sure they're not spending too much time down here on their defensive half, because time of the essence here now, especially with a 2-goal deficit. You cannot allow the side from St. Mark's to just continue to play keep away, especially with the fact that we know the longer that St. Mark's does have the ball down the side, they have the ability to strike from anywhere on the field. It's going to be Scout who even has the confidence to go all the way down into their half. Over pass to Sethman, going to be the last one back. D-Ham gets a demo, which does slow down the attack. Buys the space for St. Francis to get the possession.
Yeah, and a nice pass from Scout, too. Unfortunately, ran out of boost there before he hit the corner, not able to collect as well. And boost management, another important aspect of Rocket League. Through the air once more, St. Mark's, but this time, Frazier able to read it, find the defensive, stop the ball. Still in that dangerous position in front of the net, and nearly a misdirect there, but Sethman able to save this one away from the net. Frazier still needing to find a way to clear it out of their territory, however.
You've got to find some way to start setting up shop down on that other side. You can't score from near your defensive third, especially with as much pressure as St. Mark's has. That relentless attack that you had talked about earlier here, Hot Sauce. That's a save towards the middle of the field. That's a risky play, especially with YXCR was sitting right there. Surprised they did not make them pay for that. But here's going to be an opportunity for Frazier. Going the opposite way with it, but with 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, you're running out of time.
At 2:15 here to make something happen, and unfortunately the ball already in the other direction. St. Mark's off the backboard trying to set up for the teammate. Frazier wise to knock it up on a secondary touch here, and now pressed into the corner. St. Mark's, the relentless firing squad as they continue to attack this Frazier net. Frazier desperately needing to find a way to clear this one out, and they will get it, but not for long. These third-man rotations from St. Mark's have been absolutely on point. Unfortunately, they won't connect on that one.
Not going to be able to connect, and now for Frazier, they do have the possession briefly. A second touch towards the middle, Sethman, bang, and that's going to be cutting the lead to 1, and you've still got quite a bit of time. You're talking about 99 seconds over on the side of Frazier to now double that down and find a third, but you got to make sure that the defense can continue to hold the line.
You really don't want to allow St. Mark's to score here again, giving him that 2-point cushion. So right now, Frazier starting to feel some of that momentum. Scout at midfield looks to pressure down. We'll have to re-up on the boost as well. Knox tries to go to mid with it with a pass. Unfortunately, can't quite put a card to the ball. And now Frazier on the back pedal has to knock it out of the midfield here. Again, they've had a lot of these passes back in front of their own net. It's a dangerous place to be in. St. Mark's not able to capitalize just yet, and Frazier trying to find the counterattack.
And one thing that St. Mark's has been doing a really good job with is being able to apply a significant amount of pressure with just two up. A third back to be able to counter things on the actual counterattack like we just saw there. Regains the control, quickly get back into the offensive zone. And a beautiful passing play here as well. That's a thing of beauty. Re-extending that lead at 2.
Yeah, just a great job. Good situation awareness by St. Mark's as well. And it looked like YXCR right there behind Scout, just in case he wasn't able to find that touch. St. Mark's up by 2 in that driver's seat and continuing to find this pressure in front of this Frazier net here as well. Seth Mann will find the big booming clear. One defender to beat. Will knock it into the corner, and St. Mark's circling out again from coast to coast. Another opportunity looking for the bump to make sure it happens. D5. Again, a beautiful score from downtown.
D5 says, you know what? I have 3 assists. I'm going to get me one for myself here. And that's going to be 4 of the 5 goals have been accounted for from D5. Talk about an ability to really enable your other teammates while still having that ability to strike at any moment here. 5-2, really displaying a sense of control over the game for the entirety of the 5 minutes, and they have no sense of laying up off the pressure for these last 30 seconds.
I'm not sure how that last one from Frazier didn't go in. A beautiful save from St. Mark's as well, and they are again just firing at all cylinders at the moment. A nice pass play in midfield, shot there as well. Seth Mann able to find the stop as Higgs will continue the pressure around the horn, looking for the clear, but St. Mark's is all over this ball again, right in front of the net of Frazier, tapping it again. The pass play, looking for another opportunity, and a selfless play from St. Mark's as they continue to look to set each other up.
Now Scout maybe even getting one more for the road. Oh, we talk about setting each other up. YXCR was there for a potential last little highlight play, but 5-2. Another dominant performance from St. Mark's as they bust out the brooms and take their first series win.
You know, it looked like Frazier was starting to come alive there in that third game. We saw a couple great goals as well. Unfortunately, St. Mark's was just playing lights out from the beginning. But the nice thing about this classic, it's a double elim bracket as well.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Frazier, not out of it just yet.
I always love the double elim, especially in a case like this where, it's the start of the day, especially early on the day. Maybe you're just warming up. Maybe you didn't get the best start of things. So at least for now, Frazier does have that second life that they get to go to that lower bracket. Be curious to see who else is going to be joining them down there because hot sauce we were talking about, in the green room, a pretty stacked list when we talk about the 10 teams that are here today. Should be a lot of competition. So even that lower bracket round 1 is going to be tough. But we'll be back with some more action when it comes to our tournament here that we've got going on. Got to give a big shout out as far as for the IU1 in Waynesburg Spring Classic powered by the Esports Company. First round down. We'll be back with round number 2 after a break.
by Falcon. A minute left still. The ball cleared away. Laminators turn up in the air. Flip reset. Found. Shot. And oh my God. West Branch up 4-2.
That was so clean. What an aerial to tap it in. I love the not only the flip reset, but just flip like.
And our number 3 clip from the spring comes from Pig B against Franklin Regional. The Panthers look to clear the zone, but it's Pig B, cooler than the other side of the pillow, gathering the ball, the flip, the control. Call this man butter because he's on a roll as Pig B and the Rangers look to bust out the brooms against Franklin Regional.
Again, both 2 overtimes in a row, and it's just not something you normally see happening against Forest Hills.
Definitely don't. I mean, if anything, we often see the Forest Hills games go into shootouts, but Big Beast once again closing out games, opening games, and the aerial skill to match here. It is beautiful as Forest Hills take the lead.
And sliding in at the number 2 spot is going to be the best pair in the business, Ixwabo, in their championship rematch against Forest Hills. Both teams with undefeated records on the line in game number 4. And it's zeros on the clock. And what's cooler than being cool? It's Ixwabo, icing the veins over one defender and posterizing the second with a double tap off the backboard as California area gets the sweet taste of revenge.
One down and touch into the backboard. A double commit here from Forest Hills as Ixwabo looks to chip this one down, but it looks like the ball will fall here. We could be heading to an overtime.
Love some overtime more. Ixwabo can end it right in. Oh my
Ixwabo!
He did! Let's go! That's the man. That's the dethroner. That's the guy you will see in your nightmares. Ixwabo, the hat trick to end things out.
And I hope y'all ain't tired of seeing my dog Pig B, because in that number 1 spot is the Pig Beast in their opening week against Greensburg Central. Rising up in the GCC corner, and not a single tap, not a double tap, but the triple tap, dunking on the entire team. Take a bath, young man, because that was filthy.
Sends it down to the ground, but Pigby, a shot up. It's technically on target. No. Oh my God, it bounces right off of the corner. Pigby has the ball in the air. 0 seconds, it's in! And we head to overtime in game 1.
Wow, okay, you talk about a savant player. You really meant a savant.
And that means it's time for our Tech High School Spring Finals. We've got the Warriors from Penn Trafford versus the Gators from Gateway for our Division I matchup. And then it's going to be the Rangers of Forest Hills versus the Goats from Greater Altoona. A chance for some hardware on the line and a chance to earn your spot in TEC history. It all comes down to this. Let's go ahead and get down and do what it do. Until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q. Signing out. Hey yo, what it do, it's your boy Q, and it's about that time we get down and do what it do. We've played 9 weeks of regular season and 2 weeks of playoff. It's time to crown a champion for our spring semester. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 plays from our spring semester. And coming in at number 5 is going to be Pig B from Forest Hills in their first round playoff game against Carmichael's area. Able to jump the passing lane as the Mighty Mikes look to enter back into the offensive half. And then it's a filthy double tap off the sidewall from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things. Bang, as Forest Hills goes up 4-1.
Strong and confident. Pop, not quite sure if it was a meaningful changeup, if they're gonna look at doing it again. Oh, another redirect, bomb and yard, and Pig Beast, they find themselves 3.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Oh my. Even better the second time around.
And drifting into that number 4 spot is going to be Laminator Elk from West Branch in their matchup against Boyertown. Fielding the ball on his half in the back left-hand corner, full tank of boost, going coast to coast with it. Flip over one defender, the bouncing shot over the second, and Laminator Elk is just like that, dog. Built different as West Branch goes up 4-2 in game number 2.
Rushing here in the late game, but can they find another goal yet again? Pumpkin Spice Latte bringing things downfield. I am him. Shot whiffed. School puts up. Shot saved down by Falcon. A minute left still. The ball cleared away. Laminators turn up in the air. Flip reset found. Shot and oh my God! West Branch up 4-2.
That was so clean. What an aerial to tap it in. I love the not only the flip reset, but just flip like.
And our number 3 clip from the spring comes from Pig B against Franklin Regional. The Panthers look to clear the zone, but it's Pig B, cooler than the other side of the pillow, gathering the ball, the flip, the control. Call this man butter because he's on a roll as Pig B and the Rangers look to bust out the brooms against Franklin Regional.
Again, bro, 2 overtimes in a row, and it's just not something you normally see happening against Forest Hills.
Definitely don't. I mean, if anything, we often see the Forest Hills games go into shootouts, but Big Beast once again closing out games, opening games, and the aerial skill to match here. It is beautiful as Forest Hills take the lead.
And sliding into the number 2 spot is going to be the best pair in the business, Ixwalbo, in their championship rematch against Forest Hills. Both teams with undefeated records on the line in game number 4, and it's zeros on the clock. And what's cooler than being cool? It's Ixwalbo, icing the vein over one defender and posterizing the second with a double tap off the backboard, as California area gets the sweet taste of revenge.
One down and touch into the backboard. A double commit here from Forest Hills as Ixwalbo looks to chip this one down, but it looks like the ball will fall here. We could be heading to an overtime.
Love some overtime more. Ixwalbo can enter right in. Oh my Ixwalbo! He did! Let's go! That's the man. That's the dethroner. That's the guy you will see in your nightmares. Ixwalbo, the hat trick to end things out.
And I hope y'all ain't tired of seeing my dog Pig B, because in that number 1 spot is the Pig Beast in their opening week against Greensburg Central. Rising up in the GCC corner, and not a single tap, not a double tap, but the triple tap, dunking on the entire team. Take a bath, young man, because that was filthy.
Sends it down to the ground, but Pigby, a shot up. It's technically on target. No. Oh my God, it bounces off of the... right off of the corner. Pigby has the ball in the air. 0 seconds, it's in! And we head to overtime in game 1.
Wow, okay, you talk about a savant player. You really meant a savant.
And that means it's time for our Tech High School Spring Finals. We've got the Warriors from Penn Trafford versus the Gators from Gateway for our Division I matchup. And then it's going to be the Rangers of Forest Hills versus the Goats from Greater Altoona. A chance for some hardware on the line and a chance to earn your spot in TEC history. It all comes down to this. Let's go ahead and get down and do what it do. Until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all? It's your boy Q. Signing out. Hey yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and it's about that time we get down and do what it do. We've played 9 weeks of regular season and 2 weeks of playoff. It's time to crown a champion for our spring semester. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 plays from our spring semester. And coming in at number 5 is going to be Pig B from Forest Hills in their first round playoff game against Carmichael's area. Able to jump the passing lane as the Mighty Mikes look to enter back into the offensive half. And then it's a filthy double tap off the sidewall from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things. Bang, as Forest Hills goes up 4-1.
Strong and confident. Pop, I'm quite sure. If there was a meaningful changeup, if they're gonna look at doing it again. Oh, another redirect, bomb and yard, and Pig Beast, they find themselves 3.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Oh my. Even better the second time around.
And drifting into that number 4 spot is going to be Laminator Elk from West Branch in their matchup against Boyertown. Fielding the ball on his half in the back left-hand corner, full tank of boost, going coast to coast with it. Flip over one defender, the bouncing shot over the second, and Laminator Elk is just like that, dog. Built different as West Branch goes up 4-2 in game number 2.
Rushing here in the late game, but can they find another goal yet again? Pumpkin Spice Latte bringing things downfield. I am him. Shot whiffed. School puts up. Shot saved out by Falcon. A minute left still. The ball cleared away. Laminators turn up in the air. Flip reset. Found. Shot in. Oh my God. West Branch up 4-2.
That was so clean. What an aerial to tap it in. I love the not only the flip reset, but just flip like.
And our number 3 clip from the spring comes from Pig B against Franklin Regional. The Panthers look to clear the zone, but it's Pig B, cooler than the other side of the pillow, gathering the ball, the flip, the control. Call this man butter because he's on a roll as Pig B and the Rangers look to bust out the brooms against Franklin Regional.
Both 2 overtimes in a row, and it's just not something you normally see happening against Forest Hills.
Definitely don't. I mean, if anything, we often see the Forest Hills games go into shootouts, but Big Beast once again closing out games, opening games, and the aerial skill to match here. It is beautiful as Forest Hills take the lead.
And sliding in at the number 2 spot is going to be the best pair in the business, Ixwalbo, in their championship rematch against Forest Hills. Both teams with undefeated records on the line in game number 4, and it's zeros on the clock. And what's cooler than being cool? It's Ixwalbo, icing the vein over one defender and posterizing the second with a double tap off the backboard, as California area gets the sweet taste of revenge.
One down and touch into the backboard. A double commit here from Forest Hills as Ixwalbo looks to chip this one down, but it looks like the ball will fall here. We could be heading to an overtime.
Some overtime more. Ixwalbo can end it right in. Oh my God! Let's go! That's the man. That's the dethroner. That's the guy you will see in your nightmares. Ixwalbo, the hat trick to end things out.
And I hope y'all ain't tired of seeing my dog Pig B, because in that number 1 spot is the Pig Beast in their opening week against Greensburg Central. Rising up in the GCC corner, and not a single tap, not a double tap, but the triple tap, dunking on the entire team. Take a bath, young man, because that was filthy.
Sends it down to the ground, but Pigby, a shot up. It's technically on target. No. Oh my God, it bounces off of the right off of the corner. Pigby has the ball in the air. 0 seconds, it's in! And we head to overtime in game 1.
Wow, okay, you talk about a savant player. You really meant us to win.
And that means it's time for our Tech High School Spring Finals. We've got the Warriors from Penn Trafford versus the Gators from Gateway for our Division I matchup. And then it's going to be the Rangers of Forest Hills versus the Goats from Greater Altoona. A chance for some hardware on the line and a chance to earn your spot in TEC history. It all comes down to this. Let's go ahead and get down and do what it do. Until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q. Signing out. Hey, yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and it's about that time we get down and do what it do. We've played 9 weeks of regular season and 2 weeks of playoff. It's time to crown a champion for our spring semester. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 plays from our spring semester. And coming in at number 5 is going to be Pig B from Forest Hills in their first round playoff game against Carmichael's area. Able to jump the passing lane as the Mighty Mikes look to enter back into the offensive half. And then it's a filthy double tap off the sidewall from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things. Bang, as Forest Hills goes up 4-1.
Strong and confident. Pop, not quite sure if there was a meaningful changeup, if they're gonna look at doing it again. Oh, another redirect, bomb and yard, and Pig Beast, they find themselves 3.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Oh my. Even better the second time around.
And drifting into that number 4 spot is going to be Laminator Elk from West Branch in their matchup against Boyertown. Fielding the ball on his half in the back left-hand corner, full tank of boost, going coast to coast with it. Flip over one defender, the bouncing shot over the second, and Laminator Elk is just like that, dog. Built different as West Branch goes up 4-2 in game number 2.
Rushing here in the late game, but can they find another goal yet again? Pumpkin Spice Latte bringing things downfield. I and him. Shot whiffed. School put up. Shot saved out by Falcon. A minute left still. The ball cleared away. Laminators turn up in the air. Flip reset. Found. Shot in. Oh my God. West Branch up 4-2.
That was so clean.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the IU1 Waynesburg University Spring Classic 3v3 Rocket League action. One exciting match already down, and we got a bunch more to go. Still in the booth with me, my boy Q. How we doing, brother?
Yo, we got to see a banger of a first matchup, and I'm hoping that's only a nice little appetizer for the day. You know what I mean? I'm hoping we only get to see better competition from here. And I always love getting to tune in at this level because we get to see a nice little mix of what kind of different competition brings to play. Is it, one pop-off star? Is it a team of 3 putting things together? So I'm excited to see what the talent has for us for the rest of this thing.
Yeah, and I believe we're going to be watching Carmichael's versus Trinity. Carmichael's did just defeat Jefferson Morgan, I believe. But again, any of those teams that lose in those upper brackets still have a second chance in that lower bracket. And we all love a good Cinderella story. So sometimes it just takes a game or two before things kind of click for the team. So we'll see if that happens for them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see as far as for them. And you mentioned sometimes you're a little slow out of the gates, or maybe just started to kind of get the feel for the day here, right? New equipment, new monitors. By the way, I got to see some of the pictures of the equipment that they're using over on Twitter. I guess now it's actually officially called X since they've changed the website or whatever. But looking like a nice little venue, man. I'm excited for the kids playing today, and I'm excited to get down to the second round.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta take a look there as well from the Waynesburg University and the Intermediate Unit 1, posting some of those pictures of the land going on right now. The packed house at the Esports Arena. It looks like they're having a lot of fun down there. So glad at a minimum that we can help bring the action to you, to those of you watching. But with that being said, we're gonna get right into it here. Another best of 5 Trinity taking on Carmichael.
Let's go ahead and get down to it. We got to see who's going to come out here hot in game number 1. Best of 5 action. So Get a little bit of time to dissect the opposition, but not too long. You would really like to be able to put your best foot forward, and looks like a little bit of a tussle around the midfield line. It's going to be Zombie moving the things forward here for Trinity, and Ryan over in the corner once more. Haven't really gotten anything towards the net, but they have been able to maintain the control. I feel like that's going to be the start for Trinity, and it's going to be dissecting where those holes are and kind of capitalizing from there.
Yeah, you know, and we haven't got to see too much of Trinity play here in the past. Carmichael is certainly a team we're a little more familiar with. We know Jay Cray and crew have the skills here as well, so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. Right now, both teams a bit of back and forth pong action here at mid, looking to attack the ball. A nice chip from Trinity over the top. Ryan, who continues to progress down to the corner, will be stopped here by Jay Cray. Fighting in front of the net, though, Carmichael's needs to find a way to get this one out, as another dangerous shot will be saved.
No, John is indeed him, and Bud him as well, but it's going to be a nice save, moving the ball to the other side, and Jay Cray at least gets a touch off the sidewall, looking for John, but not able to dial things up. That's a shot from distance. Mike sends it up, ends up acting as a pass to Ryan, but that's going to find the post here, the woodwork, becoming the fourth defender here, at least for now, on that opportunity for Carmichael. Back in their defensive zone with the back pass. Nice move with the ball forward once again, and even with Zombie winning this 50, allows them to continue putting pressure down the field.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of applying this pressure, keeping the ball down here in that Carmichael territory, as we see Carmichael looking for the clear, but high, flying through the air. Not quite able to capitalize on that one, but has some help here from Rhino as well. And again, fighting in front of the net. Carmichael's not able to find the clear. They avoid a bullet and a goal on that one.
Still drawing up here at zeros for the first 2 minutes of play. Hot Sauce, who's going to be the one to put their first point onto the board? You can see as far as for now, Ryan in the corner rising up once more. Doesn't have much boost though. Little back flick back towards Zombie, who's sitting towards that side wall. Bumped away from the ball where Mike's going to be able to field it. It is going to be contested though. This is one thing that Trinity's been doing a really good job with, is being able to play downhill. Going to be a follow-up shot, a third from Ryan as well, and that's going to be Trinity on the board first.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take another look at it right here, right in front of that. Mike trying to find a way to clear it. Has one nice stop there as well, but Trinity just being relentless on the attack. We'll be able to find that first goal, and almost halfway through the game here, just 6 seconds off that halfway mark, as both these teams will be fighting here at midfield this time. Carmichael's looking to find the clear, but Trinity already attacking this ball, looking for the double tap. Can't quite get it. They have to find another defensive stop, but Trinity right now just swarming this net.
13 shots, Hot Sauce. And you mentioned how we're just past that midway point. Meanwhile, Carmichael area, they've only got themselves the one single shot. Yeah, hype up the defense, 8 saves. Almost going to be what could be called a 9th there from Mike as well, but you just wonder, if you continue to pepper the net, when does this one become 2? You've got to find some way for Carmichael area to flip the pitch.
Yeah, they need to just at least find some pressure here, break apart the defense, find some bumps or demos, see if they can put one on the board. Not a high-scoring game at the moment, but it can be happening in those first game jitters. Both teams kind of feeling each other out a little bit, but right now I feel like Trinity has done that better job of not only controlling possession of the field, but of the ball here as well.
Oh, what a shot here, coming on in, dropping it on down. John but him was looking to get the clear. Zombie with the 50, and then the punch on home. Nobody there for the stop.
And nobody, unfortunately, able to get back in time. And with that, Trinity will go up by 2. A nice 2-point cushion. Not out of the deep water just yet, but it's nice to kind of be in that driver's seat at the moment. Carmichael's looking to find some pressure down here in this Trinity territory, but Trinity has done a great job, not only on offense, but on this defensive side here as well.
The defense has been really, really strong for them. I mean, they haven't had to really step up too much on the defensive side for Trinity. I mean, they've really been allowing their offense to be a great defense, and the fact that they're spending so much time down here in the offensive third. Jake going to suffer for that one, going to pay, dissipating into a puff of smoke. But Jake does get to allow them to respawn right back, able to end up moving this ball downfield and keeps the pressure alive for Trinity.
Yeah, the pressure has been relentless thus far from Trinity. A double commit here from Carmichael's. They have to be careful. Unfortunately, Zombie not able to get the touch they need, but Jake just from the side. What an angle here. I didn't even see him kind of lurking around. That third man opportunity comes right in off of a nice pass from Zombie. We saw it looked like Carmichael was trying to go up and find the stop. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get there in time.
That's a second goal for Jake, and I don't know if y'all got to see it there, but that's on 9 shots from Jake by himself. 5 apiece for Zombie and Ryan. Let's make that 6 for Zombie on that attempt right there. So for quick maths, that's 20 shots in the opening game of this series for Trinity. Talk about lighting it up.
Yeah, again, basically just been a firing squad back there, controlling the pace, the momentum of the game at the moment. And again, sometimes things can get a little out of hand in game number 1. I always, especially in these best of 5s or even in best of 7 type situations, I always look for game number 2 to really be that decider. You know, does the other team really go up and begin to run with it? Is Carmichael's able to find their stride and bring it back here a little bit? So Trinity right now controlling game number 1. We'll see how Carmichael's is able to answer when we get back on the pitch.
Ours for game number 1. It's over here, Hot Sauce. The final seconds have dwindled away, but you see Rule Zero trying to keep things up. Eventually finds its way down on the ground, and as you mentioned, Trinity is going to take game number 1.
Yeah, Trinity, again, they just did a great job of keeping that pressure applied. You can see their, you know, the field domination there was in their favor. The ball possession was about even, but other than that, if you look at that shot column specifically, I mean, you talked about having those 20 shots really, really quickly there. Uh, Again, I think 23 in total. I'm not the best at math, but Carmichael's only 2 shots on the other side of things. So really just not able to get down and find pressure on the other side of the field. And again, I would love to see more demos, more bumps, things like that to maybe kind of help him out. But maybe just some of those first game jitters.
We'll also admit, not the best at math. Midwest math, though, does tell me that we're sitting at, what, 23 shots, you said, to 2? I think
Yeah.
the big thing also when you're looking as far as the field domination compared to the ball possession there, it tells me that Carmichael area is spending quite a bit of time with the ball in their half, which is really kind of part of the thing that Trinity was able to do with putting so much pressure and finding that resistance around that midfield line.
Yeah, you know, and it seemed like anytime Carmichael's was trying to find a clear, whoever was in that third man rotation from Trinity was always circling back, just finding ways to keep it down there on that Carmichael territory. So hopefully Carmichael's can find a way to make some of those proper adjustments. Jake Ray in the past, we've seen him get crazy. Was a little bit silent here in game number 1. So hopefully, you know, they can get that spark ignited and come back out here stronger in game number 2.
Yeah, the Hillers from Trinity, I mean, really able to come out and put on a show in game number 1. It's going to be up to the Mighty Mikes to find some sort of resolve, some sort of answer. Otherwise, after 2 games, you have the potential to already be at that series point, of course, with it being a best of 5 here. It looks like we're having some people in and out of the game, maybe some potential issues as far as the server. So give us just a moment here. But I got a question for you, Hot Sauce, as we got to kind of dig in on that last game. If you're Carmichael's area, what's the adjustment that needs to be made to at least move the needle a little bit?
You know, I think, I mean, here's the problem is everybody had a ton of shots. 7 for Rhino Zombie, 9 for Jake. So, you know, I'd like to say maybe target Jake because they're the ones that have been scoring. Maybe kind of designate someone to find those bumps or demos onto Jake. But you don't want to double commit as well because obviously anybody has that ability to shoot. So I think, you know, we try to get Jake Ray down the field a little bit more involved up into the air. We've seen him have a lot of success before. And again, there was only 1 demo from Carmichael. So I think, you know, if they can kind of get in the head a little bit more, you know, find those demos in the backfield, open up some of that space and just kind of throw a wrench in that comfortable play that Trinity's kind of been able to fall into, it certainly could help them.
I love it. I'm always a big fan of playing disruptive. I always talk about, man, the bumps, the demos. That's where it's at, baby. The kablooies and the kablamos to be able to open up the space. I think as far as here, this game for Carmichael area, it's weird because it's a best of 5, right? And so normally I would say you have to take this thing in order to really have a chance to move this into a best of 3. But I do feel with the way that Trinity put on a display in game number 1, even if you can just keep things close in the sense of maybe a 1-0 game, 2-1, 3-2, a 1-goal game, you hold them to a lot less shots. It lets you know that you've been able to close that gap, and then you just make a few more tweaks, and then you're fine going for the potential of the reverse sweep. I think when you look at the shot disparity, it's very hard to think going into game number 2 that you can hit a complete 180. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sure that's the hope there for Carmichael's, but yeah, you're right. Just making those proper adjustments, getting some value, and finding that it works can kind of help change that pace of the momentum. And then, obviously, if you're able to take, even if you don't take this one, if you take that following game, then momentum begins to shift. If
Yep.
you can then get two in a row, now you have two in a row, and Trinity's backs against the wall. But, I think Carmichael's just needs to take a deep breath. You gotta, one game at a time. Try to recognize what went wrong in game number one. Try to make those adjustments and see how it plays out for you in game number two.
Are you saying that we need a quick woosah second?
Woosah.
Woosah. Able to get things going here. Does look like we've got all 6 players back into the server. Had a quick disconnect. I know I also had it on my end, on my side of the observer. So we've got all 6 students back in here, back loaded into the lobby, and it looks like ready to load into the pitch as well. So Trinity took game 1. Let's see, as far as in game number 2, if the Mighty Mikes can fight back.
See if they can do that just indeed here. A fight at midfield already. The kickoff going slightly in the favor of Carmichael's, but not able to find the back of the net. Now Zombie, a nice pass over to Jake, who will pop it up a little bit more. Looking for that second touch, and will get it tucked into the corner. Mike able to regroup with that boost as well, trying to find some push out here. But again, Trinity just doing a great job of swarming this ball.
I feel like the swarm has been the big thing as far as them, as it allowed them to keep the pressure down here, right? I mean, we even saw that ball possession at time for Carmichael area. Yeah, they had it, but it was in their half. They have been able to get the clear here, however. Now it's Zombie off that back wall. Gonna leave it off for Rhino. The fake. 2 players fell for it. It's gonna be Mike, the last one back. If Rhino can make the play, the flick over one. Mike gets the read, however, and does slow down this attack for now, and able to weather the storm with the first press forward from Trinity.
Yeah, and a good job by Carmichael's at weathering that storm. We saw them kind of allow Trinity to get some of those early goals here. So falling into that game style that we wanted to see from them. Now they just got to get out of their half here and try to find some attacks on the other side of the field. Easier said than done in the boot, though, because Trinity just playing absolutely near flawless at the moment. John, but him will step up, find the stop, high and dry, though, still near this Carmichael territory. A bit of a triple commit. Now fighting in front of a net. Who ate the Wheaties? Who hit the gym room? Both of these teams duking it out face to face, and Carmichael's will come up with the save here. Let's see if they can find something in transition.
Proving that the Mikes truly are mighty, able to fight their way through when everybody was in front of the net. Oh, but an unfortunate pinch there between the defender and Zombie, who was just a little stronger on this play here, able to round things out. Oh, that's actually kind of a pass, not like this. And that's going to be the first goal in favor of Trinity.
Yeah, unfortunately, that goal was a little wide and to the right, but I think Carmichael's just feeling that pressure, trying to get back. Unfortunately, just a bad timing type situation. So first one will go to Trinity, but again, Carmichael's already playing much better, I feel like, than in that first game here as well, beginning to hold Trinity. Let's hope that this goal doesn't really ignite that flame, though, because once Trinity starts going, it really seems like they don't look back. It's all pedal to the metal.
Yeah, like sharks in the water. Once they smell blood, they definitely love to move in, but Trinity, for them, they've kept the pressure down on this side continually through the first game and are looking to duplicate that here once again in game 2. We're 2 minutes gone by, and while we have seen Carmichael spend a little bit more time on this blue half, they're still held to 0 shots. And you can't keep up with a high shot affair if you aren't even able to get one on the target. Part of that's just been because the defense has been so stout from Trinity.
Yeah, they've just been relentless on both sides of the field here, but Carmichael's getting a couple opportunities here off of some of these big booming clears. I would like to see a little bit more of these travels down into the corner, finding the crosses or looking for those passes off the backboard in front of the net there to maybe bite out some of those defenders from Trinity. But at Trinity's rotation, the basic fundamentals are just on point at the moment. They have great spacing, always circling back in to keep that ball down here in the Carmichael territory.
For Carmichael, gotta find a way out of your zone, man. They've been backs against the wall. Jay Cray has the ball on the sidewall, full tank of gas, but Jake says, not today, buddy. The Kablamo putting them back into their half. It's gonna be Zombie, now moving it up. Ryan with the second touch potential, but John but him at least slows things down. But you've been noticing Trinity doing a great job not only controlling the field, but controlling the boost, which makes the Mighty Mikes have to pick and choose when they try and close that gap.
Yeah, boost management, another equally important part of Rocket League, and sometimes you're better off just taking those nickels and dimes. Zombie, the double tap off the wall. Trinity up by 2. Only 87 seconds left here on the clock.
Zombie seems to be in their heads here. They're seeing them everywhere. 2 goals in game number 2. Now it's a 2-goal lead with 87 seconds left here. The Mighty Mikes, while they have been able to slow things down a little bit, we talked about trying to manage that gap, and while it is a 2-goal differential, it has only been 6 shots from Trinity. You've been able to rein things in a little bit. You still have some time to make the adjustment. 75 seconds. You would love to at least find yourself some semblance of offense before the end of the game, though.
Yeah, you know, we talked about slowing them down, and Carmichael certainly has slowed Trinity down, but now at the same time, they have to find that success on the other side of the field, which unfortunately they haven't really been able to get many opportunities over there in that Trinity territory. And there's Zombie with a flip reset, as you said, in their heads. Looking for the brains. Over the top, though, a booming clear. Could find the double tap, can't quite get it. And no help from the teammates at the moment. Back in the other direction, Trinity already on the counterattack.
Going over along here, shot across and trying to see if they can prevent that counterattack coming across. It's going to be Jake. One touch towards the corner. That's a nice pass, and incoming in was quickly a shot opportunity, but sent aside by a defender. Hits the top post. Punched home from Jake, and Trinity now going to be up by 3.
Yeah, again, just, you know, things kind of falling into place. Carmichael's trying to cheat forward, trying to find some pressure as they know time is running out, and unfortunately, Trinity just able to take advantage of that as well as they find their 3rd goal here in game number 2. Just 20 seconds on the clock. It's going to be tough for Carmichael's to come back, but they could still find a goal here and maybe start to shift the momentum just a little bit before game number 3. Jay Cray doing as we asked.
Ask and you shall receive, my friend. And Zombie looking to try and at least move this thing over. I don't think was expecting Jay Cray to be there. Jay Cray jumps up, has the confidence, punches it home, and gets themselves a first. But with 12 seconds on the clock, you wonder if maybe that might be the only one. Winning the draw, moving the things forward, and it's Ryan who able to get the clear. And that should be enough to dwindle the last seconds off this clock and move us into game 3.
Oh, maybe Trinity looking for one more, but back the other direction. The ball will fall 3-1. So not quite that 1-point score deficit that we were hoping Carmichael's would be able to reel it in a little bit heading for game 3. But, you know, they did have some success really slowing down Trinity. We said 23 shots it was last time to 9 this time. So certainly doing a better job on defense, but they need to find ways to get those transitions downfield. They need to find ways to get more shots, you know, before even that halfway point to help kind of give them that push toward winning game number 3.
Yeah, while you were able to cut the attempts in more than half on the Trinity side, unfortunately you lost a couple of attempts on your side when you only had a handful of them as is in game number 1 as the Mighty Mikes. Got to find some, I mean, hey, I mean, you could say 1 shot, 1 goal. I mean, efficiency, baby, let's go. But it does mean you got to find some way to get yourself some more shots. Again, even when you look up at those bars in the bottom of the screen, just a lot of ball and field control from Trinity. You've got to get them out of your half.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, Jay Cray finally getting more involved as well. We saw that goal coming from Jay Cray. So, again, I want to see Jay Cray down the field more. We've seen John, but him and them kind of have really good team chemistry. It does look like we are going to get Crazy Brad in here instead of John at the moment. So maybe just switching things up a little bit could be the key to success. Jay Cray getting involved early, and this could be the game for Carmichael.
You love to see it here. Jay Cray able to get themselves one early, and Carmichael's area getting that one obviously early as well. Put themselves into the driver's seat. What's going to be important here now for the Mighty Mikes is you got to make sure your defense can hold the line. The last thing that you would want to see is a very quick response from Trinity, and you saw a potential pass opportunity from Ryan there getting shut down by the defense.
Shut down once more here.
Got things going on. It's going to be Jake up in the sky looking for a second touch, and that's going to splash right on home underneath the top bar. And that's the quick response that we were talking about.
All right, sorry about that. Technical difficulties taken care of there, but the quick response coming in from Trinity, and unfortunately, you know, Carmichael's built that lead quickly, already taken away in those first 30 seconds. But again, I like this more aggressive play from Carmichael's, but can they keep it up for this full 5 minutes of game number 3? Trinity up into the air again. They've done so well here playing off of each other. Now the backboard pass has some help, fires, but blocked by his own team. Carmichael's will get a little blessing on that one.
Not like this. Unfortunate, man. It's blocking your own teammate shot of the wide open net otherwise as well. It's not like you got bumped into it, just an unfortunate landing spot, but Zombie at least going to keep the pressure here forward for Trinity. Ball deep down here into the Mighty Mike's side. Ball going around the corner, going towards the center. Gets sent back over to the side where Ryan is already sitting. Tries to center it up and maybe even launch a shot up in that top corner. No dice. Trying to get it out is Crazy Brad, but gets met with resistance at midfield.
Yeah, the resistance is there, but Zombie will continue to fire toward the net. Has some help to block, but Ryan with that secondary opportunity. Again, we'll take another look at it here. Trinity has just been relentless on this attack, and these shots will pay off eventually. Trinity now, after being down by one, will find themselves in the lead.
It's unfortunate there. I'm sure Crazy Brad wasn't sure that that first block was coming across. If they just find a way to hit their E-break, they're in a good spot for the save there, but that's one of those things that you just don't know until you know, and unfortunately then it's too late. As far as for now, though, it's Trinity. Second touch from Zombie. No, left off for Jake instead, and Trinity going to be up by 2.
Yeah, again, they're just playing so well together, and these basic fundamentals, these rotations, they're always getting second and third chance opportunities here. Trinity playing near flawless at the moment. They find themselves up by 2. We'll see if Carmichael's can find a way to reel this one back in.
Mighty Mike's, they've got to find some sort of resolve. Otherwise, it's 3 straight for Trinity, and it's going to be Carmichael's area going down into that lower bracket. Of course, we did talk about it. It is a double elimination, so you have a little bit more time if you drop this series, but that lower bracket's going to become more and more stacked the longer that this day goes along. Jake, though, punches that one home. The Hats hit the pitch, as that's going to be the hat trick here in Game 3.
Yeah, they are just looking really, really good right now. You know, we saw that last game, and I kept thinking, man, St. Mark's is looking like the team to beat. But each time we get another team in here, it just goes to show you the type of talent and skill here across this Waynesburg University and IU1 Spring Classic. Trinity up by 3 at the moment, not quite to the halfway point, so still plenty of time for Carmichael's to reel this one back in, but they need to find some more offensive opportunities on the other side of the field.
Talking about that offense, here's Mike's S trying to move forward. Jake Cray, a pass towards the middle off the backboard, but I think Crazy Brad had already committed back to the defensive rotation, did have a full tank of gas around the midfield line, which does allow for the Carmichael's area squad to maintain the possession. Again, a nice little turnaround from Crazy Brad, and now it's going to be a 3-on-1. Crazy Brad, can you cut that? No, that's going to hit the post and get sent back towards the corner.
Nice shot from Crazy Brad. Unfortunately, the angle just wasn't quite there, and now the booming clear off the ceiling almost goes in the other direction. Jay Cray will knock it off to the side, has some help from Mike. The boost is getting low here. Jay Cray fires from downtown. Rhino able to get the stop here. A bit of back and forth. The Pong action is in, and now from coast to coast, Jake, the player with the most at the moment, a hat trick and more as they find goal number 5 for Trinity.
It's just like one of those Steph Curry things. It's like, you know what? Let me just pull up from here. And nope, yep, nothing but lace. All right, heat check acquired. 4-bagger there for Jake in game number 3 on just 4 shots nonetheless. The efficiency is absolutely wild. Jake now up in the sky, leaving it off for potentially Rhino, but the passing lane jumped by Crazy Brad. And for Carmichael area, yeah, you were able to stop that initial attack, but you still got to find a way to get the clear.
Yeah, you know, and it's crazy. We wanted to see Carmichael to step it up, Jay Craig get more involved, find these early goals. Well, they've done that. The problem is Trinity has matched that pace. You didn't think they could play much better, but as Carmichael's begins to step it up, so does Trinity, and they seem to find these adjustments almost seamlessly, and they make them out here in a moment's notice on the field. Great adjustments from Trinity as they continue to thrive in the lead, but does look like Crazy Brad will walk this one on in. Cut the lead down by 3. 120 though, not a ton of time left.
Hey, yo, don't call it a comeback just quite yet, but there's definitely plenty of time for it to be one. 80 seconds still left on the clock. Only 3 goals necessary. I mean, 10-second rule tells me there's plenty of time on the clock, but it's got to start with another quick goal if you are the Mighty Mikes. Last thing that you can really afford is giving up an additional one like this. Zombie shot, target, bang, and Trinity back up by 3. Sorry, back up by 4.
Yeah, Zombie. Cue the cranberries in your head. My man has just been insane out here on the pitch, looking for a hat trick of their own. And, unfortunately, it's not impossible, but you feel like that's just another nail in the coffin here for Trinity as they look to close out in 3.
I mean, Carmichael's area is indeed fighting out here, but it is all Trinity's show. They've been trying to find some way to slow down this offense, but Trinity just cannot be stopped. And able to take their cookie. Zombie gonna follow it up. But the MVP, the most valuable post, coming into play, and that's gonna at least prevent a 7th goal.
7th goal will be stopped, and maybe a little shout out to Llama. I can't hear most valuable post and not think of Llama. So hope you're doing well out there, Llama. Trinity up by 4, knocking at the net is Carmichael's, though, looking to cut the lead in half. Ball will be knocked away, and Zombie carrying down into the corner, looking to go around the horn, but will be stopped by Carmichael, duking it out once more. But Trinity continues to power through as they have just been dominant out here on the pitch today.
They have looked so good, and you can understand why they came into this thing as the number 1 seed, and they've really been able to put on a display here in round number 2 against the Mighty Mikes. And we mentioned it earlier, the tournament not going to be done yet for the Mighty Mikes. They do still have that lower bracket run, but as far as moving on to round number 3 in that upper bracket, it's going to be the Hillers from Trinity.
Yeah, Trinity, I mean, again, we talked about how good St. Mark's was, and now we see Trinity popping off as well. It just makes me more and more excited as the tournament goes on. But, again, we saw some good adjustments from Carmichael's. Now we see Jay Cray with the highest score. We saw Jay Cray getting more involved, more saves. We even see more shots than we've seen from Carmichael's. So they were doing what we asked them to. Unfortunately, Trinity just able to match that pace, continue to pick it up, continue to control not only the ball possession, the field domination as well.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where you make the adjustments, but unfortunately, when you play a team that's as good as Trinity, they're also going to make adjustments, right? They're going to be able to make the changes that are needed for them to continue cruising. And I'll be interested to see, as far as for Trinity, just how far they look to take it, because sometimes that pressure of being the number 1 seed can be a bit heavy. But we're now going to be getting ready to head into round number 3 here, Hot Sauce. We're already off to a nice start here as far as for our event. I mean, it's Thursday, man. We've got the IU1 in Waynesburg Spring Classic powered by the Esports company. We'll be back with round number 3 after a quick break. Hey, yo, what it do? It's your boy Q, and it's about that time we get down and do what it do. We've played 9 weeks of regular season and 2 weeks of playoff. It's time to crown a champion for our spring semester. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 plays from our spring semester. And coming in at number 5 is going to be Pig B from Forest Hills in their first round playoff game against Carmichael's area. Able to jump the passing lane as the Mighty Mikes look to enter back into the offensive half. And then it's a filthy double tap off the sidewall from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things. Bang, as Forest Hills goes up 4-1.
Strong and confident. Pop, not quite sure if it was a meaningful changeup, if they're going to look at doing it again. Another redirect. Bomb and yard. And Pig Beast, they find themselves 3.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Even better the second time around.
And drifting into that number 4 spot is going to be Laminator Elk from West Branch in their matchup against Boyertown. Fielding the ball on his half in the back left-hand corner, full tank of boost, going coast to coast with it. Flip over one defender, the bouncing shot over the second, and Laminator Elk is just like that, dog. Built different as West Branch goes up 4-2 in game number 2.
Rushing here in the late game, but can they find another goal yet again? Pumpkin Spice Latte bringing things downfield. I am him. Shot whiff. School put up. Shot saved out by Falcon. A minute left still. The ball cleared away. Laminators turn up in the air. Flip reset. Found. Shot. And oh my God. West Branch up 4-2.
That was so clean. What an aerial to tap it in. I love not only the flip reset, but just flip like
And our number 3 clip from the spring comes from Pig B against Franklin Regional. The Panthers look to clear the zone, but it's Pig B, cooler than the other side of the pillow, gathering the ball, the flip, the control. Call this man butter because he's on a roll as Pig B and the Rangers look to bust out the brooms against Franklin Regional.
Again, both 2 overtimes in a row, and it's just not something you normally see happening against Forest Hills.
Definitely don't. I mean, if anything, we often see the Forest Hills games go into shootouts, but Big Beast once again closing out games, opening games, and the aerial skill to match here. It is beautiful as Forest Hills take the lead.
And sliding in at the number 2 spot is going to be the best pair in the business, Iguavo, in their championship rematch against Forest Hills. Both teams with undefeated records on the line in game number 4. And it's zeros on the clock. And what's cooler than being cool? It's Iguavo, icing the vein over one defender and posterizing the second with a double tap off the backboard as California area gets the sweet taste of revenge.
One down and touch into the backboard. A double commit here from Forest Hills as Iguavo looks to chip this one down, but it looks like the ball will fall here. We could be heading to an overtime.
Some overtime or Iguavo can end it right in. Oh my, Iguavo! He did it! Let's go! That's the man. That's the dethroner. That's the guy you will see in your nightmares. Iguavo, the hat trick to end things out.
And I hope y'all ain't tired of seeing my dog Pig B, because in that number 1 spot is the Pig Beast in their opening week against Greensburg Central. Rising up in the GCC corner, and not a single tap, not a double tap, but the triple tap, dunking on the entire team. Take a bath, young man, because that was filthy.
Sends it down to the ground, but Pigby, a shot up. It's technically on target. No. Oh my God, it bounces off of the... right off of the corner. Pigby has the ball in the air. 0 seconds, it's in! And we head to overtime in game 1.
Wow, okay, you talk about a savant player. You really meant a savant.
And that means it's time for our Tech High School Spring Finals. We've got the Warriors from Penn Trafford versus the Gators from Gateway for our Division I matchup. And then it's going to be the Rangers of Forest Hills versus the Goats from Greater Altoona. A chance for some hardware on the line and a chance to earn your spot in TEC history. It all comes down to this. Let's go ahead and get down and do what it do. Until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q. Signing out. Hey yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and it's about that time we get down and do what it do. We've played 9 weeks of regular season and 2 weeks of playoff. It's time to crown a champion for our spring semester. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 plays from our spring semester. And coming in at number 5 is going to be Pig B from Forest Hills in their first round playoff game against Carmichael's area. Able to jump the passing lane as the Mighty Mikes look to enter back into the offensive half. And then it's a filthy double tap off the sidewall from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things. Bang, as Forest Hills goes up 4-1.
Strong and confident. Pop, I'm quite sure. If there was a meaningful changeup, if they're gonna look at doing it again. Oh, another redirect, bomb and yard, and Pig Beast, they find themselves 3.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Oh my. Even better the second time around.
And drifting into that number 4 spot is going to be Laminator Elk from West Branch in their matchup against Boyertown. fielding the ball on his half in the back left-hand corner. Full tank of boost, going coast to coast with it. Flip over one defender, the bouncing shot over the second, and Laminator Elk is just like that, dog. Built different as West Branch goes up 4-2 in game number 2.
Rushing here in the late game, but can they find another goal yet again? Pumpkin Spice Latte bringing things downfield. I am him. Shot whiffed. School put up. Shot saved out by Falcon. A minute left still. The ball cleared away. Laminators turn up in the air. Flip reset found. Shot in. Oh my God. West Branch up 4-2.
That was so clean. What an aerial to tap it in. I love the not only the flip reset, but just flip like.
And our number 3 clip from the spring comes from Pig B against Franklin Regional. The Panthers look to clear the zone, but it's Pig B, cooler than the other side of the pillow, gathering the ball, the flip, the control. Call this man butter because he's on a roll as Pig B and the Rangers look to bust out the brooms against Franklin Regional.
Again, both 2 overtimes in a row, and it's just not something you normally see happening against Forest Hills.
Definitely don't. I mean, if anything, we often see the Forest Hills games go into shootouts, but Big Beast once again closing out games, opening games, and the aerial skill to match here. It is beautiful as Forest Hills take the lead.
And sliding in at the number 2 spot is going to be the best pair in the business, Ixwalbo, in their championship rematch against Forest Hills. Both teams with undefeated records on the line in game number 4. And it's zeros on the clock. And what's cooler than being cool? It's Ixwalbo, icing the vein over one defender and posterizing the second with a double tap off the backboard as California area gets the sweet taste of revenge.
One down and touch into the backboard. A double commit here from Forest Hills as Ixwalbo looks to chip this one down, but it looks like the ball will fall here. We could be heading to an overtime.
Love some overtime or Ixwalbo could end it right in. Oh my Ixwalbo! He did it! Let's go! That's the man! That's the dethroner! That's the guy you will see in your nightmares! Ixwalbo! The hat trick to end things out.
And I hope y'all ain't tired of seeing my dog Pig B, because in that number 1 spot is the Pig Beast in their opening week against Greensburg Central. Rising up in the GCC corner, and not a single tap, not a double tap, but the triple tap, dunking on the entire team. Take a bath, young man, because that was filthy.
Sends it down to the ground, but Pigby, a shot up. It's technically on target. No. Oh my God, it bounces right off of the corner. Pigby has the ball in the air. 0 seconds, it's in! And we head to overtime in game 1.
Wow, okay, you talk about a savant player. You really meant a savant.
And that means it's time for our Tech High School Spring Finals. We've got the Warriors from Penn Trafford versus the Gators from Gateway for our Division I matchup. And then it's going to be the Rangers of Forest Hills versus the Goats from Greater Altoona. A chance for some hardware on the line and a chance to earn your spot in TEC history. It all comes down to this. Let's go ahead and get down and do what it do. Until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q. Signing out. Hey yo, what it do, it's your boy Q, and it's about that time we get down and do what it do. We've played 9 weeks of regular season and 2 weeks of playoff. It's time to crown a champion for our spring semester. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 plays from our spring semester. And coming in at number 5 is going to be Pig B from Forest Hills in their first round playoff game against Carmichael's area. able to jump the passing lane as the Mighty Mikes look to enter back into the offensive half. And then it's a filthy double tap off the sidewall from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things. Bang, as Forest Hills goes up 4-1.
Strong and confident. Pop, not quite sure if there was a meaningful changeup, if they're gonna look at doing it again. Oh, another redirect, bomb and yard, and Pig Beast, they find themselves 3.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Oh my. Even better the second time around.
And drifting into that number 4 spot is going to be Laminator Elk from West Branch in their matchup against Boyertown. Fielding the ball on his half in the back left-hand corner, full tank of boost, going coast to coast with it. Flip over one defender, the bouncing shot over the second, and Laminator Elk is just like that, dog. Built different as West Branch goes up 4-2 in game number 2.
Rushing here in the late game, but can they find another goal yet again? Pumpkin Spice Latte bringing things downfield. I and him. Shot whiffed. School puts up. Shot saved out by Falcon. A minute left still. The ball cleared away. Laminators turn up in the air. Flip reset found. Shot and oh my God! West Branch up 4-2.
That was so clean. What an aerial to tap it in. I love the not only the flip reset, but just flip like.
And our number 3 clip from the spring comes from Pig B against Franklin Regional. The Panthers look to clear the zone, but it's Pig B, cooler than the other side of the pillow, gathering the ball, the flip, the control. Call this man butter because he's on a roll as Pig B and the Rangers look to bust out the brooms against Franklin Regional.
Again, bro, 2 overtimes in a row, and it's just not something you normally see happening against Forest Hills.
Definitely don't. I mean, if anything, we often see the Forest Hills games go into shootouts, but Big Beast once again closing out games, opening games, and the aerial skill to match here. It is beautiful as Forest Hills take the lead.
And sliding into the number 2 spot is going to be the best hair in the business, Iguavo, in their championship rematch against Forest Hills. Both teams with undefeated records on the line in game number 4, and it's zeros on the clock. And what's cooler than being cool? It's Iguavo, icing the vein over one defender and posterizing the second with a double tap off the backboard, as California area gets the sweet taste of revenge.
One down and touch into the backboard. A double commit here from Forest Hills as Iguavo looks to chip this one down, but it looks like the ball will fall here. We could be heading to an overtime.
Love some overtime more. Iguavo can enter right in. Oh my Iguavo! He did it! Let's go! That's the man. That's the dethroner. That's the guy you will see in your nightmares. Iguavo, the hat trick to end things out.
And I hope y'all ain't tired of seeing my dog Pig B, because in that number 1 spot is the Pig Beast in their opening week against Greensburg Central. Rising up in the GCC corner, and not a single tap, not a double tap, but the triple tap, dunking on the entire team. Take a bath, young man, because that was filthy.
Sends it down to the ground, but Pigby, a shot up. It's technically on target. No. Oh my God, it bounces off of the... right off of the corner. Pigby has the ball in the air. 0 seconds, it's in! And we head to overtime in game 1.
Wow, okay, you talk about a savant player. You really meant a savant.
And that means it's time for our Tech High School Spring Finals. We've got the Warriors from Penn Trafford versus the Gators from Gateway for our Division I matchup. And then it's going to be the Rangers of Forest Hills versus the Goats from Greater Altoona. A chance for some hardware on the line and a chance to earn your spot in TEC history. It all comes down to this. Let's go ahead and get down and do what it do. Until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard, love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q. Signing out. Hey yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and it's about that time we get down and do what it do. We've played 9 weeks of regular season and 2 weeks of playoff. It's time to crown a champion for our spring semester. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 plays from our spring semester. And coming in at number 5 is going to be Pig B from Forest Hills in their first round playoff game against Carmichael's area. Able to jump the passing lane as the Mighty Mikes look to enter back into the offensive half. And then it's a filthy double tap off the sidewall from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things. Bang, as Forest Hills goes up 4-1.
Strong and confident. Pop, not quite sure if there was a meaningful changeup, if they're gonna look at doing it again. Oh, another redirect, bomb and yard, and Pig Beast, they find themselves 3.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Oh my. Even better the second time around.
And drifting into that number 4 spot is going to be Laminator Elk from West Branch in their matchup against Boyertown. Fielding the ball on his half in the back left-hand corner, full tank of boost, going coast to coast with it. Flip over one defender, the bouncing shot over the second, and Laminator Elk is just like that, dog. Built different as West Branch goes up 4-2 in game number 2.
Rushing here in the late game, but can they find another goal yet again? Pumpkin Spice Latte bringing things downfield. I and him. Shot whiffed. School put up. Shot saved down by Falcon. A minute left still. The ball cleared away. Laminators turn up in the air. Flip reset. Found. Shot in. Oh my God. West Branch up 4-2.
That was so clean. What an aerial to tap it in. I love the not only the flip reset, but just flip like.
And our number 3 clip from the spring comes from Pig B against Franklin Regional. The Panthers look to clear the zone, but it's Pig B, cooler than the other side of the pillow, gathering the ball, the flip, the control. Call this man butter because he's on a roll as Pig B and the Rangers look to bust out the brooms against Franklin Regional.
Again, both 2 overtimes in a row, and it's just not something you normally see happening against Forest Hills.
Definitely don't. I mean, if anything, we often see the Forest Hills games go into shootouts, but Pig Beast once again closing out games, opening games, and the aerial skill to match here. It is beautiful as Forest Hills take the lead.
And sliding in at the number 2 spot is going to be the best hair in the business, Iguavo, in their championship rematch against Forest Hills. Both teams with undefeated records on the line in game number 4. And it's zeros on the clock. And what's cooler than being cool? It's Iguavo, icing the veins over one defender and posterizing the second with a double tap off the backboard as California area gets the sweet taste of revenge.
One down and touch into the backboard. A double commit here from Forest Hills as Forest. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the IU1 and Waynesburg University Spring Classic. In the booth with your boy Q. We've had an exciting day so far, but man, this next match I'm really excited for because you know, I got a little special place in my heart for the boys from California.
I mean, California area, one of those squads when we talk about for TEC history, a team that we've known when it comes to Rocket League, always able to show up on the biggest of stages. And when we saw this St. Mark's squad earlier, it was fireworks, but it's going to be Guavo from distance. Despite the fact that they do get demoed, it's going to be the first goal on the board just 18 seconds in.
Quick one from our boy with the hair, and we do apologize for the overlay, guys. We'll get that corrected in just a few moments. There we go. We got California area on the left up there, St. Mark's in the orange on the right. California with that quick score here. We've seen St. Mark's and what they could do in game number 1. They looked like an incredibly dangerous team, so a good test here for California.
Yeah, this should be a really good series. I feel like we've seen a couple of nice quick ones early on. I feel like this is one of those that just might even go the distance, hot sauce. But as for early on in this series, it's been just the one shot in the first minute here for California area, which was able to find the back of the net. Instead, it's been more of a midfield tussle. It's not as much as you would see where it's back and forth around the midfield, but you're not seeing either team really spending too much time in the offensive third.
Yeah, and I think that can happen, especially in those first game jitters. Sometimes a lot of those big booming clears that players tend to try and play off of. So we'll see if they can settle into their play style right now in the front of the net for California. Jordan with the nice clear. They will clash together at midfield. Ixwabo in the air with the ball, driven forward by Jordan. And California area will take their second goal.
Nice little leave off there, and Jordan able to bang it home. D5 was almost there, tries almost flip into it to send it towards the corner, but unfortunately unable to make connection with the ball. That's now a 2-goal lead here for California area, just a minute and 15 seconds into game number 1.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. We saw St. Mark's really just control the entirety of the pace in their first series, but California really quicking up the pace here, giving St. Mark's a taste of their own medicine, and Jordan just being pushed all the way around the field here. A little aggressiveness from St. Mark's. You absolutely love to see it.
You love to see it here. And now as far as for California area, looking to try and get this thing out of the zone, but Scout off to D5, but it's the best hair in the business. Ixwabo able to send that thing towards the corner. Then it's VRT Jordan with the save on the shot here. This California area squad is a team where it's not like you just rely on Ixwabo as much as they are the one player that seems to so often appear on our top 5 plays over at TEC. Everyone can pop off at any point.
Yeah, from Jordan and, player JD3. A lot of times we saw Shady in there as well, but Ixwabo kind of leading the crew and leading the way at the moment. Nice 2-point lead for California as they continue to look to apply pressure. Who else but Ixwabo in the air? The selfless pass over to Jordan, the give and go, and a beautiful display of teamwork.
And this is one of those where sometimes simple is all you need. Nothing fancy. A pass to the middle, and VRT Jordan is able to bang that thing up in that upper left-hand corner, knowing that all the defenders coming from left to right. And it's now a 3-goal lead before we're even halfway through game number 1.
Yeah, halfway through, and again, California just doing what they do best, the basic fundamentals, the spreading of the field, the rotations, the third man play as well. Right now playing near perfect, but as we often talk, consistency is key. They have to continue to do it for the remaining 2:20 on the clock across midfield. D5 up, a banger of a shot from a distance, a little to the right, and the defense will find the stop as they continue to pressure forward. A nice shot, a secondary chance from YXCR. D5 able to capitalize, and St. Mark's looks to reel it back in.
This is big here for St. Mark's. You're able to get yourself a little bit of a jump start here. First goal comes across before the 3rd minute expires. So you've got a goal a minute here as long as your defense can hold the line, and that will be enough to push you into overtime. But the big thing there is the defense holding the line. This California area squad is not a team that tends to get held for, scoreless for multiple minutes.
Yeah, it's hard to keep them at bay. I think the same could be said for both sides, as there is just a plethora of talent out on the pitch today, and St. Mark's certainly is quickening the pace here now as well. They begin to apply a bit of their own pressure, but now on the back pedal in front of the net, California can't quite capitalize on that opportunity, and now St. Mark's looks for one of their own.
That's going to be VRT Jordan with control of the ball along the corner. Unfortunately, ran out of boost to be able to follow that thing up and get a flick for a pass towards the middle of the field. The pressure, though, for California area seems to be too much. A touch from VRT Jordan with the whole defense trailing behind, able to send it towards the side and Scout. Now sending it deep into that California third. It's going to be Ixwabo disappearing into a puff of smoke. D5 trying to follow it up. No, instead just being a big old bully. A kablamo to buy some space, but the shot doesn't connect.
Yeah, the car parts are exploding everywhere on the field. Some added hazards as St. Mark's looks to be relentless. I like the aggressive play. They're looking to change up and adapt here and make things happen as another demo comes in. Jordan able to knock this one away from the net, though, and potentially look for a counter opportunity. Ixwabo will take it away from one. Looks to get over a second defender now. A nice pass, and really just piecing these plays together. California area, second chance opportunity in front of the net. They're not quite done just yet.
And a little low on boost to St. Mark here. Now going to be getting a big boost on the side of YXCR as well as D5 was able to get a bit to be able to get the clear, moving things up the field. You need a goal now if you still want a chance here in game number 1, but a big clear from Jordan, going to waste quite a bit of time, especially the second effort here as well around the midfield. A touch from Duavo, going to move things towards the goal, and with 12 seconds here, it looks like California area take game 1.
Yeah, just 7 seconds left. St. Mark, they did a great job of making some adjustments, battling back. I really like the aggressive change in play style halfway through as well, looking for those demos. So I like the adjustments that St. Mark made, but we know how talented California is. We get the wonderful pleasure of casting them throughout the regular season at TEC, and that's just what they do. They're a dangerous team. They can really score from all over the field, as we saw everybody kind of getting involved. And Ixwavo doesn't have to be the one to score. We saw that nice pass at midfield over to Jordan. You talked about it. Doesn't have to be anything fancy. Sometimes those basic fundamentals just work.
I think the big thing for me, Hot Sauce, was the fact that California area is usually a squad that's used to kind of being able to control the pace and dictate the field the way that they want to do things. But instead, St. Mark's technically able to play just a little bit quicker. It also had more shots as well for California area. It was their defense that was really able to shine through. Efficiency on offense, sure, but we're kind of used to seeing that from this squad. So let's move into game number 2 and see if St. Mark's has a way to maybe even turn this thing up to an 11, get a few more shot attempts on a net, and see if that finds them any more resolve on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and I got to say, I love the way St. Mark's playing, their aggressiveness, their determination, coming all the way from Delaware as well to mix it up here in this PA league. So, sometimes it's difficult to travel a distance and continue to play well that same day, but they certainly haven't had very many issues just yet. Now, 30 seconds off the clock as we're into game number 2. California, time on the back pedal a bit here as they look to find transitioning across the field. Now at midfield, St. Mark's not able to find the shot they need, but again, I like this. It seems like they're quickening the pace here from St. Mark.
Yeah, it looks like they're able to up the ante just a little bit, playing a little bit faster. The double tap, almost able to find its mark, but the post able to get the play and send it towards the corner. VRT Jordan, though, up in the pace on their side. It is one demo, but unable to keep the control past that, which means St. Mark still down here in the offensive half, but a quick touch from VRT Jordan sends it back to mid.
And it's almost like in the last game. St. Mark controlled the ball more. They had the field domination in their favor as well. California just finding those nice breakaway goals, making sure that those shots count. But YXCR up top, and St. Mark's will find the first goal this time.
Putting themselves in the driver's seat, and they only needed 1 minute and 16 seconds to do so. A nice little passing play to the sky there as well. That's a nice shot. Wouldn't be surprised to see that on Twitter later on a clip, but as for now, St. Mark has to find some way to really continue to assert themselves. You do not want to give California area a way back into this game. They have been doing a lot better job of controlling things. They've been able to restrict California area to just one shot through the first minute and a half here. The second one from VRT Jordan finds the lace, and we're all tied up at 1.
Yeah, and I love this. JD3 wasn't as involved in game number 1. Here we see him down into the corner, getting into the mix, finding that pass over to Jordan, who is at the right time, right place, making sure to follow up. And again, nothing too fancy or crazy there, just driving that one right on in to find the equalizer and put California right back in this one with 3:20 on their clock. Oh my, Ixwavo, so dirty.
Talk about just a nice touch to be able to send it towards the net. Who's that reaching in the cookie jar? Yeah, all y'all from St. Mark's caught just a little bit too far forward as California area put themselves back into the lead.
Back into the lead here and now, looking for that driver's seat as well. Cross midfield, JD. Nice touch here into the corner. Second chance as well. Almost had a wide open net there. California looks to find that relentless pressure. A long booming clear for Marks, though, and an opportunity could ensue as they find the corner shot. Pass across mid. No defenders there, or no offenders there rather, but Scout tries to pick it and pop it up. Can't quite get it now, and they'll tussle at midfield.
D5 should be able to field this up in the air, has more boost in the tank. Jordan didn't have much. Everyone, I think actually a team bump there, a little friendly fire from St. Mark. Starting to feel that pressure now that they're back in the spot where they're looking for the ones to be the responders here. D5 had a potential play out of the corner, but couldn't dial things up, and as Jordan chasing this thing down. Nice shot opportunity, save from Scout, ends up onto the hood of D5, who's now in the sky, looking for a double tap, bang, and St. Mark tie things up.
Yeah, St. Mark's so good at these quick transitions. We see D5 popping it up. Nobody can get up into the air to contest, and that double tap off the backboard, biting 2 defenders away from the net, leaving it open. A great play by D5 and St. Mark.
That was a beautiful, beautiful play here, and that's going to be one that ties things up for St. Mark and puts them back into a little bit of control. It's got to feel good to see you're back to tie things up against this California area squad who had so much control in game number 1. You're now almost 3 minutes here into game number 2, and you would love to find yourself a 3rd goal sooner than later.
Sooner and later, that is the hope. You know, both teams wanting to be in that driver's seat. A nice shot from St. Mark that will get blocked out here now. Jordan looking to find the counter. The defense will step up, pop it up here as well. YXDR looking for the pass to midfield. Unfortunately, can't put a card to the ball, and California will look to find the clear. Iguavo over 1 defender, 1 more to beat. Finds a secondary touch, has some help, but the defense will step up and find the clear.
There it is, trying to find a way to get this ball out of their zone is St. Mark. Gotta find some way to relieve the pressure because California area has been playing downhill for the last 30 seconds or so. We mentioned Scout earlier. That's gonna be top bar down, and St. Mark put themselves back in the lead.
Yeah, again, it's just St. Mark does so well in these transitional periods. We saw, I think it was Jordan trying to get up and find the touch, just couldn't quite get that car oriented properly, and St. Mark strikes, finding that goal back up on top here. A little less than 90 seconds to go, though, and it just goes to show you how dangerous both of these teams are. You're going to have to play into that very last second.
Gotta play into the final whistle here, and it's going to be a shot from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things basically just inside that half-court line, and player JD finds the lace. Doesn't even need but just a little bit of help from that top bar, and we're all knotted up at 3.
Yeah, St. Mark's with a bar down. California says we can go to bar downtown too, and they do. Tied up at 3, 1:15 on the clock. Both of these teams looking to stop the other. Down to the corner of California area, looking for that clear. Re-up on the boost as Iguavo has to circle back here. Unfortunately, the pressure from St. Mark's does get knocked away. Midfield, D5 looking for another fancy play. Can't quite connect. Iguavo, the booming clear. Jordan downfield, wide open net. Can't quite get there in time.
Can't quite get there in time, and we're still tied up with about 50 seconds left. It feels like the next one might be the last one here, Hot Sauce, and it is St. Mark keeping the pressure up onto this California area side. Everyone on this right side wall, though, which does leave a wide open spot on the opposite wall for California area to potentially use for a counterattack. But when the ball's sitting in front of your net, you're not worried about that. You're worried about simply sending it towards the side wall. It's done by Scout on their own accord, and now it's going to be a potential chance for California area to get out of their zone.
Yeah, I don't know how that one didn't find the back of the net for California. That ball floating dangerously in front of the net for a while. Iguavo looking to touch this one down. Will be taken away by Scout. Jordan on the back pedal has a touch. Midfield, dangerous one, but will be able to push it into the horn, and around the horn they go. Looking for the clear, not quite there, and we'll settle at midfield. Bouncing high and dry. 0 seconds on the clock. If the ball does fall, we'll have our first overtime of the day.
There it is. Let's go to that overtime golden goal opportunity where one shot is all it takes for California area to put themselves onto series point and be one step closer to being able to potentially call themselves the champion here of our invitational. But as for now, you got to worry about making sure that the defense can hold the line.
The defense has to hold strong. California looking to apply pressure once more over the head of Iguavo, though, and this is where D5 begins to get very dangerous, looking for the double tap. Can't quite capitalize on that one. California finds the stop, looks to transition. Jordan will be met with a 50, slightly in their favor as they continue to press in St. Mark's territory. The clear not quite there. The goal, oh, an opportunity, but unfortunately they will find the stop. California knocking on the net, but they can't quite find success just yet.
No, but they still got the control. That's the good news. It's going to be D5 able to at least get it past the midfield line, though, for St. Mark. It's going to be up to Iguavo. Puts things up in the air, but Scout reads it like a book. Continue putting the pressure here forward. For St. Mark, you got D5 moving forward. Maybe a potential double tap opportunity, but it's Iguavo with a save.
Wabo with the save, now looking for transition. Jordan, nice shot, will be stopped by Scout. The bump away, second opportunity, not quite there. Wabo will keep the possession alive and tucked into the corner of St. Mark's. Another touch here as well, a bit of a double commit, doesn't come back to haunt them just yet. The ball will float back toward midfield. St. Mark's in transition. This is where they're dangerous. The ball above the net, looking to waterfall, but Jordan will help alleviate some of that pressure by one defender. Nobody back in time. California finds the save and will continue to progress almost 2 minutes into this overtime.
Just in time, too, there before that additional offender was able to come on in and just punch that thing home. That was almost beautifully set up by D5. It's D5 once more again, trying to turn defense to offense. Left off for Scout. This time it's Ixwabo with the save. This is the beautiful thing about this California area roster and how it's put together is everybody able to step up when called upon, similar to the way that we've seen from the St. Mark's squad. The question is who's going to be able to pull out on top here in game number 2. We're already 2 minutes deep in overtime here, Hot Sauce.
Yeah, almost a half of a game for free extra as they continue to battle back and forth. Right now, St. Mark appears to be on that upper hand, on the attack. Scout looking for a double touch off the backboard. Not quite the fall they wanted as they continue to progress around, but they are taking these boosts and starving out California a little bit. We talked about how boost management is equally as important in a game like this. California looking for the clear. St. Mark finds the stop as they continue to pressure California.
D5 here, able to jump up and get into that passing lane. Keeps the pressure forward here for St. Mark in the corner here. That's a different Saint. As it's going to be now moved across, and it looked like a center opportunity here for our squad in orange. D5 tries to break out the protractor, just unable to slot it to just enough of a little crevice of a window.
Rivas was there, but couldn't quite get it. Back and forth we go yet again. St. Mark's, California, tied up at 3 as they continue to duke game number 2 out for the very last second. California, potentially an opportunity now into the corner. Has some help there, circling back, but St. Mark again finding that big booming clear. Swabo up into the air this time, not allowing them to find that easy transition. Looking to apply pressure here in front of the net. A shot, but not a lot of power on that one. A Scout will find the save.
Scout here says, you know what, take a second and sit on the bench, young man. There's the demo. D5 with the shot, and it's going to be St. Mark going to tie things up and sends us to the rubber match at 1 apiece.
All tied up, in a much closer game. California did a great job in game number 1, but St. Mark's making those proper adjustments, coming back, finding the win in overtime here as well, and potentially that could be the momentum that shifts things around here for St. Mark's.
This best of 5 here, Hot Sauce, now has become a best of 3. And look at St. Mark's. You are not seeing things. 10 shots from D5, all by himself, literally matching the shot counter from California area. Scout with another 5 as well. St. Mark's was absolutely peppering the net.
Yeah, 16 shots. I mean, we saw 23 in that first series in one of the games as well. So, they are they have no shyness about taking those shots from anywhere on the field. And, you got to take the shots to make them. It certainly works out in their favor. 4 on the board. Again, they control not only the ball possession, the field domination, but the boost consumption as well. So we'll look to see if California can maybe make the proper adjustments here in game number 3 and find a way to slow down this very fast St. Mark's team.
See if they can find some way just to have them pump the brakes, even if it is for just a moment here. But let's get into game number 3. Apparently we're throwing it back to winter time here. D5 to try and find some way to get the clear up out of the zone. Gets jumped here by VRT Jordan in the passing lane. However, a little bit of miscommunication. That's a double commit. Ixwaldo's the only one there. Best hair in the business, able to get the save.
Beautiful save from the best hair in the business. Our boy Ixwabo coming up. Has to hold on for 4:30. And again, they've kind of been held in their own territory in these last couple games. And who else but D5? He's a come alive. The beast is awoken, and they'll strike with the first goal.
D5 hit. Oh, he sunk my battleship. That's going to be the first shot in on target here for St. Mark. And for a team that was able to pull out a nice impressive win in game number 2 in overtime. You feel like for them, if they're really able to assert themselves in this first 60, 90 seconds, that's where maybe a little bit of doubt starts to creep into the back of the mind of this California area squad. So for St. Mark, can they find a second quickly is the real question.
They've certainly been high flying and all action at the moment. Xwavo into the corner, looking to find the clear. We'll have some help from JD3 now across midfield. Xwavo looking for a second touch. Will be met by the defenders. Water falling down, touched away again by St. Mark. Jordan looking to keep the drive alive once more. Scout the pass down below, and a great give and go here once more as they continue on the attack. Circling off, though, it looked like they had an opportunity, but maybe just didn't quite have the angle. The shot from this ceiling doesn't go in as well, and California once more playing from the back foot.
California area has their backs up against the wall. Xwavo wins that 50. Ball's going to be in front of the net here, luckily. As far as for California area, no immediate shot, but D5 turns things around, able to slot it up in the upper right-hand corner, and it's now a 2-goal lead just 90 seconds in.
Yeah, I think, some of that momentum from that previous series, that overtime win for St. Mark's, has spilled over here into game number 3, really working with that momentum. The team has really hit that stride here as they find these passing plays to each other across midfield. D5, of course, with the double taps as well, and St. Mark's just turning up the pace. You don't think they could turn it up anymore, and they somehow seem to find a way to do it.
The question being for California area, with 3 minutes still left on the clock, though, can you make some of those adjustments still with plenty of time left? I mean, it's only a 2-goal difference here. We've seen, obviously, crazier things turn around, especially with this much time on the clock, but you talked about the momentum, Hot Sauce, from carrying over from that overtime win. If this 2-goal lead gets expanded to 3, or heaven forbid 4, St. Mark's going to really be feeling themselves. It's important for California area to put the clamps down. Scout has a nice shot. Jordan with an even better save. An opportunity in front of the net, but big defensive pressure from California area.
Yeah, some crazy styles. Pulling out all the stops, so to speak, there to keep themselves from going down by 3 and keeping this game within reach still here. Over the head at midfield, we'll have some help from St. Mark's. Pressing into the corner. Almost a triple commit here as California bunching together a little bit, needing to find some of that space. Xwavo circling off for Jordan. Ball taken away at midfield. Now has to circle back again. The boost has been collected. JD3 with a nice steal away, but St. Mark's always circling back. Finds another good defensive stop.
Spartans have really shown up here to play and have a 2-goal lead for now. Xwavo, though, looking to maybe cut that thing down to 1. D5 able to get the save, but it's still kind of in front of the net. A dangerous situation. Jordan able to keep this thing alive. Xwavo has the boost in the tank to try and make a play and keeps it alive with another center towards the middle. Unfortunately, player JD had already committed too far forward in the zone, was not able to field it, which now has the control. Back to St. Mark. It's D5 in the air, looking to try and get a handle of it, but unable to do so.
Yep, looking to get the handle. Neither player able to settle that one down. Unfortunately, Jordan off the sidewall. Can't find the touch they need. A bit of a double commit from St. Mark's that goes on by. And now the third man pressuring forward. California can find a booming clear over the top. Scout says no, will be denied. No boost left in the tank. Will fall to the ground here. Jordan continues to pressure forward. JD3 again has to circle back here. Maybe just a bit too far forward here. Has been the theme at the moment. They need to work on some of these rotations here so they can ensure that they keep this attack alive. Down here on the St. Mark side, Xwavo over the top, off the bar. Jordan, the second chance opportunity, and California will be one away from finding the equalizer.
There it is. The Trojans going to be able to cut this lead in half, put themselves within striking distance with plenty of time still left on the clock. We know that Xwavo, Jordan, player JD, they have the capacity to go back-to-back on goals. They're going to be able to enter the zone here relatively quickly for another crack at it, another bite of the cherry, you might even say. Scout, though, going to say, Xwavo, let's send you back to the bench for a couple of seconds. Jordan says, it doesn't matter, though, buddy. I'm putting this one into the lace, and we're all tied up at 2.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Is, sometimes if you focus a little bit too much on Xwavo, these sleeper players like JD3, like Jordan, have those skills as well. Capitalize on a great play in front of the net. California, after being down by 2, will find a way to tie it up. The comeback Kings have done it so many times before. Can they do it here again? Just 35 on the clock. Water falling in front of the net, nearly getting it. Unfortunately, they didn't quite connect with that one, Q.
Not connecting, and that means everybody pushed forward. Jordan going to be able to at least slow this attack down a little bit here. Back pass was looking for D5. D5 says, I ain't got no boost, big dog. Xwavo jumps the lane, punches it home, and the Trojans now going to have the lead.
Let's go, Ixwalvo, the man with the hair. He don't care. Powering right on through. My man lifting stacks and getting stacks. 3-2. California back on top. 18 seconds, though. We've seen St. Mark tie it up. We've seen an overtime already. You can't count them out until the ball hits the ground.
You have the control down here on this side. D5 jumps the lane. Is that just in? That's off the post. And you're not able to punch it home. A missed opportunity. One that California area will for sure appreciate as they take game number 3.
Let me just go ahead and pick my jaw up off the floor real quick. I thought that was going in. Then the post. Oh my, California will squeeze that one on in to go up by 1 in the series. But what a close series. These two teams have done a great job at finding these adjustments that need to be made and making them.
Man, this has been neck and neck through the first 3. I said at the top that I thought that this might go all 5, but I wasn't expecting it to be like this quite. I was thinking maybe one team dominates a game, then the next team finds a way to respond. But this has been a nail biter through the first 3. I'm hoping we get 10 more minutes of banging Rocket League here, Hot Sauce.
Yeah, I mean, these last 2 games only separated by a point apiece, and it's always coming down to those last few final seconds. This time, California was down by 2 and then able to find 3 there at the end. And again, if you look at that shot column, I think the big difference is California just slowed down St. Mark's. They still had a decent amount of shots, but, they didn't have 16 or 23 this time.
I've been able to do a good job of slowing things down slowly, figuring the ways to kind of keep the control out of the hands of the Spartans. And as for now, we're seeing off the draw, a shot attempt, D5. Gonna be able to get the save, but that pops right up in front of the net. That's a scary situation that player JD tries to put a little bit of pressure on. Leaves the ball off for Ixwalvo, who's getting a little fancy in the corner, isn't able to garner the control, but at least make sure that this counterattack from St. Mark isn't too quick.
Not too quick as they slow things down a bit just more, but right now St. Mark's looking to apply that pressure relentlessly as they've done all day here. Back and forth, though. The demos will come in. D5 off the sidewall. He has been a stellar star for St. Mark's at the moment, but can't find an opportunity here. YXCR again at midfield, keeping that drive alive. Now the other direction. One defender to beat off the backboard. Ixwalvo can't quite get the touch he needs. A good job by the defender to kind of get up in the air and at least to disrupt a little bit there.
It's a good opportunity. Unfortunately, just a little bit of a mistouch. And that does mean that we're still all tied up at zeros. Of course, it's only 70 seconds now, 75 off the clock as Ixwalvo sends that thing off the backboard. Player JD, I think, actually knocks that just outside of the grasp of BRT Jordan, who was moving up for a shot attempt. It's now going to be St. Mark's looking to get out of the zone here, trying to see if they can at least flip the pitch, try and find some way to set up shop. But it's California area once again, really restricting the visit from the Spartans.
Yeah, and Ixwalvo from the ceiling had another nice shot on target. He's done a great job of trying to find the backboard as well and bite in some of these defenders for that double commit. St. Mark's almost stealing a goal there away as well as Ixwalvo has to come up with another crazy save. Now in transition, a bit of back and forth, the pong action happening up into the sky as St. Mark's looking for a second opportunity. D5 fires and will find the first one.
D5 going to be the first one to get a goal into the back of the, or get a ball in the back of the net. Find themselves a goal here in game number 4. The one thing that you got to remember for St. Mark is they have put themselves in the lead early and have also relinquished it. So the one goal, definitely not going to be feeling comfortable. If you're St. Mark, you need to find a second.
Yeah, we saw them up by 2-0 in that previous series that California was able to reel back within that last 2 minutes or so. So California once more knocking at the net, looking to tie things up. The shot from Ixwalvo, not quite able to find the angle. We'll have a second and third chance opportunity from California, but now in transition. JD3 able to keep the drive alive once more. Tucked into the corner is St. Mark's, looking to pressure out and will do so. Back the other direction. Ixwalvo, the booming clear, and we continue in this pong action at the moment.
Scout going to be able to at least get it over Jordan, but Ixwalvo sitting right there, able to read it. Doesn't field it, though, which actually means St. Mark's has the possession. Shot on the target. Player JD going to be able to get the save, sends it towards the sidewall as well, where they also win the 50, sending it just a little bit closer towards the midfield line. But D5 right there, a shot opportunity, and player JD once more able to get the save.
Another great save here from JD. The ball back towards St. Mark's side as they look to carry out and transition by one defender. The flick, Iguavo doesn't bite, finds the stop here at midfield as well. And the ball once more up near the front of the net, looking for D5 into the corner. The pass over to the midfield in front of the net here as well. Maybe just a little bit too much mustard on that one.
A little bit too much or a much too much. Not exactly sure which, but you know what? It's still a one-goal game here. Hot sauce. D5 looking to maybe go for the double tap with a pass off the backboard, but DRT Jordan, we've talked about him so much here in game number 4 on the defensive end. Able to send it aside and allows the team for California area to flip the pressure down to the opposite side. Player JD, the last one back. It's flipped over by Scout, and it's going to be St. Mark up by 2.
St. Mark again, much like the previous game, up by 2 this time. Can they hold on? They certainly need to tie the series up here, but as we like to say, it's always easier said than done when we're up here in the caster booth. Just a minute and 19 left here to find 2.
Plenty of time, though, of course. 65 seconds is ample time for the Trojans. We've seen them be able to score in bunches and bunches, but against the St. Mark squad, who does seem to be slowly figuring out the Trojans, it has to have you just a little concerned. Of course, they do have a game advantage here, so that's something that you at least relieves that pressure a little bit. But the way that the offense has been looking for California area, just one shot through the first 4 minutes. Let's call it 2 here. Now after that one, it doesn't have much for you to be really excited about moving into what will be a game 5.
Yeah, you know, just they didn't have that same attack that they seemed to have in the previous one. There's a nice shot on target, but will be blocked as well. Iguavo tries to put it back in, but you know, they've gotten a lot of second and third chance opportunities that they didn't seem to capitalize here in game number 4. So hopefully they can make those proper adjustments. St. Mark, though, looking to kind of change the momentum for that game number 5 as we've just got 17 left in this one.
As far as for St. Mark, you feel like if you can complete the clean sheet here, which definitely becomes more of a possibility with that connection not being found on the passing play. However, one more look down here. Iguavo trying to get the touch, leaving it off for a teammate. The ball floating closer towards the midfield line. And yeah, St. Mark's finds a way to put that thing on down to the ground. And this best of 5 became a best of 3. And now all comes down to this game number 5.
Yeah, you know, it seems like that's how it goes. You know, we always find those overtimes, always find those game number 5. Certainly not disappointing here. A great series between 2 very talented teams. California area, St. Mark's, both with 2 and the series. Whoever wins this one will go on a little bit further. Of course, even if they do lose, they still have a chance in that lower bracket run.
So I like on the side for California area, when you look at the stat sheets here, I mean, you're able to hold St. Mark's to, I say, only 8 shots. I realize how outlandish that might sound to anybody who hasn't watched this St. Mark's squad before, but this has been a team that's been able to put up, 23, 18 type shots. The one thing that has me concerned, though, only 3 shots in that last game. And I feel like this California area squad you talked about, this is a team that we get to watch quite often over here with TEC in our Tech High School series. This is a team that's usually used to being able to dictate the pace. I'm wondering if they just feel a bit of pressure with not really having the ability to kind of have free range in that offensive zone.
Yeah, you know, again, we normally see Iguavo with a lot more shots than that as well. I think kind of trying to play back a little bit more of that defensive role and then look for those transitions. So it'll be interesting to see if they switch up the strategy just a little bit here in game number 5. But nonetheless, scorers back at 0, 4:45 left here on the clock.
Of course, the good news is for whichever of these 2 squads is unable to pull off the game 5 dub, this is still a double elimination tournament here, so you do have that second life. When we talk about for the IU1 and Waynesburg Spring Classic powered by the Esports company. First 30 seconds, though, in game number 5 here in round 3. No shots for either squad.
Yeah, I mean, that's great for California. Again, slowing down that St. Mark's team, which can be tough to do. Now they just have to find it on the other side of the field. They have to find some shots of their own on target. Jordan up into there, looking to make it happen. Fortunately, will be stopped here as well. JD circling back. The touch, though, right at midfield. A dangerous position. Scout up into the air. A defender to beat. Nearly threads the needle. Iguavo will get back in time to find the save. But St. Mark's, once they start attacking, they don't stop.
Can't stop, won't stop. And They love to be able to just continue to pepper away. We've seen it so many times here today, and it's going to be a demo from VRT Jordan met by a demo from Scout, which temporarily turns this thing into 2v2. Luckily for the side of California area, Xwavo respawns right in an easy spot to farm that thing. However, YXCR, that's going to be a demo. Looking for another one in player JD. That's a risky jump forward, not knowing that that other demo was coming in. However, they have been unable to get out of their defensive zone. For now, this ball's in front of the net. D5 has a shot opportunity. Bang! And St. Mark take the lead.
Yeah, again, they're just a tough spot to be in. They couldn't find that clear. Then the demo right in front of the net as well. Not much boost in the tank. And, of course, St. Mark's doing a great job on these rotations, circling back in, finding second and third chance opportunities on the attack. And D5 really hasn't missed many opportunities here, always striking true, finding a ton of shots and a ton of goals in this series, and I'll find one more right here.
Singing his praises, and D5 able to put up another one onto the scoreboard just like that. 2-0 here before a second minute expires in our 5th game of this series, and it looks like St. Mark trying to bust the doors off this thing.
Absolutely, trying to rip them clean off at the moment. For the 3rd game in a row, they go up 2-0 here. We'll see if California can channel that comeback once more. 3 minutes, plenty of time in a game like Rocket League. Xwavo already across midfield to stop there from D5, able to pop it back up, but unfortunately the teammates just cheating again a little bit too far forward here to make a play on the ball. Jordan though from midfield, the post, it doesn't quite go in. California, unfortunately, that one will get knocked to the wayside.
Getting knocked to the wayside for California area, trying to flip the pitch, turn defense into offense. Xwavo takes a big boost there as well, committing for that more so over the ball, which means St. Mark has less use of, as far as boost, to be able to flip the field and get out of the defensive zone. I really like that play there. Some people might commit to the ball over boost. I get the sentiment. Xwavo with the shot though, able to find a connection, and it cuts this lead in half.
Yeah, and again, especially with Xwavo scoring this goal here, it's like that spark that we talk about that can ignite that flame for a team, and not only for the team, but for Xwavo himself. So it'll be interesting to see if they really get it going. They've given themselves plenty of time to not only find the comeback, but time to even score more and go up. Xwavo off the sidewall, looking to make it happen. Here he goes, a nice pass. Jordan with that fake, ball tucked into the corner. D5 with that clear. And this is where it starts to get dangerous.
Getting extremely dangerous here, because if St. Mark is able to find themselves a quick connection, you talk about that little bit of build up, that little bit of extra feel good that might be starting to get felt by the Trojans, dissipates. D5 gets contested by Jordan, sending it back towards the midfield line. YXCR moves it off the backboard. One touch, isn't able to get the second. However, it's going to be Xwavo looking for the clear, not going to be able to find it. Does get left off for player JD, but no Busto. Not able to get past D5, who flicks it up in the sky for Scout, but Xwavo jumps the passing lane.
Jumps the passing lane, finds the stop. Has to circle back for defense, though. Scout, D5 up into the air. A dangerous duo indeed. Xwavo, though, up high and dry his own. Barely hits that one off the bar. JD looking for a second chance opportunity, and unfortunately, one is a little wide and to the left, and now St. Mark looking for a counter opportunity of their own. Both of these teams duking it out around midfield at the moment. St. Mark's with the pressure. Scout, a nice touch to midfield. Xwavo reads this one, a booming clear. No defenders back in time. Can California find a way to get down there? We see him there, but Xwavo needing to steal that boost.
Nice steal here from Jordan, though, to at least put it quickly back into the St. Mark side. D5 able to field it, looking for a redirect off that third tap, unable to do so. Numbers advantage here for California area if you can get the control, but YXCR at least moves it towards midfield, allows for the rotation from your other two defenders over on the side of the Spartans, who then get deep down here onto this California area side. Scout able to punch it home as well. It's a 2-goal lead, 31 seconds left on the clock. It's looking kind of daunting for California area.
Yeah, unfortunately, JD3 in the corner there didn't get the touch they needed, put it right back in front of the net. We saw the defenders trying to get back in time, but the defense powering through the demo, the explosions, the goal as well. And now 2 goals for 30 seconds. It's not impossible, but man, it's a tall task to ask, and it could start with Xwavo here. Unfortunately, can't quite connect.
I feel like if that connects, all of a sudden the story flips. California area has a bunch of feel good in their system, but instead it's St. Mark have the ball, the possession down here at the midfield line. You had to have banged that one home for sure, because with 5 seconds and it's now down on your side, even if that doesn't go in, there's just not enough time. That is, yeah, extends the lead, but this game's over. It's going to be St. Mark's, the number 10 seed, taking down California area. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's one of those things you have to cheat forward. You have to try and find a goal, and doing that, you open up that backfield. So 4-1 is going to be that score. It's the game much closer than what the score line would read, but St. Mark able to come back in this series, knock off California, and California is going to have to fight their way back from that lower bracket.
And going into the lower bracket before we even hit lunchtime. That just lets you know how stacked the competition's getting already in that lower bracket. But let's look as far as the stat sheet here from game number 5. The first thing that pops out to me, Hot Sauce, those bars down the bottom. I feel like that's about as close as they've been to the middle all series long. It was close, but St. Mark has ice in the veins and able to get the dub when it matters the most.
Yeah, and on top of that, we see California area with more shots than St. Mark. Unfortunately, just couldn't find a way to put those into the back of the net. Of course, a couple key saves from St. Mark as well, but they just have great aerial control across the board. You can't allow them to have very much space to work with, or they will go a mile. St. Mark's knocking off California here, as Q said, before lunch, but I mean, if I know California, they are not ready to go silently into the night. They are going to fight their way back up from that lower bracket and look to get into that championship.
I mean, this is a team that went undefeated during regular season play over our Tech High School series, and unfortunately didn't get a chance to represent themselves at LAN because of an upset. So the fact that they're already in the lower bracket, I'm sure is going to have them feeling some type of way. I have a feeling a little bit of a revenge tour is in the back of the mind of the best hair in the business. But as we've been talking about, it is lunchtime. Students got to eat. Honestly, so do I. So make sure y'all are hanging tight. If it's your first time through, make sure you're hitting the follow button, turning those notifications on, and we'll be back with more of the IU1 and Waynesburg Spring Classic powered by the Esports company after a break. Hey, yo, what it do? It's your boy Q, and it's about that time we get down and do what it do. We've played 9 weeks of regular season and 2 weeks of playoff. It's time to crown a champion for our spring semester. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 plays from our spring semester. And coming in at number 5 is going to be Pig B from Forest Hills in their first round playoff game against Carmichael's area. Able to jump the passing lane as the Mighty Mikes look to enter back into the offensive half. And then it's a filthy double tap off the sidewall from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things. Bang, as Forest Hills goes up 4-1.
Strong and confident. Pop, not quite sure if there was a meaningful changeup, if they're going to look at doing it again. Oh, another redirect. Bomb and Yard. And Pig Beast, they find themselves 3.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Oh my. Even better the second time around.
And drifting into that number 4 spot is going to be Laminator Elk from West Branch in their matchup against Boyertown. Fielding the ball on his half in the back left-hand corner, full tank of boost, going coast to coast with it. Flip over one defender, the bouncing shot over the second, and Laminator Elk is just like that, dog. Built different as West Branch goes up 4-2 in game number 2.
Rushing here in the late game, but can they find another goal yet again? Pumpkin Spice Latte bringing things downfield. I and him. Shot whiffed. School puts up. Shot saved down by Falcon. A minute left still. The ball cleared away. Laminators turn up in the air. Flip reset. Found. Shot in. Oh my God. West Branch up 4-2.
That was so clean. What an aerial to tap it in. I love not only the flip reset, but just flip like.
And our number 3 clip from the spring comes from Pig B against Franklin Regional. The Panthers look to clear the zone, but it's Pig B, cooler than the other side of the pillow, gathering the ball, the flip, the control. Call this man butter because he's on a roll as Pig B and the Rangers look to bust out the brooms against Franklin Regional.
Again, both 2 overtimes in a row, and it's just not something you normally see happening against Forest Hills.
Definitely don't. I mean, if anything, we often see the Forest Hills games go into shootouts, but Big Beast once again closing out games, opening games, and the aerial skill to match here. It is beautiful as Forest Hills take the lead.
And sliding into the number 2 spot is going to be the best pair in the business, Iguavo, in their championship rematch against Forest Hills. Both teams with undefeated records on the line in game number 4. And it's zeros on the clock. And what's cooler than being cool? It's Iguavo, icing the veins over one defender and posterizing the second with a double tap off the backboard, as California area gets the sweet taste of revenge.
One down and punch into the backboard. A double commit here from Forest Hills as Iguavo looks to chip this one down, but it looks like the ball will fall here. We could be heading to an overtime.
Love some overtime more. Iguavo can end it right in. Oh my Iguavo! He did! Let's go! That's the man. That's the dethroner. That's the guy you will see in your nightmares. Iguavo, the hat trick to end things out.
And I hope y'all ain't tired of seeing my dog Pig B, because in that number 1 spot is the Pig Beast in their opening week against Greensburg Central. Rising up in the GCC corner, and not a single tap, not a double tap, but the triple tap, dunking on the entire team. Take it fast, young man, because that was filthy.
Sends it down to the ground, but Pigby, a shot up. It's technically on target. No. Oh my God, it bounces right off of the corner. Pigby has the ball in the air. 0 seconds, it's in! And we head to overtime in game 1.
Wow, okay, you talk about a savant player. You really meant a savant.
And that means it's time for our Tech High School Spring Finals. We've got the Warriors from Penn Trafford versus the Gators from Gateway for our Division I matchup. And then it's going to be the Rangers of Forest Hills versus the Goats from Greater Altoona. A chance for some hardware on the line and a chance to earn your spot in TEC history. It all comes down to this. Let's go ahead and get down and do what it do. Until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard, love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q, signing out. Hey yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and it's about that time we get down and do what it do. We've played 9 weeks of regular season and 2 weeks of playoff. It's time to crown a champion for our spring semester. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 plays from our spring semester. And coming in at number 5 is going to be Pig B from Forest Hills in their first round playoff game against Carmichael's area. Able to jump the passing lane as the Mighty Mikes look to enter back into the offensive half. And then it's a filthy double tap off the sidewall from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things. Bang, as Forest Hills goes up 4-1.
Strong and confident. Up, not quite sure if there was a meaningful changeup, if they're gonna look at doing it again. Oh, another redirect, bomb and yard, and Pig Beast, they find themselves 3.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Oh my. Even better the second time around.
And drifting into that number 4 spot is going to be Laminator Elk from West Branch in their matchup against Boyertown. fielding the ball on his half in the back left-hand corner, full tank of boost, going coast to coast with it. Flip over one defender, the bouncing shot over the second, and Laminator Elk is just like that, dog. Built different as West Branch goes up 4-2 in game number 2.
Aggression here in the late game, but can they find another goal yet again? Pumpkin Spice Latte bringing things downfield. Eye on him. Shot whiff. School put up. Shot saved down by Falcon. A minute left still. The ball cleared away. Laminators turn up in the air. Flip reset. Found. Shot. And oh my God. West Branch up 4-2.
That was so clean. What an aerial to tap it in. I love the not only the flip reset, but just flip like.
And our number 3 clip from the spring comes from Pig B against Franklin Regional. The Panthers look to clear the zone, but it's Pig B, cooler than the other side of the pillow, gathering the ball, the flip, the control. Call this man butter because he's on a roll as Pig B and the Rangers look to bust out the brooms against Franklin Regional.
Again, bro, 2 overtimes in a row, and it's just not something you normally see happening against Forest Hills.
Definitely don't. I mean, if anything, we often see the Forest Hills games go into shootouts, but Big Beast once again closing out games, opening games, and the aerial skill to match here. It is beautiful as Forest Hills take the lead.
And sliding in at the number 2 spot is going to be the best pair in the business, Ixwalbo, in their championship rematch against Forest Hills. Both teams with undefeated records on the line in game number 4. And it's zeros on the clock. And what's cooler than being cool? It's Ixwalbo, icing the vein over one defender and posterizing the second with a double tap off the backboard as California area gets the sweet taste of revenge.
One down and touch into the backboard. A double commit here from Forest Hills as Ixwalbo looks to chip this one down, but it looks like the ball will fall here. We could be heading to an overtime.
Some overtime or Ixwalbo can end it right in. Oh, Ixwalbo! He did it! Let's go! That's the man. That's the dethroner. That's the guy you will see in your nightmares. Ixwalbo, the hat trick to end things out.
And I hope y'all ain't tired of seeing my dog Pig B, because in that number 1 spot is the Pig Beast in their opening week against Greensburg Central. Rising up in the GCC corner, and not a single tap, not a double tap, but the triple tap, dunking on the entire team. Take a bath, young man, because that was filthy.
Sends it down to the ground, but Pigby, a shot up. It's technically on target. No. Oh my God, it bounces off of the... right off of the corner. Pigby has the ball in the air. 0 seconds, it's in! And we head to overtime in game 1.
Wow, okay, you talk about a savant player. You really meant a savant.
And that means it's time for our Tech High School Spring Finals. We've got the Warriors from Penn Trafford versus the Gators from Gateway for our Division I matchup. And then it's going to be the Rangers of Forest Hills versus the Goats from Greater Altoona. A chance for some hardware on the line and a chance to earn your spot in TEC history. It all comes down to this. Let's go ahead and get down and do what it do. Until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. It's your boy Q. Signing out. Hey, yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and it's about that time we get down and do what it do. We've played 9 weeks of regular season and 2 weeks of playoff. It's time to crown a champion for our spring semester. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 plays from our spring semester. And coming in at number 5 is going to be Pig B from Forest Hills in their first round playoff game against Carmichael's area. able to jump the passing lane as the Mighty Mikes look to enter back into the offensive half. And then it's a filthy double tap off the sidewall from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things. Bang, as Forest Hills goes up 4-1.
Strong and confident. Pop, not quite sure if there was a meaningful changeup, if they're gonna look at doing it again. Oh, another redirect, bomb and yard, and Pig Beast, they find themselves 3.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Oh my. Even better the second time around.
And drifting into that number 4 spot is going to be Laminator Elk from West Branch in their matchup against Boyertown. Fielding the ball on his half in the back left-hand corner, full tank of boost, going coast to coast with it. Flip over one defender, the bouncing shot over the second, and Laminator Elk is just like that, dog. Built different as West Branch goes up 4-2 in game number 2.
Rushing here in the late game, but can they find another goal yet again? Pumpkin Spice Latte bringing things downfield. I am him. Shot whiffed. School put up. Shot saved out by Falcon. A minute left still. The ball cleared away. Laminators turn up in the air. Flip reset found. Shot in. Oh my God. West Branch up 4-2.
That was so clean. What an aerial to tap it in. I love the not only the flip reset, but just flip like.
And our number 3 clip from the spring comes from Pig B against Franklin Regional. The Panthers look to clear the zone, but it's Pig B, cooler than the other side of the pillow, gathering the ball, the flip, the control. Call this man butter because he's on a roll as Pig B and the Rangers look to bust out the brooms against Franklin Regional.
Again, both 2 overtimes in a row, and it's just not something you normally see happening against Forest Hills.
Definitely don't. I mean, if anything, we often see the Forest Hills games go into shootouts, but Big Beast once again closing out games, opening games, and the aerial skill to match here. It is beautiful as Forest Hills take the lead.
And sliding in at the number 2 spot is going to be the best pair in the business, Ixwalbo, in their championship rematch against Forest Hills. Both teams with undefeated records on the line in game number 4. And it's zeros on the clock. And what's cooler than being cool? It's Ixwalbo, icing the veins over one defender and posterizing the second with a double tap off the backboard as California area gets the sweet taste of revenge.
One down and touch into the backboard. A double commit here from Forest Hills as Ixwalbo looks to chip this one down, but it looks like the ball will fall here. We could be heading to an overtime.
Love some overtime more. Ixwalbo could end it right in. Oh my
Ixwalbo!
He did! Let's go! That's the man. That's the dethroner. That's the guy you will see in your nightmares. Ixwalbo, the hat trick to end things out.
And I hope y'all ain't tired of seeing my dog Pig B, because in that number 1 spot is the Pig Beast in their opening week against Greensburg Central. Rising up in the GCC corner, and not a single tap, not a double tap, but the triple tap, dunking on the entire team. Take it back, young man, because that was filthy.
Sends it down to the ground, but Pigby, a shot up. It's technically on target. No. Oh my God, it bounces right off of the corner. Pigby has the ball in the air. 0 seconds, it's in! And we head to overtime in game 1.
Wow, okay, you talk about a savant player. You really meant a savant.
And that means it's time for our Tech High School Spring Finals. We've got the Warriors from Penn Trafford versus the Gators from Gateway for our Division I matchup. And then it's going to be the Rangers of Forest Hills versus the Goats from Greater Altoona. A chance for some hardware on the line and a chance to earn your spot in TEC history. It all comes down to this. Let's go ahead and get down and do what it do. Until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all? It's your boy Q, signing out. Hey yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and it's about that time we get down and do what it do. We've played 9 weeks of regular season and 2 weeks of playoff. It's time to crown a champion for our spring semester. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 plays from our spring semester. And coming in at number 5 is going to be Pig B from Forest Hills in their first round playoff game against Carmichael's area. Able to jump the passing lane as the Mighty Mikes look to enter back into the offensive half. And then it's a filthy double tap off the sidewall from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things. Bang, as Forest Hills goes up 4-1.
Strong and confident. Pop, not quite sure if it was a meaningful changeup, if they're gonna look at doing it again. Oh, another redirect. Bomb and yard. And Pig Beast, they find themselves 3.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Oh my. Even better the second time around.
And drifting into that number 4 spot is going to be Laminator Elk from West Branch in their matchup against Boyertown. Fielding the ball on his half in the back left-hand corner, full tank of boost, going coast to coast with it. Flip over one defender, the bouncing shot over the second, and Laminator Elk is just like that, dog. Built different as West Branch goes up 4-2 in game number 2.
Rushing here in the late game, but can they find another goal yet again? Pumpkin Spice Latte bringing things downfield. I am him. Shot whiffed. School puts up. Shot saved out by Falcon. A minute left still. The ball cleared away. Laminators turn up in the air. Flip reset found. Shot and oh my God! West Branch up 4-2.
That was so clean. What an aerial to tap it in. I love the not only the flip reset, but just flip like.
And our number 3 clip from the spring comes from Pig B against Franklin Regional. The Panthers look to clear the zone, but it's Pig B, cooler than the other side of the pillow, gathering the ball, the flip, the control. Call this man butter because he's on a roll as Pig B and the Rangers look to bust out the brooms against Franklin Regional.
Again, 2 overtimes in a row, and it's just not something you normally see happening against Forest Hills.
Definitely don't. I mean, if anything, we often see the Forest Hills games go into shootouts, but Big Beast once again closing out games, opening games, and the aerial skill to match here. It is beautiful as Forest Hills take the lead.
And sliding in at the number 2 spot is going to be the best hair in the business, Igualbo, in their championship rematch against Forest Hills. Both teams with undefeated records on the line in game number 4. And it's zeros on the clock. And what's cooler than being cool? It's Igualbo, icing the veins over one defender and posterizing the second with a double tap off the backboard as California area gets the sweet taste of revenge.
One down and touch into the backboard, a double commit here.
Hey yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and we are back. The IU1 in Waynesburg Spring Classic powered by the Esports company. You might notice though, got me a new guest on my left over, or I guess that'd actually be my right on the screen there. The homie Kaiser and Kai, how you doing, homie?
Yeah, pretty good. You know, I'm sure not what some of you guys were expecting, a little caster change, but it's okay. We're still here for some great Rocket League action, and I'm excited. I've been following the bracket a little bit, and I think this is a pretty exciting matchup for the semifinals.
This is going to be really fun. Both teams seem to really like to push the pace here, and both teams haven't really been met with too much resistance, so I'm kind of curious to see which team, one, is able to seize the control out the gates, which it just seems like St. Mark's has been able to at least get themselves 2 shots early. And in that case, what adjustments does Trinity need to make to then be able to really either up the pace to play with them, or if they do decide to sit back and really rely on the counterattack?
Yeah, you know, it is interesting. I think St. Mark's, you know, not quite a team that we're as familiar with in this TEC league, being that they're the only team actually not from Pennsylvania, from Delaware. just over the border a little bit. So it is exciting, you know, you don't have that kind of feel, you don't know how well they've been playing, but Trinity has been pretty dominant, have not lost a game yet as they've made their way through this bracket, and that was a close one.
Was a close one here. We've seen Trinity has had a couple of opportunities now, and also St. Mark's has had a couple of opportunities. Basically 2 shots apiece here through the first 90 seconds of play in game number 1. And, you know, I know you were just now joining us, but we were talking in the green room at the start of things, Kai, and we figured, you know, if St. Mark's is going to be making the drive out from Delaware, they had to have had some ballers with them, and we have been able to see just that. And, I mean, even really showing up against a team like Trinity, who we know knows how to up the ante when it comes to some Rocket League. Has me excited to see how the rest of this series unfolds. We're talking about still being held scoreless on either side through the first 2 minutes. Well, till that.
Until just that, but you know, I think this exactly shows you. I mean, I think St. Mark's kind of have been this wild card in this tournament bracket, but they've really held their own. A little bit of a close game against California, which you guys followed that last series, but St. Mark's still held their own and already have the up on Trinity here in this first game. Just under 3 minutes. Trinity looking to find an answer to that.
So it's going to be a ball that goes across the goal line, maybe looking for someone centered up, but nobody going to be there. Zombie with the bump to make sure that St. Mark isn't able to gather that control off the sidewall. Pass from D5 was looking for Scout, but Scout did a good job of recognizing that they would get beat to that ball. Decides to retreat back to the defensive side. A little bit of a mistouch from Jake. Buns with an opportunity, but gets stuffed by YXCR.
Lots of aggression here towards midfield. The team's gonna have to start making a play. Trinity looking for an answer to St. Mark's early goal.
Shot from Jake coming across
Nice pass.
here. That was beautiful. It's a good opportunity. Kai, I'm surprised it didn't go in.
It's close, but not close enough. You can see just all this control here on this one side of the pitch. But just still looking to get it in.
Opportunity here now. They've been doing a good job keeping the pressure as Trinity. Yeah, they've been kept off the scoreboard here, deep in the offensive zone. But 6 shots, none of which have been able to find the lace. Jake going to be able to at least get the touch, keeping things forward here for now. And Scout off the sidewall, trying to find something here for the Spartans from St. Mark. That's an opportunity here from D5. Shot comes across, a Kablamo as well, but it doesn't matter. It's Zombie flipping the pitch here. No Busto, trying to bust out the protractor. Even a nice little pass towards the center of the field, but nobody there.
Had lots of great passes, lots of great touches, but also lots of great saves. It's been hard for either of these teams to find more opportunities. 1 minute remaining. Look at these passes. It's not going to matter.
Marks here, now going to re-enter this zone. They're looking to try and play keep away from Trinity. Zombie, though, tries to at least buy some space for the rest of the squad. Unable to do so. Doesn't matter the fact that there was only 2 people in the zone after the demo. D5 done enough to be able to get the pass off the back wall. YXCR has a wide open net. That's a mistake that they are not going to make. That's a touch that's going to find the lace every single time. And St. Mark up by 2 with 40 seconds left.
Good positioning from St. Mark throughout this game, and Trinity finally get one in, closing the gap a little bit, but with just over 30 seconds left, they're going to have to find one more to tie it up.
Nice play by Jake with the second effort there to be able to chase that thing down after the first shot sails a little bit wide. Then able to punch that one home, and with 35 seconds, you've still got time, especially with Jake. Going to be able to field this up off the kickoff, looking for the redirect off that side wall, but that shot lane jumped. And at least knock it towards the side for now. The Spartans got to find some way to get a little bit of this pressure relieved here. You get this thing out of the zone with 15 seconds left, you could be fine, but instead Zombie says, I'll take your cookies, dog, and we're all tied up at 2.
Just enough time for anyone to put one more in. to take this first game of the series home and not bring it to OT. It's going to be hard with two teams just as aggressive. They both want this so badly. They both need this. This is quite the semifinal matchup we're hearing. It almost feels like a grand final right now.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like that type of caliber. Unfortunately, one of these two teams is going to have to go to the lower bracket and find their way to the grand final through there. Looks like we're even going to require extra time here in game number 1. Oh, hold on. Jake has an opportunity. That punches home, and Trinity able to take game number 1.
A 0-second goal does mean Trinity taking this first game, but it was a tough match, and St. Mark's looked pretty dominant that first half of this game here, Q.
They did look dominant. One thing that I gotta be honest, I have a little bit of concerns with was how things ended. This is something that I see so much watching Rocket League, where you have a team like St. Mark come out and really be able to dominate things, but then it just kind of falls apart towards the end of game number 1. Even in that situation, it looked like we were about to be going for overtime, but instead Jake, out of nowhere, like an RKO, able to finish out game number 1 with the goal. And you can't help but wonder for St. Mark, if they come out here and in the first 60, 90 seconds, relinquish the control, allow another goal or two, what that does to the mental. Right now, Trinity has all the control.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at these stats right here, you can see Trinity did a pretty good job throughout. I mean, it was close. It was close. Obviously, we know that almost went to OT, but when you're kind of looking at here, that field domination, those shots, St. Mark did a great job kind of saving some of these early on. But again, you know, you have to wonder about the longevity and what that means moving forward and how the rest of these games are going to look, because it's a long series and you don't want to get kind of overtired and lose that momentum that you have. So St. Mark's did a great job putting those early goals in, but Trinity weren't scared. They still looked confident and they were able to clutch it up. And I fear for St. Mark's if they allow Trinity to get some of that early aggression, those early scores, what that's going to mean for them moving forward.
I think the big thing for me looking at that stat line, the 40% field domination, despite the fact that they had quite a bit of control of the field early, which really just tells you how much control Trinity had of the field in the late game. The fact that they were really able to push St. Mark back into their third, and even the fact that the ball possession was technically close to 50, lets you know that St. Mark's was in possession of the ball back in their defensive half and struggling to find the clear. Similar to what we're seeing here early on, the pressure from playing downhill from Trinity. They're right now able to keep and just be relentless towards the net.
And just looking at these individual, you know, cars, the control both of these teams have, I mean, just over the cars with these touches, with these passes is incredible. But I think St. Mark's got a little bit complacent that last time, and Trinity were able to turn up and catch them off guard. But St. Mark's definitely looking to answer. They put up a fight this entire bracket, not looking to stop that anytime soon. It's a close first game. This is still a best of 5. Could be anyone's series.
Still got plenty of time, and of course, no goals scored in our opening minute here. That's the good news, at least for now. You have to feel like over on the side of St. Mark, you're just happy with the fact that your defense has been able to hold the line. You do have to find some way, though, to make sure that you're compiling down pressure. They're in the zone, but a lot of the ball play has been over towards the side of the side of the field. That's nothing threatening towards the net. Yeah, you've got 2 shots, but how scary are they? That's the real question, right?
Yeah, and I like, you can start to see these teams taking their time. They have that control, focusing on these touches instead of just wildly shooting. And that's really what it comes down to, is that control. Knowing that when you do make an attempt, it'll go in, and, you know, just wildly shooting isn't quite going to do it, especially when you're looking at teams of this caliber.
Now it's going to be entering down into this opposite side here, and still held at zeros on either side, right around that halftime line, but it's Scout able to step up to the challenge here, able to find the first goal of game number 2, and it is St. Mark able to put themselves out to a lead.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there. You see Zombie just kind of missed that touch. St. Mark's First one up, looking to show that a team from Delaware can make it all the way to grand finals. Trinity have looked so dominant, haven't lost a single game at this entire tournament. All 3 O's not looking to lose here. But that goal there from St. Mark's puts a little bit more pressure on Trinity.
The Hillers have shown up here to play. That is for sure, but they've got to find some way to retake the lead. They were able to walk away with game number 1, but they're now going to be playing from behind with a 2-goal deficit after YXCR able to follow up this nice little drop down from D5. The ball's right in front of the net. No one able to meet with any sort of resistance. Right now, Trinity needs a bounce back, and they need it now.
I think St. Mark's, after that first game, the early 2 goals, but then losing 3-2, are starting to show some signs of this early aggression, and Trinity are so careful, so controlled, but just not able to answer to some of this aggression. Need to start answering now. Ooh! And there we go. That's Trinity's answer. Jake putting another one in. First for this game. Brings that scoreline 1-2. St. Mark's still just barely ahead.
A costly mistake from St. Mark's defense there. A little bit of a whiff. But the good news is you did have yourself a 2-goal lead. So you do still have the control with 1 minute and 50 seconds here left on the clock. The big thing now for St. Mark, to try and find some way to re-extend them back out to 2. Zombie's going to be up here in the sky, able to get it over Scout. It's going to be fielded. No, actually, Zombie wins that 50. Being a nuisance up here, leaves it off for Buns as well, and that's going to allow Trinity, the Hillers, still got the control. Nice pass over to Jake, but Scout reads it and shuts it down.
Look at this. Look at these touches, these passes, just trying to make sure you gain that control. Lots of touches here in the midfield. Making their way over here, going. But Zombie just barely missing that ball. Not gonna put it in this time. But 1 minute remains, still plenty of time to score.
Woo! I thought that was going to
I thought that one was going in.
There's going to be some pressure relieved here from Trinity, though. That was a close call. Now you've been able to at least get this ball towards the midfield line. You've got 40 seconds, though. Zombie looking for the back pass to Jake to be able to at least garner the control for the Hillers once more. And it's Zombie up in the sky. I think was looking off for a potential pass towards Buns, who was lurking in the shadows, just unable to dial it up. The kablamo, double kablamo from Scott, means that Zombie, the last one in play for just a moment. Both players back in on the respawn. They're both in the corner. Not much boost in the tank, but able to do just enough to get back in the offensive zone. Oh no, Zombie with the shot. That ties things up. And what a last second opportunity. I love the ability to flip the field here.
Like how it seems both of these series, you know, St. Mark's getting those early goals. Looks like they had the leg up, but in the last second, Trinity able to tie these games up. And of course, 10 seconds left. Could be another 0-second goal, maybe. Or maybe we're finally going into OT between these two teams.
Shot opportunity from Scouts. Not like this. Oh, it's off of the hood. They were in just the right spot, but a little bit of a mistouch. You even heard it hit the post. You just needed a little bit more of it. And instead, for St. Mark's, they do take game number 2, which means this best of 5 has now become a best of 1.
Oh yeah. No, I just want to take a second to look.
Sorry.
to look at some of these stats here, but St. Mark did a little bit of a better job this time. You know, this is kind of a flip of what we just saw game 1. St. Mark's definitely answering Trinity's call. I think we're in it for the long haul here. Q, I wouldn't be surprised to see this go all 5 games.
I would love to see all 5 games. I'm always up for it. Hashtag for the content in chat. But yeah, you mentioned it, a big flip around as far as just the control of not only the field, but the ball possession for St. Mark's as well. Able to compile up 11 shots on the target versus just the 4 from Trinity. Maybe something to be able to at least ride home about and be a little excited about for Trinity. I mean, efficiency is a word that pops out to mind, right? 2 shots, 4 goals. If all I got to do is keep shooting, shooters got to shoot. For St. Mark's, they were able to find a way to really control the field in that last game. If they find some way to duplicate that, they might be able to just push themselves up into that grand final.
Yeah, and I think that's really what rides on the line for both of these teams here is that shot and making it straight to the grand final. This very well might be, can't speak today, that grand final matchup that we see. Remember, the team that loses here still has a chance to move on to the losers bracket. And the winner, of course, of that last match in the losers bracket will be moving back to the grand finals. But remember, this is a double elimination tournament, so securing that spot in the grand finals now means even if you lose that first matchup, you get another shot at redemption to take it all home.
Let's get into it here. First 30 seconds gone by, and we've seen a couple of attempts, or at least looks down here towards the side from St. Mark's. It's going to be a ball right around the midfield line. A chance for Trinity to regather the control. It's Jake looking for a pass to Zombie. Good opportunity, but that sails far into the corner. You got to find some way to keep the control here. Zombie gets an attempt to stab at it. Jake can at least fire one on a target. Second opportunity gets shut down from D5.
A minute down, no goals yet, but look at the control. This field control on their way over. That's a huge demo, but not going to be able to capitalize off of it this time. Jake bringing it over into St. Mark's territory, but no one to pass it to.
Good look towards the net there, but Zombie does jump that passing lane and able now to move this thing on down the field. Zombie keeps the pressure up in the corner as well, able to get the big boost pad, which leaves a little bit less for St. Mark to try and find some way out of the zone. D5 needs to be able to rise up and able to do just that. Buns keeps the additional pressure. The 2-tap, an opportunity for Jake, but unfortunately not able to rise up high enough in the sky to get the touch. So a South Scout, the opportunity, goes coast to coast with it, puts them on a poster, and St. Mark going to be up 1-0.
Another early goal from St. Mark, but if I've learned anything throughout these first 2 games, it's that Trinity always seems to have an answer. Still 3 minutes, plenty of time.
Oh, look at that shot coming across. Second opportunity from Buns. That's not going to find it here, and Trinity trying to up the pace. They got to make sure that they don't get caught creeping too far forward. Trying to make the comeback here. You've only got a 1-goal deficit. You can still pick and choose your spots to try and push forward here, especially with a whole half to play. D5 trying to get this thing over Zombie. Jake now stepping up to the challenge on the 15, at least sends it towards that side wall, and the control now going to be there in the hands of the Hillers as Jake moves it up forward towards the net. It's YXCR with a big save.
And Jake, once again, going to sink that in. Good positioning from the entire Trinity team. Lots of good passes. Good touches, and Jake just bumping that right in to tie it up.
Got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left here. There's plenty of time, Kai. The question becomes, what can St. Mark do to bounce things back?
I mean, I think when I look at these 2 teams, at least, the first half of this series is it seems St. Mark generally have that aggression, but it's hard when you're all grouped up in there. Jake going to be able to touch, and when you're all there, just one mistake away, all grouped up, not able to save, and look at that. D5. Not in a position to get that out of there. Actually touches it in their net. And that's what Trinity does, is they capitalize off of these little tiny mistakes. They see an opening and they go for it. St. Mark's going to have to answer to that precision, that control.
I think one thing right now that stands out to me, it's Jake. Has 5 shots on the target, out shooting St. Mark's by himself. Also has the 2 goals, putting on a real show. But you know what? It's a full team effort over on the St. Mark side, as that's a nice play here. Just get set up from YXCR, sees the mistake of the handle from Jake, and punishes it. We're tied up here at 2. 98 seconds still left on the clock. And with this being game number 3, the series score tied up at 1. One of these two teams has the opportunity to put themselves on a series point, but it's going to be a fight.
Fight indeed. We know Trinity top seed going into this, and St. Mark's very much that dark horse. Nobody knew what to expect, and I don't know that anyone was expecting this, but St. Mark's have a lot to prove. Had a great showing so far. A win here would mean so much to both of these teams. St. Mark's already the only team to give Trinity a run for their money in this tournament, in this bracket. But will it be enough? Just 50 seconds left.
YXCR is going to be able to get that, at least the first touch, trying to move things forward for St. Mark. And the defensive side right now, it is Trinity. The Hillers are going to have to try and find some way to relieve the pressure. We do know that St. Mark does like to play fast. D5, pass off the sidewall, looking for Scout, but Buns does a good job of jumping the passing lane. Zombie not going to be able to field it, though. Was looking for a potential pass back towards the middle. Gets the big boost as Jake jumps up forward, puts a little bit of pressure. Jake, a pass over to Zombie, but it's saved by YXCR, who's now trying to very quickly flip the script, flip the pitch. That's a pass off the Scout, but that gets shut down by the defense from Trinity. Oh! What a play, and who else? I mean, Jake, the hat trick. 3 goals over on the side of Trinity, seeming to do it all. A nice little redirect off that pass as well. I think otherwise, if Zombie tries to take that all the way themselves, does get shut down. 7 seconds for the Spartans from St. Mark to try and tie things up.
Going to have to just be as aggressive as possible, trying to put it in, but I don't know that they're going to get the opportunity. Still time, but staying over here in St. Mark's zone puts a lot of pressure on them. Looking for these fast touches, but that's going to hit. And Trinity wins this one 3-2. This was an important game because this puts a lot of pressure moving forward. Now St. Mark's don't have that kind of shield. They can't afford to lose this next one, or they're going straight to the losers bracket.
Yeah, and Trinity kind of has been able to slowly crawl the way back in and find ways to make the minor adjustments needed to really be able to counter the attack from the Spartans here. But I can't help but wonder that last game, if it was a full team effort where it's just Jake being the beneficiary of, Zombie and Buns being able to enable themselves, or being able to enable Jake, or if Jake truly did just pop off. Because if it was a pop-off game from Jake, they're going to require another one before St. Mark's gets 2 dubs here. And that's a lot of pressure to be putting up onto one person. I mean, they haven't had much time here to figure things out, but I feel like when you look at the stats, it shows that Trinity, had plenty of control that game.
They definitely did. And this is kind of a similar line to what we saw that game 1. I think it's pretty clear that both of these teams, very, very strong, a lot of back and forth, very similar as far as that skill goes. And you do have to wonder, is that just kind of a hero moment from Jake? But I will say, speaking of that team, a couple assists from both teammates did allow Jake to sink some of those in. But is that a case of Jake putting one in after a touch, or were they setting Jake up? That remains to be seen. St. Mark's, a lot of pressure here. Know that they have to win right here. But it's going to be Buns to score for Trinity.
Be able to compound that pressure down after a 1-goal lead. One goal win. To then just 17 seconds in game number 4 here, the Hillers put themselves back into that driver's seat. And you figure if they can find themselves maybe even a second before this first 60, 90 seconds is up, that might completely take the wind out of the sails of the Spartans.
They're looking for it. They want this in that zone, but some desperate touches, desperate shots. not going to be enough to make it towards that goal. Jake there to stop. Now once again back in St. Mark's territory.
As far as for Trinity, they've been able to hold off this attack, this approach from St. Mark's here early, just the one shot. Although the same could be said for the Spartans as well. They also have held Trinity to just the one. Of course, that one did find the back of the net. Minute and 10 seconds here into play, and it's going to be Scout, a quick circle around, looking for a pass towards the middle, but Buns able to get the control here for the Hillers. Zombie also able to chase it down, just being a nuisance. Gets the bump. Now also gets the touch here as well, leaving it off for Jake, who's going to jump off the sidewall, tries to slam it home. But the defense from St. Mark steps to the challenge.
It's all about positioning. It's all about where you can get those passes you can get. Those saves that only come in when you're in the net, but D5 going to score for St. Mark's, tying it up. And look at that. Wide open. Jake trying to save it, but just not getting there in time. Clean goal now. A little over 3 minutes. Still anyone's game. But Trinity, if they can take it home right here, secure that spot in the grand finals.
I feel like for Trinity, they probably still feel like they've got plenty of control. That's just the first goal here. I don't think they're feeling the pressure. I'm not sure if that's a big motivating goal for St. Mark, especially with the fact that they are all of a sudden back with their backs against the wall, back in the defensive end, but D5 is going to be able to at least relieve a little bit of that. Big booming clear down to the other side. Scout, one pass off that back wall. D5 rises up. The Zombie gets enough of it to send it high. Now it's Jake sending it back towards the midfield line. A potential quick 2v1 opportunity quickly becomes a 2v2. Scout finds the demolition, which now makes it a 3v2. Gives the control to St. Mark's. Means they should be able to get this out of the zone. Touch over one. Bun's the only one there. Only has 12 boosts in the tank. It has just enough to be able to contest things, but it's kind of been a tussle around that midfield line for the last 30 seconds or so.
And I think this goes back to what you said about Trinity. Yeah, it's just one goal. Maybe not quite feeling that pressure yet. St. Mark's is feeling that pressure because St. Mark's don't have the clock to run with. They don't have that extra game to work with. Trinity can afford to slow things down, be a little bit more methodical. Maybe something St. Mark's needs to do to stay in this. Doing a great job with those demos to get that advantage, but still not able to put one in. Buns looking to set up some teammates. Everyone down there in St. Mark's territory.
You see, as far as for now, St. Mark's doing a good job of playing downfield. The rotations have been on point for St. Mark's. They've been doing a really good job of limiting Trinity's visits into the zone for the last minute or so. You wonder if the adjustments have been made. But it's not just about the defense. St. Mark's, they still got to figure out some way to get some offense going, and it can't be solely from D5, who has all 4 shots for the Spartans here in the first 4 minutes. D5 going to be able to get the demolition here on a Bun, but D5 now going to lose control of the ball. Zombie looking for the second touch, looking for potentially Buns rotating forward, who had already committed back to defense. Gives the control back to the Spartans.
Yeah, St. Mark's definitely did the best when it was a team effort. Going down to see Scout, YXCR stepping up. 4 shots, but only 1 goal for St. Mark's. Not going to be enough. Trinity want to finish this right here. 20 seconds left in game number 4 here. These next goals will be very, very important. Or will this be our first OT of the series?
Always for extra Rocket League. But you know what? Let me get a game number 5. Slightly pulling for the Spartans. Can't even lie. Thought that one was going to sail in. But it is overtime. Golden goal opportunity. And for the Hillers from Trinity, 1 shot is all it takes to send yourself to the grand finals.
Oh, and that's going to be the shot for Trinity from Buns that does it.
What a play. Buns does just enough, knows where to put their car. To just pop that thing up, direct it towards the net, and Trinity going to be the first squad to secure them spot into the grand final. We talked about this 10 seed here, St. Mark's. They made an impressive run to get here. I mean, they even took down California area in their last matchup. But now St. Mark will be joining them in that lower bracket. Even when you look at the stat sheet here, another one of those things that shows we're ball possession right around the 50%, but it was Trinity who was just able to keep their rotation so tight and to be able to make sure that they're spending enough time down on that Spartans half that eventually they were able to find the goal that was needed to send things home.
I mean, very much a very, very close series. St. Mark's, the only team to give Trinity kind of a run for the money. This is the first game that Trinity lost this entire bracket. 3-0s all across the board until we made it here. And these were close games. We had, I mean, just throughout the series, we had 2 0-second goals. We had one in the last 7 seconds. And of course, went to OT here, 9 seconds in, scored. Very, very close teams. Unfortunately for St. Mark's, they are moving to the losers bracket, but that doesn't mean that they're out here. One more match will let them know, are they moving on to the grand finals for a rematch against Trinity? And will they take what they learned from this matchup right here to kind of bring the heat moving forward?
We still got to figure out who they're going to be playing against as well. Technically, we're a round behind that. I do believe we technically got Cannon Mac and Jefferson Morgan playing, as well as California area versus Boyertown. The winner of those two teams, or those two matchups, I believe are the matchup that we should be having on stream next year. The winner of that faces St. Mark's for a chance for the grand final. So it's been a long day, but we're already pretty well on the way towards the end of things. We talked about Trinity in the grand finals. We got to figure out who's going to be joining them over the course of these next 2 matchups. We'll be going to that lower bracket semifinals right after a quick break. Hey, yo, what it do? It's your boy Q, and it's about that time we get down and do what it do. We've played 9 weeks of regular season and 2 weeks of playoff. It's time to crown a champion for our spring semester. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 plays from our spring semester. And coming in at number 5 is going to be Pig B from Forest Hills in their first round playoff game against Carmichael's area. Able to jump the passing lane as the Mighty Mikes look to enter back into the offensive half. And then it's a filthy double tap off the sidewall from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things. Bang, as Forest Hills goes up 4-1.
Strong and confident. Pop, not quite sure if it was a meaningful changeup, if they're gonna look at doing it again. Oh, another redirect, bomb and yard, and Pig Beast, they find themselves 3.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Oh my. Even better the second time around.
And drifting into that number 4 spot is going to be Laminator Elk from West Branch in their matchup against Boyertown. Fielding the ball on his half in the back left-hand corner, full tank of boost, going coast to coast with it. Flip over one defender, the bouncing shot over the second, and Laminator Elk is just like that, dog. Built different as West Branch goes up 4-2 in game number 2.
Rushing here in the late game, but can they find another goal yet again? Pumpkin Spice Latte bringing things downfield. I am him. Shot whiffed. School puts up. Shot saved down by Falcon. A minute left still. The ball cleared away. Laminators turn up in the air. Flip reset found. Shot in. Oh my God. West Branch up 4-2.
That was so clean. What an aerial to tap it in. I love the not only the flip reset, but just flip like.
And our number 3 clip from the spring comes from Pig B against Franklin Regional. The Panthers look to clear the zone, but it's Pig B, cooler than the other side of the pillow, gathering the ball, the flip, the control. Call this man butter because he's on a roll as Pig B and the Rangers look to bust out the brooms against Franklin Regional.
Again, both 2 overtimes in a row, and it's just not something you normally see happening against Forest Hills.
Definitely don't. I mean, if anything, we often see the Forest Hills games go into shootouts, but Big Beast once again closing out games, opening games, and the aerial skill to match here. It is beautiful as Forest Hills take the lead.
And sliding in at the number 2 spot is going to be the best pair in the business, Ixwalvo, in their championship rematch against Forest Hills. Both teams with undefeated records on the line in game number 4. And it's zeros on the clock. And what's cooler than being cool? It's Ixwalvo, icing the vein over one defender and posterizing the second with a double tap off the backboard, as California area gets the sweet taste of revenge.
One down and punch into the backboard. A double commit here from Forest Hills as Ixwalvo looks to chip this one down, but it looks like the ball will fall here. We could be heading to an overtime.
Love some overtime more. Ixwalvo could end it right in. Oh my Ixwalvo! He did! Let's go! That's the man. That's the dethroner. That's the guy you will see in your nightmares. Ixwalvo, the hat trick to end things out.
And I hope y'all ain't tired of seeing my dog Pig B, because in that number 1 spot is the Pig Beast in their opening week against Greensburg Central. Rising up in the GCC corner, and not a single tap, not a double tap, but the triple tap, dunking on the entire team. Take a bath, young man, because that was filthy.
Sends it down to the ground, but Pigby, a shot up. It's technically on target. No. Oh my God, it bounces right off of the corner. Pigby has the ball in the air. 0 seconds, it's in! And we head to overtime in game 1.
Wow, okay, you talk about a savant player. You really meant a savant.
And that means it's time for our Tech High School Spring Finals. We've got the Warriors from Penn Trafford versus the Gators from Gateway for our Division I matchup. And then it's going to be the Rangers of Forest Hills versus the Goats from Greater Altoona. A chance for some hardware on the line and a chance to earn your spot in TEC history. It all comes down to this. Let's go ahead and get down and do what it do. Until we catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere. Game hard and love hard. All right, y'all? It's your boy Q, signing out. Hey, yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and it's about that time we get down and do what it do. We've played 9 weeks of regular season and 2 weeks of playoff. It's time to crown a champion for our spring semester. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 5 plays from our spring semester. And coming in at number 5 is going to be Pig B from Forest Hills in their first round playoff game against Carmichael's area. Able to jump the passing lane as the Mighty Mikes look to enter back into the offensive half. And then it's a filthy double tap off the sidewall from Steph Curry range, doing Steph Curry things. Bang, as Forest Hills goes up 4-1.
Strong and confident. Pop, not quite sure if there was a meaningful changeup, if they're gonna look at doing it again. Oh, another redirect, bomb and yard, and Pig Beast, they find themselves 3.
Oh my.
Wow.
Oh my. Oh my. Even better the second time around.
And drifting into that number 4 spot is going to be Laminator Elk from West Branch in their matchup against Boyertown. Fielding the ball on his half in the back left-hand corner, full tank of Hey, yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and we're getting ready for our Division 1 championship match for Rocket League. And I told y'all at the top of the playoffs that I didn't think that a run back from our fall championship was necessarily guaranteed, but to see neither team here, holy, just shows you how the competition in TEC has risen to the challenge. So let's go ahead and see how our teams, Penn Trafford and Gateway, got here today. Now, Gateway came into the playoffs as the 3 seed, a 6-2 record on the spring semester, and it started off great for the Gators. A 5-0 record through the first 5 weeks, including a blitzkrieg of offense in week number 2 against West Green, where everybody on the Gators scored at least 8 goals. A 5-game banger of a series against Albert Gallatin, and a 3-1 series win over Penn Trafford. They would go on to lose 2 of their next 3, however. In week 6, they had lose to the Rangers of Forest Hills in a sweep, and then in their final week of play, they had lose to California Area. But I don't think most people were pressing the panic button. I mean, those were the 2 top seeds, and the 2 teams that were in St. Francis fighting it out for the championship in the fall. But the playoffs has been all about redemption opportunities. In the quarterfinals, it was Albert Gallatin looking for theirs, a rematch from week number 3 and the closest series that Gateway had during the regular season. And while Gateway would walk away with a sweep, the scoreline a lot closer than one might think, a 4-goal differential across the 3 W's. But you know what they say, a win's a win. And then they got their chance at redemption against Forest Hills, the team that not only swept them a little over a month prior, but the defending Division 1 champions. And while it wasn't a sweep in return, a 3-1 victory is what got the Gators to St. Francis and a date with Penn Trafford. And speaking of Penn Trafford, they came into the playoffs as the 5 seed, 5-3 through the regular season. And it started off with a loss against California Area, a team that looked to be on a mission here in the spring semester. But then they had bounced back, winning their next 4 series, dropping a mere 3 individual games, as the Warriors looked good heading into the middle of the season. But then they would end their season 1-2 in their last 3. A loss to the Goats from Greater Altoona in week 6, a 5-game banger of a series. And then they'd lose another one to end their season to the Gators of Gateway. But then the redemption arc started. First, it was taking down the Goats from Greater Altoona, coming in with a chip on their shoulder and taking down GACTC down in just 4 games. And then it was a chance against the undefeated California Area squad in the semifinals. The Warriors would be able to flip the script, preventing their spring semester from ending the same way it started. And of course, also earning themselves a date with Gateway. So it all comes down to this. 2 teams taking to the pitch, but only one can declare themselves the 2024 Tech High School Rocket League champions of Division 1. So let me know who you guys are taking down in the chat. And if y'all are with us right now at St. Francis University, go ahead and make some noise to get hyped, because the main event is about to get started. Hey yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and we're getting ready for our Division 1 championship match for Rocket League. And I told y'all at the top of the playoffs that I didn't think that a run back from our fall championship was necessarily guaranteed, but to see neither team here, holy, just shows you how the competition in TEC has risen to the challenge. So let's go ahead and see how our teams, Penn Trafford and Gateway, got here today.
What's up, everybody? I hope you got some water and stretched during that break, because we are back. We're following the lower bracket semifinals between California and Cannon Mac. I'm Kaijin. I'm here with your boy Q.
What up, what up, what up? We know California Area quite a bit from our time over with our Tech High School series. Cannon Mac, not so much, but we do know this is a team that's obviously made it thus far, made their way into the top 4. And also took down Jefferson Morgan, who we do know from our time over at our Tech High School series as well. But looks like we've got all 6 players out on the field, ready to hit the pitch and get into this semifinals action. We're going to have California Area out on the blue side, and we're also going to have that Cannon Mac squad out on the orange half.
Excited to see. We know that California is actually another team that went toe-to-toe with St. Mark's, and we just saw what a good performance they put up against Trinity. So a good team to be sure. Yes, we don't know as much about these other teams, but Ken and Mac made their way through this bracket as well. Two good teams fighting for the spot. Remember, we're in the lower bracket now, so the team that loses here will be sent home.
Yeah, we've been hyping up the fact that there's a double elim bracket. That's all good when you're up in the upper bracket. Nitro here, though, going to be the first one onto the board for Cannon Mac. It doesn't take him long, 33 seconds, and it's the second shot on target, finds the lace.
Early score here for Cannon Mac. California going to have to answer to that, but it's still early on in our series, early on in our game. Plenty of time. You can just see the aggressiveness of these teams. They know it's all or nothing here at this point. So badly want to move on. Woo. Remember, this is just the lower bracket semis, so there's still one more round of this lower bracket to go before moving on to the grand finals. But if they made it this far, definitely a chance to make it. They have to prove it here, though.
We got St. Mark's. The Spartans line in wait for whoever wins this series here. Cannon Mac was able to put themselves into the driver's seat with a very early goal. As far as for California area, they're slowly starting to scratch and claw their way back into it. They've been able to find themselves their first 3 shots, none of which have been able to connect quite yet, but they've looked decent. As far as their defense, also being able to hold the line, got themselves 2 saves. Now trying to turn defenses to offense is Ixwalvo. Unfortunately, that goes wide.
Still looking to set their team up here, but it's hard when they don't have the quite right positioning. Lots of ball action here in the midfield, but no team yet right now able to capitalize off of that zone aggression.
The Big Macs here so far, they've been doing a pretty good job of keeping the control down. It's not like they're doing anything necessarily too flashy, but it is definitely very efficient. They're making sure that every touch is finding its mark and pushing the ball forward for their squad. As far as for the Trojans, they've also been able to find themselves a couple of opportunities, mostly led by this young gentleman right here, Ixwalvo, who tries to rise up and punch that one home, but unable to connect. Looking for a second opportunity in the zone, just has to get the flick over the defender, but it sails that ball wide as well. And for California area, that have had a couple of looks at it, they've been sniffing the goal line, but they haven't been able to punch one home quite yet.
Ixwalvo so badly wants to score here. 4 shots, and finally going to do it now. Shot number 5 is a goal, tying it up 1-1.
Who else but Ixwalvo, the 5th shot being the magic number in this case. Also has a couple of saves to go with it as well, proving that it's not just the offense that the best hair in the business is able to play, but the defense as well. Quick pop up to Ixwalvo. He's gonna make you pay every single time you give him an open net. And now it's gonna be California area in the lead.
So a great pass there from player JD. JD3.
California area off the draw, gets the control. Remember, they've scored the last 2. And sometimes it's just all about making those little bit of micro adjustments as they are needed to be able to find some sort of success in the zone. Ixwalvo, second touch here, looking for a pass off to Jordan, who does get the shot, but Josh Siwa able to get the saves. Ixwalvo, 2-tap, getting filthy with it. That is 3 unanswered for California area, and that also is the hat trick for Ixwalvo.
Ixwalvo's taking this series personally, I think.
I said when the California area got sent to that lower bracket that man there would definitely be on a mission. It seems to be that is the case. Didn't get a chance to be able to compete for a championship out on land, and Ixwalvo now finds a 4th? Okay, young man, step up to the plate.
Yeah, Ixwalvo took that first goal by Cannon Mac personally and is on a vendetta. 8 shots and 50% of those goals.
Bravo. Now maybe even looking for a 5th, at least sends it into the zone here. Player JD now gonna follow it up as well. And it seems like a couple of quick tweaks. And it has been California area who's kept the pressure down. I mean, Exwalvo has 9 shots on his own, as opposed to the 4 on the other side of the field from Cannon Mac. And now gonna be able to take the cookies, going the other way with it here, but Nitro gets the save.
Sometimes defense is the best offense, but you still have to score. Cannon Mac, 3 goals separate them in California, or should I say Exwalvo. Make that 4 goals. VRT Jordan showing that this is a team effort for California.
And this assist, though, from Exwalvo, keeping 100% goal participation for now. A 931 scoreline, looking to try and cap that 1,000 mark here in the final 30 seconds here, especially if you happen to find yourself one more goal. VRT Jordan has a touch, keeps it in the zone. Exwalvo rising up to try and get over the defender, but no dice. Exwalvo does get a kablamo, though. That might give them the possession to turn things around in the zone, but a nice big clear coming across. As for now, another opportunity from Nitro at the pass to the middle. Joshua tries to keep it alive with that clear here. Exwalvo just looking to burn the last little bit of clock, or are they looking for one more goal? Doesn't matter. Ball hits the ground. California area goes up 1-0.
Cannon Mac did get that first goal, but when you look at these stats here, right here, I mean, California area just kind of had control. Look at that ball possession, pretty close, but still California area on top in that field domination. And just look at Exwalvo. 9 shots and 4 goals.
Yeah, putting on a shot. Also adding an assist to his tally as well. Doing a little bit of everything. Has a couple of saves. I mean, literally doing it all. Whenever you see a player able to get close to that 1,000 mark, you know they're putting on a show. That's one thing the California area is known for, is the fact that Exwalvo can pop off like that. But don't let that make you sleep on VRT Jordan and player JD3. We were talking about it earlier with Hot Sauce in their earlier matchup today. This is a team where really anyone can step up to the plate at any time here. But where it's a best of 5 right now for California area. You win the next one, you're 1 away, and then you're 1 series away from being in the grand final. So yeah, you're having to do it through the lower bracket, but the goal still being the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think realistically, you look at this lower bracket at this point, we're in the semifinals, and of course, we'll be moving on to those lower bracket finals right after this. But I think it just really shows you, realistically, anyone at this point could make it to the grand finals. We have lots of good teams in this bracket, but it's just who is going to pop off, who is going to stand out. Remember that there's a lot riding on these matches in the lower bracket. It's double elim. You already got eliminated once. You don't have that extra wiggle room. But, I mean, California, I think they took that loss early on to St. Mark's, that dark horse team, very, very personally, and see that through how they're playing now. Yes, Exwalvo standing out, but it's a team effort. I think you're right. Jordan, JD3, all able to step up when it matters. We'll just see if that's the case throughout the series.
Nice save from Exwalvo, but that ball bounces out right in front of the net. It's still in the key. You gotta find some way to send that out towards the sidewall. Otherwise, Joshua gonna do just that, putting St. Mark's out into the lead here early. 20 seconds is all it takes. Now it's going to be up to the Trojans here to find some way, somehow, some sort of response to bring this thing back to even. Otherwise, we always talk about the word momentum, especially in a game like Rocket League where the feel good makes you play good, playing good leads to the winning good. So Exwalvo going to rise up into the air here. One touch looking for VRT Jordan. grinding only with the saves. Wabo tries to follow it up and not going to be able to bang it home either.
Right now in possession of Cannon Mac, just sort of waiting.
I love the kind of the competitive feel here. It's like, you know what? We see you lose one. Let's all stop for just a second. Hey, since you guys stopped, we'll give you possession of the ball back at the top of midfield. And then we'll go ahead and get right back down to it. You love to see that sort of sportsmanship at the interscholastic level. And let's not forget that we're in the lower bracket here. Now Joshua going to extend the lead to 2 for Cannon Mac. And man, this squad popping off right now.
Second in the net for Cannon Mac. But just taking a step back, I just want to echo, yeah, the sportsmanship here, unmatched. I think it's so great that there are tournaments like this at, you know, that high school level, the collegiate level, and just really giving students the opportunity to play. And I love that they're sportsmanship, because at the end of the day, everyone's here for the same reason. Everyone's here to have fun. And yeah, a little friendly competition is good, but waiting till you get all your teams better is so much more fun. But now California down by 2 goals, 3 minutes left. Have to start making adjustments now, and we know they're more than capable of doing that.
You mentioned first 2 minutes now by in our second game of our lower bracket semifinals here at our IU1 and Waynesburg Spring Classic, powered by the Esports company. And for California area, this is a squad that for a long time has sit amongst one of the 2 at the top of the Esports company, especially when you look at a player like Zwalbo. We have our top 5 plays that we put out every week, seems to always be there, but right now has been held silent in game number 2. This time, it's Nitro who's going to be able to punch this one home, and it's now a 3-goal lead for the Big Macs.
I mean, that was a fantastic game 1 by California, and I think Cannon Mac probably a little bit upset with that showing and know they're capable of so much more and want to show it here, and they are. But California still have time to bring it back, especially when you have players on your team like Xuavo, who was able to have 9 shots last game. Going to need to start seeing that here again. 2 minutes left. Still time, but it's ticking.
There is still time, but it continues to dwindle away. You can't have very many more empty visits down onto this orange half of the pitch, and a little bit of miscommunication, like a touch there that we see from Jordan, knocking it out of the grasp of player JD. Now it's the squad of the Trojans. We're having to retreat back to defense. Zwalbo able to get over the 1. DRT Jordan right there and wait because of the bump. Zwalbo going to try and send one towards the net. Not going to be able to really get the connection. The defense for Cannon Mac are stepping up here big each and every visit down the field.
Defense really is the best offense when you're up by 3. California looking to make it a lot of times where we see California setting themselves up in that key, but they're not able to set themselves up to score. Big demo, 60 seconds left, and California still have yet to find a goal this game.
They got themselves 6 shots. I mean, they're technically out shooting their opposition, the Big Macs. When you talk about efficiency, 3 goals on just 4 shots. Make that 4 goals on 5 shots. An 80% efficiency of finding the lace as the Big Macs are putting themselves well in control of this game. I mean, yeah, 10-second rule says it's possible. Probable? I don't think so.
But definitely have time to at least get it in. Going to be hard though. When you see a play like that happen, grinding only has had a little bit of trouble staying connected this game. Showed that you only need to be in the server for 7 seconds to get a goal.
Felt like that last one we saw a little bit closer. I feel like Cannon Mac has really been able to step up to the challenge here. Not sure if it's been the adjustments that have been made, or maybe just a couple of mistakes over on that Trojan side. But you mentioned just trying to find something over on that California area side would be nice here in the final 16 seconds. But it's gonna be Nitro. Still even winning that additional 50, leaving the ball down here on this side of the field for Joshua. Second touch maybe to keep it alive. That's gonna be a center. Nitro in the sky, that's a shot, bang. And the Big Macs gonna be up by 6.
Yeah, I mean, I think for California, it would have been nice to just find one. So you talk about the momentum. Yeah, you maybe lost this match, but you're going in with that momentum of having that win. But now 0 seconds remain. Just looking to keep it in the air. But you don't have to if you're Cannon Mac. That's going to be a pretty decisive stomp for Cannon Mac over California.
That's going to be a big game. That's one of those that you can't help but wonder if it becomes a momentum game heading into series or heading into the rest of the series, into games 3, 4, and 5, because it did feel oh so close in the first one. And it's kind of interesting here because when you look at especially those 3 bars at the bottom there, Kai, it tells you that this one was kind of close too. Ball possession, field domination, kind of close. But Cannon Mac, it's the efficiency for them that really tells the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you brought that up because we look at, again, those 3 stats at the bottom: ball possession, boost consumption, field domination. And really, I mean, it seems just ever so slightly to even favor California area in those regards. But it's what you said, those efficiency with the scoring. I think, you know, after the end there, I think they had 10 shots, but 6 goals. That's still 60%. I think they're putting themselves in the position to score those goals. And unfortunately for California, what we're kind of seeing is not taking the time to quite set up those shots. They had the times where they were in the key. They were down there in Cannon Mac's goal area, but they weren't able to just touch and pass and shoot it in. And really that first game, it was a lot of a standout player like we were seeing from Exuavo. And it's not that Exuavo's the only teammate on California area that's able to kind of bring it. I mean, they all are. They're all skilled players, but they're just not taking the time to control. And I think part of that is as the game progressed, it was 0-6 at the end. But as you're kind of in a shutout there, you're just waiting and waiting to get a goal, and it does become a little bit of a mental game. It does become a little bit of pressure on you, and you're just trying to get anything in, and unfortunately that kind of hinders you a little bit.
For sure. Definitely it tends to compound down for sure. And I can't help but wonder if for the side of the Trojans from California area, if the Big Macs are able to come out here in this first 60, 90 seconds and really assert themselves, you start to have that doubt start to creep in the back of the mind. That, oh, here we go again, thoughts start to creep back into the back of the mind. But it's going to be Nitro, has a shot opportunity. Player JD gets the save. Does leave it off for Exuavo as well, who has plenty of boost in the tank to try and flip the field. Puts pressure down on the Cannon Mac side, but puts it right onto the hood of Nitro.
Still early in the game, and you can see both teams doing a good job of sharing that possession, but it's going to come down to the control, especially when you're in the zone. Precise shots. Nitro not quite able to do it that time. Really, really, at the end of the day, this series is going to boil down to precision, control, and confidence.
Especially with two teams out on the pitch that have the skills that have been shown from both Cannon Mac and California area as well. Grinding only, going to be able to push this thing forward at least a little bit more for the Big Macs. Keep this ball down into the offensive half, but DRT Jordan as well as player JD meeting up with that little bit of resistance around the midfield line. Exuavo from distance, and California area up by 1.
And that might just be the mental boost that they need to keep themselves in it after that 0-6. What a goal. And the first one to boot. It's gotta feel good, but they need to keep it rolling.
Gotta keep things going from here if you're California area. We know the Big Macs have the ability to score and score in bunches, as they did do in game number 2. Pass off the sidewall, looking for player JD. Jordan's gonna have no boost though, but does at least win the 50 in the sense of slowing down the attack. And now it's gonna be Cannon Mac in that offensive pressure, trying to see if they can find some sort of look towards the net. Faking, left off for Nitro here as well. Into the corner, Ixwalbo, one touch, second touch as well to win the ball possession here for California area. And for Ixwalbo, trying to continue flipping the field, get some help from the teammates, but they have to get back on the defensive side. No, actually, player JD punches it home, and California area up by 2.
Look at this. Nitro tried to stop it, but just couldn't quite do it that time. California up 2-0 as we reach almost the halfway point of game number 3. Whoa, look at that.
Beautiful redirect here as far as from Nitro in the air, and just getting the control, wins the 50. Just when it looked like it was going back out, says, you know what? I want this to still go towards the offensive half. And the Big Macs have cut this lead in half. Just before we get to halftime here in game number 3, the rubber match, as we're all tied up here at 1. Ixwalbo going to try and look to get into the offensive zone. Joshua sends it towards the side. Another one where we see Trojans winning that 50 with VRT Jordan. Now player JD as well, continuing to move the ball forward, trying to find some way to set up shop on this orange half and try and find just another sort of look towards the net within itself. You figure a 2-goal lead at all times has you feeling a little bit of extra comfort as opposed to the 1.
Yeah, 2 minutes left, still anyone's game. I don't think Cannon Mac are necessarily feeling the pressure just quite yet, especially after that 6-0 game in game number 2. But still, California a strong team and definitely playing like it right here, so it's gonna be tough.
Both teams still tussling around that midfield line. Neither team really being able to spend too much time into the offensive third. VRT Jordan has an opportunity here off the pass from Ixwalbo, and now just simply being a pest up in that front left-hand corner, trying to do as much as they can with as little as they can, as they've been out of boost for quite some time. I think had an opportunity to pick up that big boost pad there in that back left corner. Yeah, going to be able to do so. That's going to be a shot on a target from Nitro. And we're all tied up at 2 with 1 minute and 9 seconds left on the clock. And in a series that's all tied up in the series score shows just how tightly this has been contested.
I mean, I think it's hard to remember that just how close these two teams are, especially when we looked at, you know, just the ball possession. When we had these high scoring games, I mean 4-1 and then 0-6. You'd assume that's the same team, but they're not. Both teams trying, and it's just coming off of who can capitalize off of those mistakes, who can get that momentum going. And right now you can see these teams trying. But if they take the time to slow down, get in the position to set their team up for these goals, I think they'll both benefit and be able to get some more in. But right now, 30 seconds left. It's tough, and any score matters, but it's going to be VRT Jordan who finds it, giving California the lead right here, 3-2. Just over 20 seconds left. Cannon Mac going to have to answer, and answer quickly. They've done it before. They can do it again.
That's one of those tough positions to be in if you're grinding only. You know that you're not going to be able to close the gap and win the 50, but you also probably don't have enough time to turn things around and get back in the defensive half. It felt like there might have been a little better suited to at least make the jump on the 50 and at least hope you get, I mean, just a touch of it, sending it towards the side, but you can understand that kind of sticky situation to be in here. Zwalvo tries to get the ball out of the zone with the closing seconds winding down here in game number 3. Rule 0, Nitro keeping it up. However, with the demo, that leaves an empty space on the field for the ball to find a place to touch down. California area put themselves on a series point with another 3-2 victory.
I think that's been one of the closer games we've watched this series, and it's really nice to see how these teams have started stepping up. When you look, though, at these stats here, right here, again, I'd say for the most part pretty close. I mean, you look at the field domination versus ball position, yeah. But when we were talking about that efficiency that we've seen previously, Cannon Mac, 7 shots with only 2 goals this time. A little bit of a different story than what we saw last game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Cannon Mac doing a pretty good job of at least being able to pepper the net. That time around, it was the defense for California area that was able to withstand the test. I think the big thing, too, is really looking at the shot disparity across the 3 players.
Yes.
When you have one player like Nitro that's lighting it up, it makes a very easy target on the side of California area. You just got to keep an eye on where one player is, whether it's trying to jump the passing lane when you're trying to get that ball to, in this case, Nitro, or you just look to see with the angle that Nitro is playing and be able to jump the shot lane as well. But for California area, they put themselves on to series point. It's now going to be up to Cannon Mac to try and see if they can respond and set us to yet another game number 5.
I liked how you mentioned that might have put that kind of target on Nitro's back, but I think what California did a great job last game is showing that anyone can score. We had a score from all 3 players last time, a goal from each. And I think that's just kind of showing that, hey, it's not just Ixuavo, so now you have to worry about everyone. But speaking of Ixuavo, might be Ixuavo this game. 16 seconds in, scores the first goal. California already won 2 games. If they win here, they're moving on to the lower bracket finals. That puts a lot of pressure on Cannon Mac, but they can't let it get to them. They're going to have to make sure they're still setting themselves up with that control and that good positioning to score. California have to be feeling good, play good, win. That seems to be the strategy for these teams making their way through the bracket, so Cannon Mac have a lot to answer to.
Well, they do have a lot to answer to. As for now, it's just 1 goal on the scoreboard. That's plenty manageable here. Nice little mini touch from Nitro to be able to send that back to the sidewall for Joshua. Unfortunately, Joshua has no gas in the tank, so you can't really get much oomph to be able to get past the defenders. What's getting past the defenders, though, is the shot from DRT Jordan from California area on the opposite side here. What a way to jump the lane. Everyone pressed too far forward. And it's now 2-0 California area.
Those early goals are important because it puts the pressure there back on your opponents, and especially when you're California and you won those first 2 games. Remember that California has 2 games under their belt at this point in the series, but it's actually Cannon Mac who've scored more so far in the series, but California want to put that to rest. 3 early goals, I mean, that's a lot of catching up that Cannon Mac have to do just to tie it up.
We've seen they have the ability to have that sort of scoring prowess, but can they do it when it matters the most? Here in game number 4, Joshua with an opportunity. That's going to find the woodwork, the 4th defender. And now it's Ixuavo trying to flip the script, take it the opposite way, turn defense into offense. But Nitro Q has the same sort of idea in mind. And it's every time we see Cannon Mac try and enter down into this California half, they might get like maybe a shot opportunity, but they aren't able to keep the pressure down. They aren't able to get the second and the thirds that normally inevitably lead to that open goal opportunity. As far as for player JD, though, it's a pass forward, a look for DRT Jordan, but no dice.
I mean, I definitely agree. Cannon Mac just trying to find whatever they can, but not putting themselves up in a position where if that fails, get the opportunity to move, but this just might be what they need. But Ixuavo has something to say about that.
Here now, it's going to be California area. Retreating back in the defensive half, and it's going to be Ixuavo rising up in the corner, going from one side towards the other here. BRT Jordan coming across. Not going to be able to maintain the possession. Nitro able to try and see if they can get something cooking for the Big Macs here. They're starting to run out of time. You've got 2 minutes, 15 seconds, and you've got to at least score 3 just to get the overtime. But if there's anything that we know from this California area squad is that 3 might not be all you need, because they're definitely going to keep their foot on the gas all the way until the very, very end. Player JD clearing things back to their defensive side, chasing things down. Every time Cannon Mac has an opportunity, they're just read like a book by the Trojans from California area.
California area, they want to move on to this lower bracket finals, and then of course they want to move on from there into the grand finals. They want a rematch against St. Mark's. They want to move on to the grand finals, and one step closer. Ixuavo scores again, 4-0. Just under 90 seconds. Going to be a tough answer for Cannon Mac. And California not going to stop the momentum anytime soon. They're going to make it very, very difficult. They want this win, and they're ready for it right now. They got that confidence.
California area, they've got themselves a 4-goal lead with 72 seconds left on the clock. Remember this Cannon Mac squad, we've seen them be able to run it up, but this time around the Trojans, well, they've just been able to shut it down so many times over the course of these last couple of games. Cannon Mac, they got themselves the one, but the adjustments were made. And for California area, it's just a matter of time. 50 seconds away, and Ixuavo doing a good job of burning more of that time. The play up in the air, able to get the demolition down here on this side was player JD, who's also going to be able to get the punch on home, and it's now 5-0.
I think that just might be the nail in the coffin here for Cannon Mac, but they still have time to score. Don't want to make this a shutout. They can do it. They've done it before. As that timer ticks. And as California get more and more confident, it makes it harder, but Joshua's going to put one in, and that just might be the momentum they needed to at least bring this game closer. 36 seconds left. 5-1 for California. Cannon Mac have a long way to go.
I thought that was about a trickle in.
I did too.
And just when I was thinking it was going to be almost an impossible comeback, that trickles in, and all of a sudden is a different story. But Cannon Mac, while you do still have the control down here, 18 seconds. I mean, we've seen some miracles, but I don't know if I see anybody that's out here that's capable of turning water to wine, as we've got 10 seconds here left. And it's now just a matter of time. California area going to be locking in their spot into that lower bracket finals against St. Mark. Yeah, we did see that they were put to a little bit of a challenge by the Big Macs, but inevitably, Ixuavo, the best hair in the business, doing what he does best. Another hat trick here in game number 4 as California area advances.
California area advances to that lower bracket grand final, and that means it's going to be another rematch against St. Mark's. Two good teams. They had quite the show earlier. Of course, 3-2 St. Mark's did advance, but now back in that lower bracket final, and it's going to be California fresh off this game. They're just played, they're warmed up, they're comfortable, and they have that drive. They want to win. St. Mark's is going to have a little bit of a tough fight ahead of them, knowing what they're just coming off of.
And if we look back to that round number 3, where we actually saw these two teams face off against one another, it went the distance, it went all 5. And now it's going to be California area looking for a shot at Redemption. We have ourselves a top 3 here at the IU1 and Waynesburg Spring Classic, powered by the Esports company. It's time to figure out in what order they finish. We've got a lower bracket final, and then we've got a winner bracket final. We'll start with that lower bracket final, St. Mark's versus California area, right after a quick break. Hey, yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and we're getting ready for our Division 1 championship match for Rocket League. And I told y'all at the top of the playoffs that I didn't think that a run back from our fall championship was necessarily guaranteed, but to see neither team here, holy, just shows you how the competition in TEC has risen to the challenge. So let's go ahead and see how our teams, Penn Trafford and Gateway, got here today. Now, Gateway came into the playoffs as the 3 seed, a 6-2 record on the spring semester, and it started off great for the Gators. A 5-0 record through the first 5 weeks, including a blitzkrieg of offense in week number 2 against West Green, where everybody on the Gators scored at least 8 goals. A 5-game banger of a series against Albert Gallatin, and a 3-1 series win over Penn Trafford. They would go on to lose 2 of their next 3, however. In week 6, they'd lose to the Rangers of Forest Hills in a sweep, and then in their final week of play, they'd lose to California area. But I don't think most people were pressing the panic button. I mean, those were the 2 top seeds, and the 2 teams that were in St. Francis fighting it out for the championship in the fall. But the playoffs has been all about redemption opportunities. In the quarterfinals, it was Albert Gallatin looking for theirs, a rematch from week number 3 and the closest series that Gateway had during the regular season. And while Gateway would walk away with a sweep, the scoreline a lot closer than one might think, a 4-goal differential across the 3 W's. But you know what they say, a win's a win. And then they got their chance at redemption against Forest Hills, the team that not only swept them a little over a month prior, but the defending Division 1 champions. And while it wasn't a sweep in return, a 3-1 victory is what got the Gators to St. Francis and a date with Penn Trafford. And speaking of Penn Trafford, they came into the playoffs as the 5 seed, 5-3 through the regular season. And it started off with a loss against California area, a team that looked to be on a mission here in the spring semester. But then they had bounced back, winning their next 4 series, dropping a mere 3 individual games, as the Warriors looked good heading into the middle of the season. But then they would end their season 1-2 in their last 3. A loss to the Goats from Greater Altoona in week 6, a 5-game banger of a series, and then they'd lose another one to end their season to the Gators of Gateway. But then the redemption arc started. First, it was taking down the Goats from Greater Altoona, coming in with a chip on their shoulder and taking down GACTC down in just 4 games. And then it was a chance against the undefeated California area squad in the semifinals. The Warriors would be able to flip the script, preventing their spring semester from ending the same way it started. And of course, also earning themselves a date with Gateway. So it all comes down to this. 2 teams taking to the pitch, but only one can declare themselves the 2024 Tech High School Rocket League champions of Division 1. So let me know who you guys are taking down in the chat. And if y'all are with us right now at St. Francis University, go ahead and make some noise and get hyped, because the main event is about to get started. Hey, yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and we're getting ready for our Division 1 championship match for Rocket League. And I told y'all at the top of the playoffs that I didn't think that a run back from our fall championship was necessarily guaranteed, but to see neither team here, holy, just shows you how the competition in TEC has risen to the challenge. So let's go ahead and see how our teams, Penn Trafford and Gateway, got here today. Now, Gateway came into the playoffs as the 3 seed, a 6-2 record on the spring semester, and it started off great for the Gators. A 5-0 record through the first 5 weeks, including a blitzkrieg of offense in week number 2 against West Green, where everybody on the Gators scored at least 8 goals. A 5-game banger of a series against Albert Gallatin, and a 3-1 series win over Penn Trafford. They would go on to lose 2 of their next 3, however. In week 6, they'd lose to the Rangers of Forest Hills in a sweep, and then in their final week of play, they'd lose to California Area. But I don't think most people were pressing the panic button. I mean, those were the 2 top seeds, and the 2 teams that were in St. Francis fighting it out for the championship in the fall. But the playoffs has been all about redemption opportunities. In the quarterfinals, it was Albert Gallatin looking for theirs, a rematch from week number 3 and the closest series that Gateway had during the regular season. And while Gateway would walk away with a sweep, the scoreline a lot closer than one might think, a 4-goal differential across the 3 W's. But you know what they say, a win's a win. And then they got their chance at redemption against Forest Hills, the team that not only swept them a little over a month prior, but the defending Division 1 champions. And while it wasn't a sweep in return, a 3-1 victory is what got the Gators to St. Francis and a date with Penn Trafford. And speaking of Penn Trafford, they came into the playoffs as the 5 seed, 5-3 through the regular season. And it started off with a loss against California Area, a team that looked to be on a mission here in the spring semester. But then they had bounced back, winning their next 4 series, dropping a mere 3 individual games, as the Warriors looked good heading into the middle of the season. But then they would end their season 1-2 in their last 3. A loss to the Goats from Greater Altoona in week 6, a 5-game banger of a series. And then they'd lose another one to end their season to the Gators of Gateway. But then the redemption arc started. First, it was taking down the Goats from Greater Altoona, coming in with a chip on their shoulder and taking down GACTC down in just 4 games. And then it was a chance against the undefeated California Area squad in the semifinals. The Warriors would be able to flip the script, preventing their spring semester from ending the same way it started. And of course, also earning themselves a date with Gateway. So it all comes down to this. 2 teams taking to the pitch, but only one can declare themselves the 2024 Tech High School Rocket League champions of Division 1. So let me know who you guys are taking down in the chat. And if y'all are with us right now at St. Francis University, go ahead and make some noise to get hyped, because the main event is about to get started. Hey, yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and we're getting ready for our Division 1 championship match for Rocket League. And I told y'all at the top of the playoffs that I didn't think that a run back from our fall championship was necessarily guaranteed, but to see neither team here, holy, just shows you how the competition in TEC has risen to the challenge. So let's go ahead and see how our teams, Penn Trafford and Gateway, got here today. Now, Gateway can
Welcome back, everyone. We're here. California versus St. Mark's in this lower bracket finals. We've seen these 2 teams. We've followed them throughout the bracket. But now, it's all or nothing to move into the grand finals. Down to our bottom 3 teams. The winner of this will go on to face Trinity.
This is also a run back. I believe we had this matchup on stream, I think, right before lunch, if I'm not mistaken. A best of 5 series that did go all 5. One of the few matchups that we've had on stream that did go the distance. I think I had a couple of overtimes as well. So don't be surprised if we have another fireworks show this time around. And for California Area, kind of a unique situation. Not only the shot at redemption here now is Scout is unfortunately going to find the first blood, and that means St. Mark is going to be the first one on the scoreboard. But for California Area, they also missed out on a chance in the grand finals when it came to the Tech High School series. For them, I'm sure they would like to at least claim themselves one championship here in the spring.
And definitely have the potential to do that. You're right, this is a run back. I unfortunately was not there. Q, you were there with Hot Sauce. But I have been following the bracket. We're watching your streams, and it was close. This one did go the distance. All 5 games that series. 2 strong teams, but it's California just coming off of that win. They have that momentum. They can still bring it back.
Oh, not like this. It was right there.
I think think we all just kind of watched that bounce for a second.
Oh, and Jordan was just
Man.
waiting to be able to gather enough to try and get the backflip to hit that thing out, and unable to do so. You know, Kai, one thing that I always find so interesting going into, in particular, a lower bracket final is how you really do normally have two teams who have gotten there by such different ways, right? For St. Martin's kind of coming off what would probably they would call a disappointing appearance in that winner's bracket semifinal, right? So has had to sit by, maybe had gotten to do a little bit of free play, but hasn't really had any games. But they've been able to get the fire stoked here quickly. 3 goals in the first minute and 50 seconds against a California area team who did have the momentum of taking down a Big Mac squad in a series of 3-1. So it feels like St. Mark's has a mission, and that's to be right back into that grand finals.
It definitely is. You know, I don't think they took losing to Trinity lightly. Of course, St. Mark's the only team to even take a single game against Trinity. But it was California, the only team other than Trinity, of course, who knocked them into the lower bracket to give them a run. St. Mark's 3-0 against Charleroi, but 3-2 against California earlier. California, though, not looking like what we just saw. It's okay, it's game 1 and there's still time. But St. Mark's want that rematch against Trinity so badly.
Opportunity here in front of the net for the Trojans, and feels like that's one that they would have been able to bang home against a lot of players and a lot of teams. But the St. Mark's squad, the Spartans, who made the trip all the way from Delaware, they've got one thing in mind. You mentioned it, getting back into the grand finals. Again, I feel like Hot Sauce and I talked about it in the green room, man. You figure if you're making the trip to Waynesburg for the IU1 and Waynesburg Spring Classic, and you're making that trip all the way from Wilmington, Delaware, that you had to have been bringing some ballers. And to be able to play against a team that any Tech high school viewer knows and loves when it comes to Rocket League, California area, and to come out and stifle them like this through the first 3 minutes, that's quite the task.
4-0 right now, but I don't think that's going to deter California too much. They've come back from larger score lines, but it'd feel good for them to get one in. It's going to come back down to that control, that precision. Just not quite seeing it yet. Lots of touches, but we're over here in California's area, and D5 gonna sink a 5th one in.
It is 5-0. Talk about an opening statement to this series for the side of the Spartans, a squad that, I mean, really did have to scratch and claw their way to overcome the Trojans the first time we saw this matchup here today. This time around, maybe has just been able to keep a note of what worked last time, plus I mean, you did kind of get yourself a little bit of a VOD review. You had the ability to watch that last series and see exactly what it was that California area had cooking in the kitchen. You're able to find the recipe for success from there. And right now, they're cooking.
They are cooking. California trying to cook themselves and just get one in, but not able to do that quite yet. Enough time where they could score. And sometimes you wonder, you know, you're fresh off a win, you're warmed up, but sometimes you don't have that stamina to keep going. And at St. Mark's, who just had that break, you're right, we're able to VOD review. And it seems to be working. And also, of course, St. Mark's in that upper bracket final faced Trinity, able to take some stuff that worked or maybe didn't work for them there and practice it right here against California. They want to go back to the grand finals. D5 puts another one in, 6-0 with 13 seconds left. Just enough time for California to pull one out, but it seems like it might be tough.
I'm going to keep it real with you. This is a thumping right now. The Spartans have been able to come out here in game number 1 and absolutely mollywop the Trojans here. Looking for a 7th ball on the goal line.
It was
with
close. I
Wombo.
thought it was gonna be 7.
Able to get the save, sends it out. At least gives yourself a, hey, we saved the last one, I guess, smiles. But for the Spartans here, man, to come out of the gates, we're talking 16 shots to 2 all over on the side of
Yeah.
California area. That's really being able to seize the control.
I mean, just kind of look at the stats from the last game we just saw. St. Mark's pretty dominant. I think we knew that going into this, but for California's sake, we do know that they had a 0-6 game against Cam and Mac. And that was the only game they lost, so they still could bring it back. But St. Mark's looks dominant. They've looked dominant throughout this bracket. Only one team sent them here, and that was Trinity in that upper bracket final. So you know they're a good team. And yeah, they made the trip all the way here to Waynesburg, this IU1 Waynesburg Spring Classic from Delaware. They're ready to bring it. And it's been so fun to watch this team, this dark horse that nobody really knew what to expect from, just kind of have a phenomenal showing.
They've got their eyes set on the prize for sure. One thing I noticed about this St. Mark's squad is, I mean, there really is no weak link here, Kai. I mean, really, we've seen in different games and a couple of different series that we have seen St. Mark's on our stream. It's a scout popping off here, D5 popping out there. YXCR has a pop-off game here. You can't just lock in on one player and say, okay, we're going to shut them down and make the other two play, because we know the other two can ball.
Yeah. I have to agree, because we talked about this just that last series we watched where California, they have a team of 3 great players as well. D5, though, getting that first score, that first goal there for the side of St. Mark's, already starting off strong. But we know that California has 3 good players on this team as well, but it seems like they take turns kind of popping off and doing well. They have to play together and they have to set their team up. I think that's what St. Mark's excels at, is just having that control and setting their team up. But right now, they're able to just take this ball and run with it. Early goal has to feel good.
Got themselves in a lead here early in game number 2, but now they are back in their defensive zone. Jordan trying to be a nuisance up here in the corner. Second touch to at least send that towards the center of the field. Zuavo up in the air looking for a pass off the backboard. Follow-up touch from Jordan. At this point, they're just trying to slowly walk this thing down. You get yourself a little bit of pressure here and there, and you chip away. And at some point, one of the Spartans just might get caught out of position, but it's going to be scouted around the midfield line. Second touch here as well. Now able to get it past an additional defender, but it's Jordan able to read that thing easily. But now a wide open opportunity if it weren't for Ixwalbo sending it towards the corner. And it's been the pressure once again from the Spartans that keeps the squad from California area with their backs against the wall.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I think California did a great job, especially earlier. We saw just controlling that ball and keeping it there in St. Mark's kind of zone, but they're not putting themselves in positions where they're able to do anything about it. And you can see St. Mark's not even bothered. They know they can pass. They know they can get these touches off. And California have to hope for an opening or a small mistake from St. Mark's, where St. Mark's are able to create those opportunities themselves through positioning, through passing, through control.
About half played here in game number 2, and for St. Mark's, you still have just the 1 goal, but you have still been able to keep the clean sheet against California area. BRT Jordan going to be the last one back, decides not to step up until now, but it is going to be D5, 1 touch, pass back to YXCR. I think D5 actually might have gotten a little bit of a touch of that in front of the goal line, technically stopping the play, but still has control of the ball for now. The Spartans, YXCR, trying to get schmancy with it up in the air. Does keep the control off the dribble, but it's Jordan who gets it. Now takes it up to the other side, and for California area, they need to find something here now.
That could have been their opportunity, but it's going to be D5 to capitalize off of that. Put another one in the net. That's a goal for St. Mark, bringing it 2-0 at the 2-minute mark.
It's a tough position to be in there for Iguavo. We've all been there. All you can do is sit there and look at it. No boost in the tank, and you can't do nothing.
Yeah.
It's like those nightmares where you just can't get running.
Ooh.
And here it is. VRT Jordan, though, closes the gap this time around, able to punch this one into the back of the net and cuts the deficit back to 1.
There we go. California are now officially on the scoreboard and now can ride that momentum. I think California is a very momentum-based team and mental.
Agreed.
Mental team. When they do well, they do phenomenal. When they're not doing so hot, it becomes tougher for them. And I think that we know they have the skill, but they have to start believing in themselves, and hopefully that goal is what's gonna allow them to move forward. You can already see just the style and then the speed and the aggression we're starting to see back from them. I'd like to see them bring out. I know they're a good team. It was a close first series, but in this rematch, St. Mark's doesn't want to make it as close. California have the potential to turn it around.
Oh! Punching it home, player JD. It's going to be Zuavo with the initial scary touch. Causes the double commit. The friendly fire as well on the bump, which means the ball bounces out. Easy rebound to recover for player JD. And we're all tied up at 2 in game number 2 with 62 seconds left on the clock here. It's D5 going right up off the rip, looking to try and have a scary play towards the net. I thought that double top was going to connect.
Now suddenly California in a lot better spot than they were a couple minutes ago. Oh.
That's one you want back.
That's one you want back.
That is unfortunate, especially in a tie game like this. 30 seconds left. Who knows if you're going to get another opportunity that looks that clean down on the other side. Iguavo looking to try and get into the offensive side. Ball gets a little bit too far away from him, but does a good job of retreating back, rotating back where Jordan's going to help him field this ball out of the corner. However, that's a center. The only bad thing, it's a center to the other team. D5, bang, and St. Mark's is going to go up by 1.
Are bringing still enough time for California to score if they can do it quickly. We've seen them do it plenty of times, but they have to do it right now for it to matter. Should be feeling good about those 2 goals, but I think what's going to haunt them is the missed opportunities earlier on. And unfortunately for California, that's going to be St. Mark's game. 2-0 in the series, but California did a good job starting to bring that momentum back.
Yeah, I think the big thing here when I look at this stat line is slow, small favors for St. Mark's as far as ball possession, as far as field domination as well. But you mentioned about the fact and the thought of this Trojan squad being a little bit of a momentum team. And as someone who watches them quite a bit in the Tech High School series, I do got to agree. And it's not just them. It's something that we see common really across Rocket League. I even see it over in the SSA region for RLCS. There's a squad limitless. They've been at the top forever. Sometimes they play down to their competition. Sometimes that's just what happens when you know that you're good enough mechanically and individually to at some point pop off. So when you do finally beat some teams that are able to have some resistance against your play style, like we're seeing here from the Spartans of St. Mark's, all of a sudden there's question marks and you don't have enough time to really be able to figure things out, especially in this situation now where St. Mark's has taken the first 2 games. California area is 1 game away from their run at the IU1 and Waynesburg Spring Classic being done.
And all these teams should feel good knowing that they made it here. We are down to our top 3 teams, and really I think anyone could take it home. But unfortunately for California, there's a lot to answer to, especially St. Mark's won those first 2 games. Now we know that it was quite the series that first time, In fact, you watched it on stream, those of you watching, and Q, you were there as well. But right now, California, I think, have to start bringing it back. They were able to start to do that, but unfortunately, after losing game 1 and not turning up that first half of game 2, they didn't have as much wiggle room to work with. But if they can start early and bring it back, we still have the potential to go to game 4, even game 5, but they're going to have to start turning up right now. And St. Mark's don't want to give California that opportunity.
St. Mark's now going to be in the offensive zone. You talk about not wanting to give that opportunity for them. If they could strike first, put themselves back in that driver's seat, really capture the control here in game number 3, that would be big. We're seeing their ability to continue to play downhill. The rotations have continued to be nice and airtight. It's going to be the first visit into the offensive zone here this time around for player JD and the rest of the squad from California area. Xuavo in the corner, rising up, pass or shot. You got some options. Looking over for VRT Jordan. But the St. Mark's defense, once again, showing why they're so good.
Unfortunately for California, there might not be a lot of pressure on them this game yet, with no scores in quite yet, but there's a lot of pressure on them in the series. They have to win every single remaining game to move on to the grand finals. They're able to do that, but they need to forget about that for a second and just play this game by game, goal by goal. It's going to be hard. Xuavo able to come back and get it out of there, but no teammates pass to.
There's an opportunity here down on this side if they can keep the pressure, keep the possession. Maybe find some sort of open opportunity. They have been able to hold St. Mark's to just one shot here through the opening 2 minutes. D5 tells Xuavo, sit down, buddy. Able to put him to rest for just a couple of seconds before the respawn comes in, and Xuavo pops right back on into play. Big booming clear down towards the other side, but Scout reads it like a book, already up in the air, and now looking to make a play towards the net. A bump on the VRT Jordan, at least to make sure that the counterattack to clear out the zone here for California area doesn't come too fast, and instead slowing it down, making sure everyone else from the Spartans can rotate back to D.
D5 just in the right place at the right time and wide open, able to just touch that right in. What do you mean when you talk about positioning? Player JD3 not able to get back in time to even contest that. And that gives St. Mark's that first goal on the scoreboard. Makes it even harder here for California moving forward. Need one to tie it up right now. Definitely enough time on the clock, but they're going to have to start playing like we saw a glimpse of that second half of game 2.
I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing from California area in the sense that they are playing a little bit more aggressive. They're pushing a little bit further up, trying to find the pressure. Unfortunately, that's what cost them for the 1 goal. Nobody back to be able to really put any sort of resistance on the shot. However, you do have a chance to try and equalize here. Unable to do so there, you do get a bump on a D5 to make sure that the flip of the field doesn't happen too quick here. Player JD's going to be able to get the save. Xuavo now up in the air, at least get it past the midfield line. But who else but Scout? Already up in the air, able to take it the opposite way, going coast to coast. It's too easy, and the Spartans now going to be up by 2.
I'm liking what I'm seeing as well from California, but unfortunately they don't have a whole lot of wiggle room when it comes to time, when it comes to game, when it comes to series. Have to start capitalizing off of that aggression they're making. And the problem is when you get a little bit too aggressive, not able to get back in time sometime for these saves. Something you sometimes have to sacrifice, but in order for that to pay out, that aggression to pay out, that control to pay out, they have to get some in, but it's going to be D5 to put a third on the board for St. Mark. California, 3 goals separate them between tying and staying in the series. 1:17 left.
You know, as much as we talked earlier about the St. Mark's squad and how there really is no weak link, I think in this game number 3, it's worth shouting out D5. 2 goals, 3 saves. I mean, literally leading the lobby in both of those categories, tied for the most shots as well. D5 stepping up when it was really needed the most here for the St. Mark squad to make sure that they can wrap things up quick, fast, and in a hurry. Because against this California's area squad, especially against a player like Ixwalvo, who we do know is so passionate about Rocket League, if you give him any sort of momentum, he can quickly flip the narrative of a series oh so quick. So to be able to wrap it up in 3 straight is exactly what the Spartans needed.
Yeah, I mean, I think as much as I want California to stay in this and to give St. Mark's a run like they did earlier on in the bracket, it is worth noting, I mean, we followed St. Mark's. They're a great team. They're a phenomenal team. And like you said, just looking at D5, but not just D5, I mean, it is the whole team. I mean, they very much deserve and are playing like they want this. I just want to see California keep their name in the hat. I know they can do it, but it's tough.
Especially with at this point 20 seconds left. It would take all but a miracle, especially with the fact that St. Mark's still has control of the ball. Yeah, wide open net, but this is really purely cosmetic, making it so it's not a clean sheet anymore for St. Mark's. And yeah, it's a first goal, but with 9 seconds left, too little too late.
But at least knowing that you're not going home on a shutout has to feel good.
True.
You still know if you leave here, you're 3rd place in this tournament. You fought your way through that lower bracket. And you deserve to be here, but St. Mark's, they want a rematch. They want to make it back to the grand finals. They weren't happy with the way things left with Trinity early on. California have time for one more, but not like that.
You mentioned it. Looking for a shot at redemptions was St. Mark's, the Spartans. And they made very light work of the Trojans from California area, busting out the brooms. And what I would anticipate would probably be the last sweep of the day here. But for St. Mark's, man, looking impressive even in that last one, 5-1. And I mean, the field possession, field domination a little bit more in favor as far as a 50-50, but it's the ball possession that really kind of shows for St. Mark's, able to tip the scales a little bit where needed. And now we do have our final 2 here, Kai. We've got our grand finals for our IU1 in Waynesburg Spring Classic all set up here with the Esports company. It's going to be Trinity versus St. Mark's, a run back of what we saw in the winners bracket final. And the question now becomes, can St. Mark's, the 10 seed, flip the script of what we saw the last time these 2 teams hit the pitch? That's going to be the real question. We're going to find out the answer to that right after a quick break. Hey, yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and we're getting ready for our Division 1 championship match for Rocket League. And I told y'all at the top of the playoffs that I didn't think that a run back from our fall championship was necessarily guaranteed, but to see neither team here, holy, just shows you how the competition in TEC has risen to the challenge. So let's go ahead and see how our teams, Penn Trafford and Gateway, got here today. Now, Gateway came into the playoffs as the 3 seed, a 6-2 record on the spring semester, and it started off great for the Gators. A 5-0 record through the first 5 weeks, including a blitzkrieg of offense in week number 2 against West Green, where everybody on the Gators scored at least 8 goals. A 5-game banger of a series against Albert Gallatin, and a 3-1 series win over Penn Trafford. They would go on to lose 2 of their next 3, however. In week 6, they had lose to the Rangers of Forest Hills in a sweep, and then in their final week of play, they had lose to California area. But I don't think most people were pressing the panic button. I mean, those were the 2 top seeds, and the 2 teams that were in St. Francis fighting it out for the championship in the fall. But the playoffs has been all about redemption opportunities. In the quarterfinals, it was Albert Gallatin looking for theirs, a rematch from week number 3 and the closest series that Gateway had during the regular season. And while Gateway would walk away with a sweep, the scoreline a lot closer than one might think, a 4-goal differential across the 3 W's. But you know what they say, a win's a win. And then they got their chance at redemption against Forest Hills, the team that not only swept them a little over a month prior, but the defending Division 1 champions. And while it wasn't a sweep in return, a 3-1 victory is what got the Gators to St. Francis and a date with Penn Trafford. And speaking of Penn Trafford, they came into the playoffs as the 5 seed, 5-3 through the regular season. And it started off with a loss against California Area, a team that looked to be on a mission here in the spring semester. But then they had bounced back, winning their next 4 series, dropping a mere 3 individual games, as the Warriors looked good heading into the middle of the season. But then they would end their season 1-2 in their last 3. A loss to the Goats from Greater Altoona in Week 6, a 5-game banger of a series. And then they'd lose another one to end their season to the Gators of Gateway. But then the redemption arc started. First, it was taking down the Goats from Greater Altoona, coming in with a chip on their shoulder and taking down GACTC down in just 4 games. And then it was a chance against the undefeated California Area squad in the semifinals. The Warriors would be able to flip the script, preventing their spring semester from ending the same way it started. And of course, also earning themselves a date with Gateway. So it all comes down to this. 2 teams taking to the pitch, but only one can declare themselves the 2024 Tech High School Rocket League champions of Division 1. So let me know who you guys are taking down in the chat. And if y'all are with us right now at St. Francis University, go ahead and make some noise to get hyped, because the main event is about to get started. Hey, yo, what it do, what it do? It's your boy Q, and we're getting ready for our Division 1 championship match for Rocket League. And I told y'all at the top of the playoffs that I didn't think that a run back from our fall championship was necessarily guaranteed, but to see neither team here, holy, just shows you how the competition in TEC has risen to the challenge. So let's go ahead and see how our teams, Penn Trafford and Gateway, got here today.
Welcome back, everyone. We're finally here. It's the grand finals for the IU1 and Waynesburg Spring Classic. I'm Kaiser, and I'm here with your boy Q. And we're finally back for the rematch between St. Mark's and Trinity, and this is one you're not going to want to miss. This is going to be quite the series here, Q.
Oh, I always love to see when we get a run back from the winners bracket finals, because that means you got one team that has a big thing in mind, and that's a shot at redemption. Obviously, both of these squads here, you only are 3 wins away. Well, I shouldn't say only 3 wins away. If St. Mark's is able to win 3 wins before Trinity wins 3, we are going to run things back. But for Trinity, they're 3 wins away from completing their run here at the IU1 and Waynesburg Spring Classic, powered by the Esports company. It feels like for them, if I feel game 1, if they can really just come out here and slow down the attack that we have seen from St. Mark's all day long. I even feel like if we look back to that winners bracket finals, there were a few games where St. Mark's was still able to outshoot Trinity. It was just that Trinity was able to be more efficient. So if you find a way to shut down their offense in game number 1, put those questions back into the backs of their minds, I think that's going to put Trinity off to a good start.
I agree. I mean, we know that first series, 3-1. St. Mark's the only team that even got a game on Trinity all bracket, all tournament. But those were pretty close games. 2 of them, that 0 rule goal. Of course, we had game 3. Trinity got one in the last 7 seconds, and that last one went into overtime with, of course, Trinity moving on. So it's been close. These are a pretty good matchup. And of course, St. Mark's did move on to that lower bracket after that loss and just win against California, a team that gave them a little bit of a run earlier on in the bracket 3-2 and completely destroyed them there. So hopefully they're taking what they learned and they'll be able to bring it back into this grand finals.
Well, it all comes down to this. We got ourselves our grand final stage set. Let's go ahead and get down and do what it do here. A double demo means it's going to be a quick 2v2 here in game number 1. D5 is going to send that towards the middle of the pitch, off towards Scout. I think was looking for YXCR, just unfortunately no boost to be able to close the gap for a shot. Speaking of no boost, the tank zombie has none to be able to advance this ball forward. At least allows for Trinity to move this thing past the midfield line, but a quick visit for them as well. We're 30 seconds in, and it feels like both of these squads are back to that usual kind of feeling out portion that we see in that first game of a 5-game series. Neither team really wanting to overextend.
But it's gonna It's actually going to be St. Mark finally, though, to get that first goal right after you said that. I think they were listening in. But still, looking at these teams, at the aggression, at the control, I know that Trinity is going to have an answer, but St. Mark's has to be feeling good about that early goal. And with that demo, a little bit easier, but Jake in the position to just sink that one right in and just went right through. Look at this. Just right through D5, not able to get back in time. Quickly tying that up. We're not even a minute in yet, Q.
And what's wild there is, like, Jake follows up what could have been almost a really good touch from Scout, doing a similar play the other way that actually would have doubled up the lead. Now it's a ball that's in front of the net. A reminder here that we are going to reset the bracket if St. Mark's happens to win this thing. So for Trinity, you really want to set your tone early. You don't want to have to go from one best of 5 into a second here. St. Mark's, they just got to play this thing one game at a time. I would even say against a Trinity squad, maybe even 1 minute at a time. Just try and play the best brand of Rocket League. You know what it takes. You just got to duplicate it.
Oh, so close. Jake, though, in the position to get that back in, and I think it just shows something that we saw St. Mark did a great job of that last series, taking those notes from those upper bracket semis, but something Trinity already has is just that ability to put themselves in the right position and set their teammates up for success, and that puts St. Mark a little bit on the back foot, and now St. Mark suddenly had that first goal, but it's going to be Trinity on top right now in this game, 2-1 leading. And just like that, Zombie gonna put another one in.
Said it earlier.
Man.
Zombie in their head, just able to find a way to always have an answer when necessary. Yeah, Jake's been popping off too, sitting up at the top right now with 2 goals. But this really is a 3-headed monster over on the side of Trinity. Buns now going to progress this ball forward. Met in the air by Scout. Jake, though, sitting in wait and doing a good job of making sure that this thing does not enter their defensive third. For them, they've now established a lead. They don't need to really extend it too far in the offensive half if they don't want to. They can truly just play keep away.
Yeah, and that's part of like what comes with it is like when you're kind of there on that back foot and you know you just need to score, you have to have that aggression and you have to bring it into your opponent's kind of key over there. But when you don't have to extend like that, you're able to stay in just like we just saw. And you're able to get those saves. And like we said, defense the best offense, but Trinity not able to defend it this time quite well enough. Another one on the board there for St. Mark's. And it's worth noting, you know, once we get to these top 2 teams here, like we see the top team, that top seed Trinity versus kind of that dark horse St. Mark that we've been monitoring this entire tournament. This is really a team game at this point. It's not down to one player specifically. They all have the ability, and with that goal from YXCR, it's going to tie it up 3-3.
Just when it looked like Trinity were starting to put themselves into the driver's seat, to back-to-back goals from St. Mark, and we're all tied up at 3. 2 minutes and 12 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of Rocket League to be played, and for Trinity, it also means plenty of time for the bounce back. I felt like that second goal came from a couple of missed touches. That third one just happened to be another quick follow-up to it. That's a very tough one, too, to have to sit through. You'd really like to be able to find the next goal, because if it ends up being 3 unanswered over on the Spartan side, all of a sudden, you're in trouble. St. Mark still have the control of the ball down here on this blue half. Scout keeps it alive in the offensive territory here as well. Looking for a potential second touch over in the corner. Gets a quick wrap around, as well as with D5. Looking for something towards the middle of the field. The defense keeps sending it towards the side, but unable to get the clear.
Just remember the last series, how it always came down to those last 10 seconds to great teams facing head-to-head, and St. Mark's going to have the upper hand right now with another score from YXCR. But remember, Trinity, always able to make things happen in those last couple seconds, so don't count them out just yet. Plenty of time left on that clock. Scout, though, getting that demo. They have a slight advantage.
This is game 1 of a best of 5 for Trinity. You do have the security blanket of having the ability to reset the bracket, but I don't think they want to do that. That's just more momentum that would be over into the hands of St. Mark's. That's a kablooey, a kablamo. D5 with the whammo sends that thing to the back of the net. It's a 2-goal lead for the Spartans, and St. Mark's seems to have come alive.
We talked about how much of a mental game, how much of a momentum game this is, and of course, St. Mark coming off a pretty explosive win there. The lower bracket final, so they're hot, they're warmed up. Trinity still an incredible team. Just 2 goals separate them from St. Mark's right now in game 1 of the series, but you're right, they have that security blanket, but they don't want it to come to that.
30 seconds here left. Still technically able to make some magic happen, especially if Jake would have been able to punch that one home. But D5 gets the save, unable to get the second touch. Oh, faking. Opportunity arises, but Trinity not able to step up to the task. And now it's St. Mark's with the control again. Final 10 seconds, and anything short of a miracle. It looks like the St. Mark's squad, the Spartans, will take game number 1, setting the tone for what could potentially be the first of 2 best of 5s in this grand finals.
Remember, in this grand final series, St. Mark's actually have to win 6 games to bring it home. To win 2 series. But if they continue playing like they have been this game and, of course, last series, they definitely have the potential to do that. Trinity, still a phenomenal team. When we look at these stats, though, I mean, you can see it was close, that last upper bracket semis, but St. Mark's just keep pushing and chipping away at that. And look, Trinity kind of on their back foot this game. Didn't seem like that at first, but St. Mark's really brought that heat towards the end there, and hard for Trinity to answer to that.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is the fact that Trinity was up kind of big early, right? I think it was a 2-0, then 3-1 again, I think also at a different separate point in time. So then when you take your eyes to the bottom at the fact that ball possession and field domination were in favor of St. Mark's, that means for those last 3 minutes, really in favor of them. So if they can come out and duplicate that to start off game number 2 and really put the Hillers on their back foot, that's when the talks of that bracket reset become more of a probability instead of a possibility.
Yeah, and part of me wonders, Trinity maybe not quite expecting that aggression and that pushback and that fight from St. Mark towards the end. Like you said, they're up. They have the advantage in the series, having won every series so far in the bracket. And of course, they had those early goals looking pretty dominant. I think maybe not expecting what they saw come out of St. Mark's. But now they definitely know, look, Zombie trying to get it in, but it's hard when you're the only one down there. 3 from St. Mark's. Very explosive from both teams. At this point, we're in these top 2 teams. They're so good at playing together, setting their teams up. They have the passes, they have the touches, and they just need to kind of remember that. Lots of shots coming down, but it's going to come down to that precision we saw before, in YXCR getting that first score on that scoreboard. Puts them in a better spot than they were the first half of last game, which they were eventually able to turn around. But they don't want to have to make a comeback this game. They want to start off strong and they want to bring it, and that's exactly what they're doing. Trinity going to have to answer.
Trinity has to find some sort of response here. They do have plenty of time here, but of course, with plenty of time being left on the clock, that means plenty of time for St. Mark's to compound down their pressure here. They've won the first game. They've now struck first here in game number 1, but it's going to be Jake up in the sky. No boost to really be able to make a play from there. Zombie lurking in the shadows off that corner wall. A potential pass to Buns. I think Buns actually should have potentially left it all for Zombie. It doesn't matter though. Jake's going to be able to clean it up off the rebound. We're all tied up at 1.
I mean, I like from Trinity, sometimes you kind of have to make that hedge that bet and kind of make the decision to all stay down there, and it works out when you're able to just, you have 3 down there in that key, you can get it in. That leaves your net wide open, but it doesn't matter if you can score like we saw from Trinity, and we know they're a team that's able to do that. D5 looking for some more control.
Ball sitting around the midfield line. Still sitting at that 1-1 score line here as well. 90 seconds expired in game number 2. St. Mark's, they feel like if they can strike here, D5, the woodwork, make that twice. Oh, an unlucky break by XCR though. A touch that does leave that thing still in front of the net. Scout does have plenty of boost. Bangs that thing on home. And the Spartans take the lead 2-1.
The Spartans definitely looking to get those early goals in like we saw, because there was kind of a second half run like we talked about in game 1. So they're able to put those early ones up here, and it's not going to be as stressful for them moving forward. But Trinity probably starting to feel the heat. They haven't really had dominant control for quite a while since the first half of game 1. St. Mark's answering the call from last series, from the upper bracket semis. They don't want it to end up like that. They did a phenomenal job in the rematch against California. What looked to be close turned into a dominant sweep. Trinity is a harder beast. If they're able to play like this, they'll be just fine. Trinity, I felt so confident and so comfortable for so long, but finding it hard here. Now that we're in the grand finals, lots of touches, but we're still hanging out. Trinity's side of the map, and Scout's gonna touch it right in. 3-1 here for St. Mark.
As D5 with a nice press forward, the double tap with a nice pass, which leaves a wide open net for Scout. And it's now 3-1 for St. Mark's. And we talked about how they would have redemption on their mind. And man, the game plan, whatever it was that they put together, has really come through to fruition and has allowed them to really seize the control here in the grand finals.
I think St. Mark's did a great job of just kind of reading what Trinity was throwing at them in the upper bracket semis. And again, that first half of game 1, and they're able to adapt and answer to that. Trinity not expecting this out of St. Mark, having a little bit of a tougher time. You can still see the control and the precision in these teammates, in these teams, but at some point you have to start making some more attempts. But D5 gonna run it right in to just further stratify that score line, keeps them on top. Zombie just not able to get it out of there. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from St. Mark's.
St. Mark's is looking good. I mean, they've been able to really kind of tighten up the few things that were just a little loose in the game plan there in that winner's bracket finals. And right now, Trinity just doesn't seem to have much of a response. I mean, they are having some success on the offensive side, but not nearly enough. St. Mark's now is up to 5-1 here, and they have done it off the back of 12 shots, almost 50% efficiency on their shots on target.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like St. Mark's did a great job of just tweaking some things over the last 2 series they played, and Trinity are going to have to do a little bit of cleanup themselves if they want to remain in it. Of course, Trinity still has an entire other series that they can work with and kind of take their time. So they have a couple games where they have that leeway. But it's got to be done sooner rather than later. You're just going to let St. Mark's, those Spartans take the momentum and run away with it. And now St. Mark's looks like they're just having fun with it. But Trinity have to use this time now to get it under control, to figure out what they're doing wrong. Where did this all turn around?
We're gonna have to find some way to switch things around quick, Kai, because they're now one game away from this bracket being reset. I mean, I guess the good news for you, if you're Trinity, is when the bracket reset, the score, like the series score resets. But now all of a sudden, that security blanket that you did earn yourself by advancing through the upper bracket has now gone. And you're one way away from that being the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think if St. Mark's continue to play like this and Trinity aren't able to answer that call, aren't able to turn up and adapt to what St. Mark's is now bringing, I think even if this bracket resets, Trinity is going to have a hard time. I think if they're able to kind of figure some stuff out and at least get a game this series, and then even if they lose this series and the bracket resets, if they can make it close after these pretty dominant first two games by St. Mark's, Hillers still have a chance in this, but man, St. Mark's really bringing the heat, and they're really turning up when it matters.
I think the big thing, too, is just really being able to step up and slow down the offense from Trinity. I mean, 7 shots as a squad. I mean, D5 had that just on their own. So to be able to kind of really put that sort of flip in kind of the possession and the field control, even though it might show a little bit more 50-50, it did show 53-47 as far as at least the field dominance. But St. Mark's is being very deliberate with all of their touches. It doesn't always necessarily need to be fancy and a highlight play. It just needs to be one that finds the lace, and St. Mark's has been able to do that so often here in this upper bracket grand final here.
Trinity have to start answering right now. They have a chance to do it. We said it would be a bracket reset and a series reset, but each game is a game reset. Trinity doing a good job at bringing it over into St. Mark's territory, but because they can't capitalize off of it, it's not going to matter much. Oh.
Thought that one was going to go in off the shot from St. Mark there. Now it's going to be a flip of the field for Trinity. Trinity, they've got to find some way to put the pressure down, and really, this feels like game 3 has to be the turnaround point, even if it's just in the sense of efficiency. But Buns is going to be able to find the lace here, and I think for the first time here in our grand finals, gives the squad a lead.
Well, I think they had the lead at the start of game 1.
Did they? I couldn't remember.
I think they had those 2 first goals, but then St. Mark's just kind of turned up. But I mean, again, it's been a while. It's been tough for Trinity, and since St. Mark's kind of started gaining that momentum, they haven't been able to really say much about it. So it's a really important first goal, but they're going to have a couple more, because I know St. Mark's isn't going to let that slide. Trinity need to start figuring it out right now, because they don't have time to move into that bracket reset and still try to figure it out. It's already game number 3. You got to start making moves right now.
As far as the moves for now, just the 1 goal from Trinity. And for Trinity here, I mean, yeah, you're happy with the lead, and you're happy with the fact that you're staying in the shot counter department with St. Mark. There's 2 of them, thanks, for each of these squads through the first 90 seconds. Let's call it 100. Now there's 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, but for Trinity, they've kept the pressure down. They've really made it so the Spartans have been struggling to get out of their zone for the last 30 seconds. Bar down from Zombie. That might be another one to kind of start the catalyst, the jump start for this comeback from Trinity.
Definitely what they needed, and hopefully they'll be able to clear their minds, clear their mental, and take this momentum and run with it. St. Mark's have the first 2 games of the series under their belt. If they win again, we're going into that bracket reset, but the Hillers have a little bit of an uphill battle, but they can do it. They've been dominant this whole tournament. Now looking to end that reign right here, but it's going to be tough for them when the Spartans are just throwing everything they got into this grand finals.
Spartans are trying. They're throwing everything but the kitchen sink thus far. While they did take the first 2, they are down by 2 here in game number 3. Trinity maybe just starting to figure things out. For Trinity, I mean, reverse sweeps are definitely possible. Best of 5s more so than a best of 7. But I still feel like as far as what we're seeing from them on the offensive end, while they do have the lead now, it just doesn't feel like they're fully in control. It feels like still St. Mark's has the ability at any point to pop off.
Oh, that was close, but Jake able to save that.
All in front of the net here. Buns jumps the lane. Gonna be able to pick the pockets, takes those cookies, and dunks it on home. And it's now a 3-goal lead for the side of Trinity. This is a team that we do know has the potential to pop off. We were talking about it even when they were down in those first 2 games. But now for them to really be able to jump out to a 3-goal lead with 95 seconds left, if they can continue things off and cap off the clean sheet here, all of a sudden the story becomes a little bit more promising for the Hillers.
I think part of it might have been too, as we know, the bracket reset is in effect because this is a double elimination tournament. And so the Spartans kind of were facing that desperation, and like they knew, hey, every game counts. We have to win 2 series now. Whereas I think Trinity now starting to feel the heat. Before, maybe not quite as worried, knowing they have an entire other series, and now they're starting to feel that heat. D5 is going to get that score, and look, I mean, it was close. Unfortunately, there you can see Zombie and Jake just kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time, not able to get it out of there. But that is going to put 1 more on the board for St. Mark, meaning that they still have the potential to take this game and to take this series.
I think the other thing to keep in mind too, when you talk about the pop-off from Trinity here in game number 3, it's been a little while since they had been out on the pitch. I wonder if maybe they came into game number 1 just a little cold, closed the gap a little bit in game number 2, and now all of a sudden has been able to find their stride. Final 30 seconds in game number 3. It's still just a 2-goal difference, so at 20 seconds on the clock by the 10-second rule, it's still a possibility. But for Trinity, with the possession of the ball here now, dwindling that clock down to 10 seconds, it looks like that last possession should have been enough to secure the deal. Even if they go down to the other side of the field for the Spartans and punch it home, they won't have enough time for another kickoff. And it's going to be the Trinity Hillers going to extend this series to a game number 4. And who knows, maybe even a game number 5. If that's what you're looking for, let me see a hashtag for the content over there in chat.
What an exciting grand finals that we have here. A rematch from the upper bracket. The underdogs looking strong, but just at the last second, Trinity keeps their name in it for this first series, of course. We know if St. Mark's win, there's that bracket reset, but Trinity, they're saying, hey, no, we want to finish it in 1. Just needed a little bit of time, like you said, to warm up, but look at those stats. I mean, this is a good answer from Trinity to St. Mark's, to that aggression that the Spartans have had. And now There's still a chance this could be anyone's series. Trinity have to win the next 2 to close it out here, but they have the potential to do just that.
I mean, they definitely showed that potential here, obviously through the first time these last 2 squads faced off, but also there in that last game as well. Although when you look at the ball possession, field domination, I mean, it was close, 53, 55%, small little wins for Trinity. You got to find a way to still be able to duplicate that in game number 4. The good news for the Spartans, who are looking for the bracket reset here, it doesn't matter what the score was in game number 3. We're going to roll the scores back on to 0, put 5 minutes back on the clock. And for the Spartans, you win 1 more, you reset this bracket.
Gonna come down to some of these early goals. Hanging out in the midfield of the pitch just right now. Gonna watch what happens. Lots of touches. Lots of control from both sides, just taking it back and forth. We're hanging out. Ooh,
No,
yeah.
Zombie needs to get the touch on that and send it to the backboard. Unfortunately, doesn't. Starts off obviously with YXCR sending it down there, and then the extra effort from Scout as well to make sure that that one crosses the goal line. And now it's going to be the Spartans in the lead with just 30 seconds off the clock.
Huge goal there for the Spartans. Setting the pace of this game, starting out strong, but of course, only a minute down. Trinity have time to answer back. We know they're capable of it. We saw it in the upper bracket semis. We saw it last game. But last game was the first time this series we were really starting to see that answer from them. And unfortunately for Trinity, they don't really have the opportunities to allow little slip-ups like that to happen. They want to keep it and end it here in Series 1, but that's okay. Lots of close touches.
Still plenty of fight left in this series. It's only a 1-goal game, and we still have 3 minutes and 15 seconds here left. For Trinity, I feel like this second goal going to be important. Really needs to go in your favor, and there it is. Jake going to be able to get it off the pass from Zombie. And not just the pass from Zombie, but Buns, the kablamo onto Scout, which leaves the net wide open. And we're all tied up at 1.
It's a team game here, and Trinity know that and are able to play, and look at that! Wide open once again. Good positioning, good control. Look at this.
What a play.
Just not enough time for Spartans to get that out of the way, and just like that, not even 2 minutes in, just barely, Trinity now up.
Trinity back into that driver's seat here, and remember, for them, they're the ones who need a win here if they want to extend this first series, especially for them if they don't want to have to worry about a bracket reset. They've earned that opportunity by advancing through the upper bracket, but their defense does still have to hold the line here for a whole half of Rocket League, and it does feel like that 1-goal lead probably not going to be enough. Scout tries to slot it there. Zombie going to be able to get the save. D5 still with the pressure up in the sky, and it's going to be Jake with the save. Buns with a second touch to get it out past mid.
Things are looking hot. Both of these teams do a great job of challenging the other team, putting a lot of pressure there in that key, but still could be anyone, and ooh, it's gonna be Jake this time, but Trinity on top again. 3-1, just under 2 minutes. St. Mark's starting to maybe feel the pressure here, because if Trinity able to win this game right here. That means it goes to game 5, which could mean the end for St. Mark's.
And Jake stepping up big here. Another game, leading the charge, 2 goals, 2 saves. When it comes to this Trinity squad, who are currently up by 2. Minute and 45 seconds here left. And for the Hillers, we would love to force a game number 5. We keep mentioning about the bracket reset. If you're Trinity, you do not want to give the Spartans that sort of momentum to know that, hey, we've started from square number 1, and they've taken away that essentially home field advantage from being able to get that bracket reset. Now, Scout up in the sky, looking for a double tap for a potential centered pass, and Buns sending it towards the side. No boost though, which means they got to make a lot out of a little. Gonna take the big boost pad, means that the defense for St. Mark's doesn't have as much in their reserves. It's gonna be a ball that's in the sky. Jake, one touch, putting it towards the front of the net, but Scout now looking to get it out of the zone.
1 minute remaining. Trinity still ahead, 3-1. Both teams, though, looking to put a couple more in. Trinity want to widen that gap, ensure their victory this game, and of course, St. Mark's trying to stay in this. Enough time to close the gap, but that time is ticking.
"30 seconds left here. You wonder if maybe you can find the one. Trying to see if you can get in. But it's Jake trying to bang just an additional shot home. Trying to see if they can get one for the road. Trinity continuing to play keep away. You don't want to give any last second sort of flash of any sort of like thoughts of being able to pull this off over to St. Mark's. Instead, running out the clock. Trinity force a game number 5, and this best of 5 has now become a best of 1.
We said in the upper bracket semis that this almost feels like a grand final, and now we're here in the grand final, those same 2 teams, and we're going to game 5. St. Mark's, who looked so dominant those first 2 games, looked like we were bringing it to that bracket reset, suddenly, once again on their back foot. Trinity could end this right here, and if they play like they did games 3 and games 4, it's going to be very, very hard for St. Mark's. The Spartans still have a chance to bring it to the reset and erase these scores. It's an uphill battle now for St. Mark's to come out on top. What an exciting grand finals we have here for the IU1 and Waynesburg Spring Classic.
Yeah, this has been quite a change of events here now, and just the last couple of seconds before all 6 players are getting ready to take the pitch for game number 5, and Trinity has found a way to flip this series upside down. They've now got the lead, or not the lead, but they've at least got the lead as far as the momentum side of things. I mean, it looked like St. Mark's is going to have a quick light work of things, at least resetting the bracket, and we're going to, kind of assess the situation from there. St. Mark's, all of the momentum they had has now been brought to a screeching halt. We're 5 minutes away, potentially, from Trinity crowning themselves the champion here in our IU1 and Waynesburg Spring Classic, powered by the Esports company. Let's see if they've got the ability to have ice in their veins.
And just like that, Zombie gonna score that first goal and make sure. Hey, 10 seconds in. Remember, Trinity is still on top. Trinity has not lost a series yet. And although St. Mark's has given them quite a run for their money, Trinity have been dominant all tournament. They're the #1 seed going into this for a reason. They want to make sure we remember why.
Trinity's been able to come out and score the first one. A second one here just might tip the scales to a point of no return. Even though it is only 30 seconds into game number 5, you feel like the back-to-back goals would be huge here. Instead, now it's going to be St. Mark's quickly entering the zone, but just as quickly exiting it here as well. Buns, the redirect, that would have been on target versus going towards the corner. That would have spelled disaster as there was no one sitting in net. But now it's going to be the rotation back to the defensive side. Buns faking, Zombie to be able to at least put their car there in front of the wave from D5. That way they can't slam that thing on home. Scout's going to get a shot on a target. Bun's going to be able to get a save. Pressure coming across here from St. Mark. Now it's Buns with a big clear and relieves all the pressure that St. Mark's had.
Team's trying to be methodical about it. But St. Mark's starting to feel the pressure now once again. They were all warmed up. They came off an incredible run in that lower bracket final against California in that rematch. Series 1 here went pretty close, but Jake with that second goal for Trinity, widening that gap and making it harder and harder for the Spartans to answer, to stay in this tournament, in this grand final. Both teams want to go home the champion, but Trinity has the opportunity to do it right here, right now, if they keep playing like they are.
First 100 seconds gone by, and they have gone in favor of Trinity. 1/3 of our game has expired. For them, they just have to keep duplicating that success. Meanwhile, over on that St. Mark side, it feels like the little bit of magic that they had working for them has started to slow down. But you know what? Sometimes all you got to do is continue putting one foot in front of the other like we see here, and you will eventually find your way walking out that door, cutting this lead in half. And for the Spartans, a little bit of life breathed into the system.
And you can really see with D5 with that goal there how important it is sometimes to just put the pressure there on your opponent's side of the map. So that eventually it'll pay off, but you just have to keep that pressure there. You can't let up. Now suddenly, anyone's series yet again. Spartans have a chance to stay in this. Not quite able to put it in that time, and Zombie gonna clear it out of that area. YXCR has nobody to pass to.
Now down here on this St. Mark side here, Trinity happens to find a response to the one goal that the Spartans had and put themselves back into a 2-goal lead with just 2 minutes left. Feels like all of a sudden the pressure turned completely upside down and it would be firmly into the Spartans' lap. But instead it's YXCR has a shot opportunity. The top post comes into the play, the fourth defender. Speaking of the defender, it's Scout off that back wall, trying to go coast to coast with it. Jake sitting there, able to win the 50 and slows down the pressure from St. Mark's.
Others have a great showing here. Unfortunately, St. Mark's starting to feel a little bit desperate. Know that this is all that stands between them. Zombie gonna put one more in. Gonna make it even tougher in the last 90 seconds. St. Mark's have to score 2. Something they're able to do, but we talked about playing good, feeling good, scoring, the mental and the momentum. St. Mark's starting to feel that desperation, making shots without always setting them up. Makes it hard, but they're trying. They can still stay in this.
Feels like it's gonna happen now if you're the Spartans. You can't have any more empty trips down on this blue half of the field, especially now with 65 seconds on the clock, down by 2. You gotta at least find the first here. You don't want to rely on a miracle back-to-back play in order to at least force an overtime. However, it's Jake going to take the back pass back to themselves into the corner where they're able to gather the control of the ball. They get the big boost here as well. While they are going to lose the 50 to YXCR as well as the D5 here, nothing towards the net, everything towards the side of the field. Jake who from State Farm? Nah, from Trinity, big dog, who's been able to come in time and time again, leading the charge and continuing to play keep away from St. Mark's.
Under 30 seconds. Spartans have to start making some plays right here, but it's hard when it's stuck in their territory. They need to move it over to Trinity's side of the pitch. But we're running out of time. This could be what they need, but just like that, time's running down, and Trinity
You know,
are going to take it.
you got to appreciate Trinity wanting to make sure we get a little bit of extra Rocket League, given those first 2 games on over before the reverse sweep against St. Mark's. Just when it looked like we were going to be getting bonus Rocket League with a bracket reset, the Hillers were able to win back-to-back-to-back games in order to pull things on off, prevent the bracket reset, and crown themselves the champions here at our IU1 in Waynesburg Spring Classic, powered by the Esports company. And man, what a way to cap things off. That was impressive.
And no, Trinity, they were here. They wanted to be dramatic. They wanted to give us a show for the final and the reverse sweep to win the entire tournament, the entire Spring Classic. What a way to end things. Trinity really showed, 1, why they've been the first seed, and 2, why they've been so dominant all along. But I mean, kudos to St. Mark. They are really the only team that put any sort of pressure on Trinity all tournament, and they had a great showing, and they completely deserved that number 2 spot. Such a strong team, but Trinity in the end just going to be able to bring it home.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, we did see St. Mark's, man. They did put up a really good fight, right? I mean, they tried so hard and got so far, but unfortunately, in the end, it just doesn't even matter. Got to give them a big shout out, though, for that number 2 finish. Also, a big shout out to our number 3 on the day, California area as well. I mean, honestly, big shout out to all 10 schools that came out today on a Thursday at the end of the school year here, as everything's kind of winding down, to get together and playing some Rocket League. So again, big shout out and big thanks to both IU1 as well as to Waynesburg University for putting on this Spring Classic here. Also, big shout out to not only our producer in the back, Can Man, but also I do also want to give a big shout out to Kai, stepping in on kind of a last minute thing to come over here, rock the mic with your boy. Always a blast to be on the desk with you, my friend. And you know what? We've got some more state competition coming up. Make sure you keep an eye out for the PIEA State Championship. I believe the Rocket League portion of that is done, but we do still have some more up in the northeastern portion of PA here next weekend. Also, we've got some big announcements over here at the Esports company, so make sure you stay locked in over on social media as well as over on YouTube. But that is going to do it as far as us here today. And so we do catch y'all back over here for the next one, man. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all, that's Kai. I'm Q. For the rest of the crew from the front to the back, y'all have a great rest of your week. Peace.